Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Sammy Jay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henrietta Strauss. The Adventures of Sammy Jay by Thornton W. Burgess. Chapter 1. Sammy Jay Makes a Fuss. Sammy Jay doesn't mind the cold of winter. Indeed, he rather likes it. Under his handsome coat of blue, trimmed with white, he wears a warm silky suit of underwear, and he laughs at rough brother North Wind and his cousin Jack Frost. But still he doesn't like the winter as well as he does the warmer seasons, because he is a lazy fellow and doesn't like to work for a living any harder than he has to. And in the winter it isn't so easy to get something to eat. And there is another reason why Sammy Jay doesn't like the winter as well as the other seasons. What do you think it is? It isn't a nice reason at all. No, sir, it isn't a nice reason at all. It is because it isn't so easy to stir up trouble. Somehow Sammy Jay never seems really happy unless he is stirring up trouble for someone else. He just delights in tormenting other little people of the green meadows and the green forest. Dear, dear, it is a dreadful thing to say, but Sammy Jay is bold and bad. He steals. Yes, sir, Sammy Jay steals whenever he gets a chance. He'd rather steal a breakfast any time than get it honestly. Now, people who steal usually are very sly. Sammy Jay is sly. Indeed, he is one of the slyest of all little people who live in the green forest. Instead of spending his time honestly hunting for meals, he spends most of it watching his neighbors to find out where they have their storehouses, so that he can help himself when their backs are turned. He slips through the green forest as still can be, hiding in the thick tree-tops and behind the trunks of big trees, and peering out with those sharp eyes of his at his neighbors. Whenever he is discovered, he always pretends to be very busy about his own business, and very much surprised to find anyone is near. It was this way when he had discovered one of the storehouses of Chatterer the Red Squirrel. He didn't let Chatterer know that he had discovered it. Oh my, no! He didn't even go near it again for a long time, but he didn't forget it. Sammy Jay never forgets things of that kind. Never. He thought of it often and often. When he did, he would say to himself, "Sometime when the snow is deep and Chatterer is fast asleep, when Mother Nature is unkind and things to eat are hard to find, I'll help myself and fly away to steal again some other day." The snow was deep now and things to eat were hard to find, but Chatterer the Red Squirrel wasn't asleep. No, indeed. Chatterer seemed to like the cold weather, and was as frisky and spry as ever he is, and he never went very far away from that storehouse. Sammy Jay watched and watched, but never once did he get a chance to steal the sweet acorns that he had seen Chatterer store away in the fall. Said Sammy Jay to himself, "I must do something to get Chatterer away from his storehouse." For a long time Sammy Jay sat in the top of a tall, dark pine tree, thinking and thinking. His sharp eyes twinkled with a look of great cunning, and he chuckled. It was a naughty chuckle. Away he flew to a very thick spruce tree, some distance away in the green forest, but where Chatterer the Red Squirrel could hear him. There Sammy Jay began to make a great fuss. He screamed and screeched as only he can. Pretty soon, just as he expected, he saw Chatterer the Red Squirrel hurrying over to see what the fuss was all about. Sammy Jay slipped out of the other side of the spruce tree, and without a sound hurried over to Chatterer's storehouse. End of Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Sammy Jay.
Chapter 1 from Henry Brocken. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Brocken by Walter J. Delamere. Whither? The traveller to the reader. The traveller who presents himself in this little book feels how tedious a person he may prove to be. Most travellers that he ever heard of were the happy possessors of audacity and rigour, a zeal for facts, a zeal for science, a vivid faith in powder and gold. Who then will bear for a moment with an ignorant Pacific adventurer without even a gun? He may, however, seem even more than bold in one thing, and that is in describing regions where the wise and imaginative and immortal have been before him, for that he never can be contrite enough. And yet, in spite of the renown of these regions, he can present neither map nor chart of them, latitude nor longitude, can affirm only that their frontier stretches just this side of dream, that they border impossibility, lie parallel with peace. But since it is his and only his journey and experiences, his wonder and delight in these lands that he tells of, a mere microcosm as it were, he entreats forgiveness of all who love them and their people as much as he loves them, scarce on this side of idolatry. H.B. I lived then in the great world once, in an old roomy house beside a little wood of larches, with an aunt of the name of Sophia. My father and mother died a few days before my 4th birthday, so that I can conjure up only fleeting glimpses of their faces, by which to remember what love was then lost to me. Both were youthful at death, but my aunt Sophia was ever elderly. She was keen and just, seldom less than kind, but a child was to her something of a little animal, and it was nothing more. In consequence, well-fed, warmly clad, and in freedom, I grew up almost in solitude between my angels, hearkening with how simple a curiosity to that everlasting warfare of persuasion and compulsion, terror and delight. Which of them it was that guided me, before even I could read, to the little room dark with holly trees that had been of old my uncle's library, I know not. Perhaps at the instant it chanced there had fallen a breathless truce between them, and I, being solitary, my own instinct took me. But having once found that pictured heaven, I had found somewhat of content. I think half my youthful days passed in that low book-walled chamber. The candles I burned through those long years of evening would deck Alp's hugest sphere. The dust I disturbed would very easily fill again the measure that some day shall contain my own, and the small studious thumb marks that paced, as if my footprints, leaf by leaf of that long journey, might be the history of life's experience in little, from clearer to faint, how very faint at last. I do not remember ever to have been discovered in this retreat. I was, by nature, prompt at meals, and wary to be in bed at my hour, however transitory its occupation might be. Indeed, I very well recollect dawn painting the page my eyes dwelt on, surprising me with its mystery and stealth in a house as silent as the grave. Thus entertained, then, by insubstantial society, I grew up, and began to be old, before I had yet learned age is disastrous. And it was there, in that cold, bright chamber, one snowy twilight, first suddenly awoke in me an imperative desire for distant lands. Even while little else than a child, I had begun to cast my mind to travel. I doubt if ever Columbus suffered such vexation from an itch to be gone. But whither? Now it seemed clear to me, after long brooding and musing, that however beautiful were these regions of which I never wearied to read, and however wild and faithful and strange and lovely the people of the books, somewhere the former must remain yet, somewhere in immortality serene dwell they whom so many had spent life in dreaming of and writing about. In fact, Take it for all in all, what could these authors have been at if they labored from dawn to midnight, from laborious midnight to dawn, merely to tell of what never was and never by any chance could be? It was ever clear to me, solitary and a dreamer. Let me but gain the key, I would soon unlock that hidden garden door. Somewhere yet, I was sure, Imogen's mountains lift their chill summits into heaven. Over haunted sea sands, aerial flits. At his webbed casement, next the stars, Faust covets youth, till the last drum shall ring him out of dream. It was on a blue March morning, with all the trees of my aunt's woods in a pale green tumult of wind, that, quite unwittingly, I set out on a journey that has not yet come to an end. There was a hint in the air at my waking, I fancied, not quite of mere earth, the perfume of the banners of Flora, of the mount where in melting snow the crocus blows. I looked from my window, and the western clouds drew gravely and loftily in the limitable air towards the whistling house. Strange trumpets pealed in the wind. Even my poor aged Aunt Sophia had changed with the universal change. Her great solitary face reminded me of some long-forgotten April. And a little before 11 I saddled my uncle's old mare Rosinante, poor female jade to bear a name so glorious, and rode out, as for how many fruitless seasons I had ridden out, down the stony, nettle-narrowed path that led for a secret mile or more beneath lindens towards the hills. End of Chapter 1 from Henry Brocken, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 1 from the Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of such great powers or beings there may be conceivably a survival of a hugely remote period when consciousness was manifested, perhaps in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity. Forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory and called them gods, monsters, mythical beings of all sorts and kinds. Algernon Blackwood. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little. But some day the piecing together of disassociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality, and of our frightful positions therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Theosophists have guessed at the awesome grandeur of the cosmic cycle wherein our world and human race form transient incidents. They have hinted at strange survivals in terms which would freeze the blood if not masked by a bland optimism. But it is not from them that there came the glimpse of forbidden eons which chill me when I think of it and maddens me when I dream of it. That glimpse, like all dread glimpses of truth, flashed out from an incidental piecing together of separated things, in this case an old newspaper item and the notes of a dead professor. I hope that no one else will accomplish this piecing out. Certainly, if I live, I shall never knowingly supply a link in so hideous a chain. I think that the professor, too, intended to keep silent regarding the part he knew. He would have destroyed his notes had not sudden death seized him. My knowledge of the thing began in the winter of 1926-27, with the death of my grand-uncle George Gamel Angel, Professor Emeritus of Semitic Languages in Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Professor Angel was widely known as an authority on ancient inscriptions and had frequently been resorted by the heads of prominent museums, so that his passing at the age of 92 may be recalled by many. Locally, interest was intensified by the obscurity of the cause of death. The professor had been stricken whilst returning from the Newport boat, falling suddenly, as witnesses said, after having been jostled by a nautical-looking negro who had come from one of the queer, dark courts on the precipitous hillside which formed a short cut from the waterfront to the deceased homes in William Street. Physicians were unable to find any visible disorder, but concluded after perplexed debate that some obscure lesion of the heart, induced by the brisk ascent of so steep a hill by so elderly a man, was responsible for the end. At the time I saw no reason to dissent from this dictum, but latterly I am inclined to wonder, and more than wonder. As my granduncle's heir and executor, for he died a childless widower, I was expected to go over his papers with some thoroughness, and for that purpose moved his entire set of files and boxes to my quarters in Boston. Much of the material which I correlated will be later published by the American Archaeological Society, but there was one box which I found exceedingly puzzling, and which I felt much averse from showing to other eyes. It had been locked, and I did not find the key till it occurred to me to examine the personal ring which the professor carried always in his pocket. Then, indeed, I succeeded in opening it, but when I did so seemed only to be confronted by a greater and more closely locked barrier. For what could be the meaning of the queer clay bas-relief and the disjointed jottings, ramblings, and cuttings which I found? Had my uncle in his latter years become credulous of the most superficial impostures? I resolved to search out the eccentric sculptor responsible for this apparent disturbance of an old man's peace of mind. The bas-relief was a rough rectangle less than an inch thick and about 5 by 6 inches in area, obviously of modern origin. Its designs, however, were far from modern in atmosphere and suggestion, for, although the vagaries of cubism and futurism are many and wild, they do not often reproduce that cryptic regularity which lurks in prehistoric writing, and writing of some kind. The bulk of these designs seem certainly to be, though my memory, despite much familiarity with the papers and collections of my uncle, failed in any way to identify this particular species, or even hint at its remotest affiliations. Above these apparent hieroglyphics was a figure of evidently pictorial intent, although its impressionistic execution forbade a very clear idea of its nature. It seemed to be a sort of monster, or a symbol representing a monster of a form which only a deceased fancy could conceive. If I say that my somewhat extravagant imagination yielded simultaneous pictures of an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature, I shall not be unfaithful to the spirit of the thing. A pulpy, tentacled head surmounted a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings, but it was the general outline of the whole thing which made it most shockingly frightful. Behind the figure was a vague suggestion of a cyclopean architectural background. The writing accompanying this oddity was, aside from a stack of press cuttings, in Professor Angel's most recent hand, and made no pretense to literary style. What seemed to be the main document was headed Cthulhu Cult, in characters painstakingly printed to avoid the erroneous readings of a word so unheard of. This manuscript was divided into 2 sections, the first of which was headed 1925, Dream and Dream Work of H.A. Wilcox, 7 Thomas Street, Providence, R.I., and the second, Narrative of Inspection John R. Legrasse, 121 Bienville, St. New Orleans, L.A. at 1908, AASMTG. Notes on Same and Prof. Webb's, ACCT. The other manuscript papers were all brief notes, some of them accounts of the queer dreams of different persons, some of them citations from theosophical books and magazines, notably W. Scott Eliot's Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria, and the rest comments on long-surviving secret societies and hidden cults, with references to passages in such mythological and anthropological source books as Fraser's Golden Bough and Miss Murray's Witch Cult in Western Europe. The cuttings largely alluded to outer mental illnesses and outbreaks of group folly or mania in the spring of 1925. First half of the principal manuscript told a very peculiar tale. It appears that on March 1st, 1925, a thin, dark young man of neurotic and excited aspect had called upon Professor Angel bearing the singular clay bas-relief, which was then exceedingly damp and fresh. He cardboard the name of Henry Anthony Wilcox, and my uncle had recognized him as the youngest son of an excellent family slightly known to him, who had latterly been studying sculpture at the Rhode Island School of Design and living alone at the Fleur-de-Lis building near that institution. Wilcox was a precocious youth of known genius but great eccentricity, and had from childhood exceeded attention through the strange stories and odd dreams he was in the habit of relating. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, but the staid folk of the ancient commercial city dismissed him as merely queer. Never mingling much with his kind, He had dropped gradually from social visibility, and was now known only to a small group of aesthetes from other towns. Even the Providence Art Club, anxious to preserve its conservatism, had found him quite hopeless. On the occasion of the visit, ran the professor's manuscript, the sculptor abruptly asked for the benefit of his host's archaeological knowledge in identifying the hieroglyphics on the bas-relief. He spoke in a dreamy, stilted manner which suggested pose and alienated sympathy, and my uncle showed some sharpness in replying, for the conspicuous freshness of the tablet implied kinship with anything but archaeology. Young Wilcox's rejoinder, which impressed my uncle enough to make him recall and record it verbatim, was of a fantastically poetic cast which must have typified his whole conversation, and which I have since found highly characteristic of him. He said, "It is new, indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities, and dreams are older than brooding Tyre, or the contemplative Sphinx, or garden-girdled Babylon." It was then that he began that rambling tale which suddenly played upon a sleeping memory and won the fevered interest of my uncle. There had been a slight earthquake tremor the night before, the most considerable felt in New England for some years, and Wilcox's imagination had been keenly affected. Upon retiring, he had an unprecedented dream of great cyclopean cities of Titan blocks and sky-flung monoliths, all dripping with green ooze and sinister with latent horror. Hieroglyphics had covered the walls and pillars, and from some undetermined point below had come a voice that was not a voice, a chaotic sensation which only fancy could transmute into sound, but which he attempted to render by the almost unpronounceable jumble of letters Cthulhu Fatagan. The verbal jumble was the key to the recollection which excited and disturbed Professor Angel. He questioned the sculptor with scientific minuteness, and studied with almost frantic intensity the bas-relief on which the youth had found himself working, chilled and clad in only his night-clothes, when waking had stolen bewilderedly over him. My uncle blamed his old age, Wilcox afterwards said, for his slowness in recognizing both hieroglyphics and pictorial design. Many of his questions seemed highly out of place to his visitor, especially those which tried to connect the latter with strange cults or societies, and Wilcox could not understand the repeated promises of silence which he was offered in exchange for admission of membership in some widespread mystical or paganly religious body. When Professor Angel became convinced that the sculptor was indeed ignorant of any cult or system of cryptic lore, he besieged his visitor with demands for future reports of dreams. This bore regular fruit, for after the first interview the manuscript records daily calls of the young man, during which he related startling fragments of nocturnal imagery, whose burden was always some terrible cyclopean vista of dark and dripping stone, with a subterranean voice or intelligence shouting monotonously in enigmatical sense, impacts uninscribable save as gibberish. The two sounds most frequently repeated are those rendered by the letters Cthulhu and Rile. On March 23rd the manuscript continued. Wilcox failed to appear, and inquiries at his quarters revealed that he had been stricken with an obscure sort of fever and taken to the home of his family in Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, arousing several other artists in the building, and had manifested since then only alternations of unconsciousness and delirium. My uncle at once telephoned the family, and from that time forward kept close watch of the case, calling often at the Thayer Street office of Dr. Toby, whom he learned to be in charge. The youth's febrile mind, apparently, was dwelling on strange things, and the doctor shuddered now and then as he spoke of them. They included not only a repetition of what he had formerly dreamed, but touched wildly on a gigantic thing miles high, which walked or lumbered about. He at no time fully described this object, but occasionally frantic words, as repeated by Dr. Toby, convinced the professor that it must be identical with the nameless monstrosity he had sought to depict in his dream sculpture. Reference to this object, the doctor added, was invariably a prelude to the young man's subsidence into lethargy. His temperature, oddly enough, was not greatly above normal, but the whole condition was otherwise such as to suggest true fever rather than mental disorder. On April 2nd, at about 3 p.m., every trace of Wilcox's malady suddenly ceased. He sat upright in bed, astonished to find himself at home and completely ignorant of what had happened in dream or reality since the night of March 22nd. Pronounced well by his physician, he returned to his quarters in 3 days, but to Professor Angel he was of no further assistance. All traces of strange dreaming had vanished with his recovery, and my uncle kept no record of his night thoughts after a week of pointless and irrelevant accounts of thoroughly usual visions. Here the first part of the manuscript ended, but references to certain of the scattered notes gave me much material for thought, so much, in fact, that only the ingrained skepticism then forming my philosophy can account for my continued distrust of the artist. The notes in question were those descriptive of the dreams of various persons covering the same period as that in which young Wilcox had his strange visitations. My uncle, it seemed, had quickly instituted a prodigiously far-flung body of inquiries amongst nearly all the friends whom he could question without impertinence, asking for nightly reports of their dreams and the dates of any notable visions for some time past. The reception of his request seems to have been varied, but he must, at the very least, have received more responses than any ordinary man could have handled without a secretary. This original correspondence was not preserved, but his notes formed a thorough and really significant digest. Average people in society and business, New England's traditional salt of the earth, gave an almost completely negative result, though scattered cases of uneasy but formless nocturnal impressions appeared here and there, always between March 23rd and April 2nd, the period of young Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were little more affected, though 4 cases of vague description suggest fugitive glimpses of strange landscapes, and in one case there is mentioned a dread of something abnormal. It was from the artists and poets that the pertinent answers came, and I know that panic would have broken loose had they been able to compare notes. As it was, lacking their original letters, I half suspected the compiler of having asked leading questions, or of having edited the correspondence in corroboration of what he had latently resolved to see. This is why I continue to feel that Wilcox, somehow cognizant of the old data which my uncle had possessed, had been imposing on the veteran scientist. These responses from aesthetes told a disturbing tale. From February 28th to April 2nd, a large proportion of them had dreamed very bizarre things, the intensity of the dreams being immeasurably the stronger during the period of the sculptor's delirium. Over a fourth of those who reported anything reported scenes and half-sounds not unlike those which Wilcox had described, and some of the dreamers confessed acute fear of the gigantic, nameless thing visible towards the last. One case, which the note describes with emphasis, was very sad. The subject, a widely known architect with leaning towards theosophy and occultism, went violently insane on the date of young Wilcox's seizure, and expired several months later after incessant screamings to be saved from some escaped denizen of hell. Had my uncle referred to these cases by name instead of merely by number, I should have attempted some corroboration and personal investigation. But as it was, I succeeded in tracing down only a few. All of these, however, bore out the notes in full. I have often wondered if all the object of the professor's question felt as puzzled as did this fraction. It is well that no explanation shall ever reach them. The press cuttings, as I have intimated, touched on cases of panic, mania, and eccentricity during the given period. Professor Angell must have employed a cutting bureau, for the number of extracts was tremendous, and the sources scattered throughout the globe. Here was a nocturnal suicide in London, where a lone sleeper had leaped from a window after a shocking cry. Here likewise a rambling letter to the editor of a paper in South America, where a fanatic deduces a dire future from the visions he has seen. A dispatch from California describes a theosophist colony as donning white robes in mass for some glorious fulfillment which never arrives, whilst items from India speak guardedly of serious native unrest toward the end of March. Voodoo orgies multiply in Haiti, and African outposts report ominous mutterings. American officers in the Philippines find certain tribes bothersome about this time, and New York policemen are mobbed by hysterical Levantines on the night of March 22 to 23. The west of Ireland, too, is full of wild rumor and legendary, and a fantastic painter named Ardois Bonnot hangs a blasphemous dream landscape in the Paris of spring salon of 1926. And so numerous are the recorded troubles of insane asylums that only a miracle can have stopped the medical fraternity from noting strange parallelisms and drawing mystified conclusions. A weird bunch of cuttings, all told, and I can at this date scarcely envisage the callous rationalism with which I set them aside. But I was then convinced that young Wilcox had known of the older matters mentioned by the professor. End of Chapter 1. From the Call of Cthulhu.
Chapter 1 of Christie's Old Organ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Maine. Christie's Old Organ by Mrs. O. F. Walton. Chapter 1. The Old Organ. Home, sweet home, there's no place like home, there's no place like home, played the unmusical notes of a barrel organ in the top room of a lodging-house in a dreary back street. The words certainly did not seem to apply to that dismal abode. There were not many there who knew much of the sweets of home. It was a very dark, uncomfortable place, and as the lodgers in the lower room turned over in their wretched beds, many of which were merely bare wooden benches, it may be that one and another gave a sigh as he thought how far he was from home sweet home. But the organ played on, though the hour was late, and the dip candle was put out, and the fire was dying away. If you had climbed the crooked staircase, you would have seen an old man sitting alone in his attic and smiling at his organ as he turned it with a trembling hand. Old Treffy loved his barrel organ, which had well nigh seen as many summers as he had. It was the one comfort of his life. He was a poor, forlorn old man, without a friend in the world. Every one that he had loved was dead. He had no one to whom he could talk, or whom he could tell his troubles, and thus he gathered up all the remaining bits and fragments of love in his old heart, faded and withered though they were, and he gave them all to his old organ. It was getting very antiquated and old-fashioned now. The red silk in front of it was very soiled and worn, and it could not play any of the new tunes of which the children were so fond. It sometimes struck old Treffy that he and his organ were very much alike. They were getting altogether behind the age, and people looked down upon them and pushed past them as they hurried along the street. And though old Treffy was very patient, yet he could not help feeling this. He had felt it very much on the day of which I am writing. It was cold, dismal weather. A cutting east wind had swept round the corners of the streets and had chilled the old man through and through. His threadbare coat could not keep it out. How could he expect it to do so when he had worn it so many years? He could scarcely count them. His thin, trembling old hands were so benumbed with cold that he could scarcely feel the handle of the organ, and as he turned it he made sundry little shakes and quavers in the tune, which were certainly not intended by the maker of the old barrel organ. There was not much variety to the old tunes old Treffy could play. There was the Old Hundredth, and Poor Mary Ann, and Rule Britannia. The only other one was Home Sweet Home, but that was old Treffy's favorite. He always played it very slowly, to make it last longer, and on this cold day the shakes and the quavers in it sounded most pathetic. But no one took much notice of old Treffy or his organ. A little crowd of children gathered round him and asked him for all sorts of new tunes of which he had never even heard the names. They did not seem to care for Home Sweet Home or the Old Hundredth, and soon moved away. Then an old gentleman put his head out of a window, and in a cross voice told him to go on and not disturb a quiet neighborhood with his noise. Old Treffy meekly obeyed, and battling with the rough east wind, he tried another and more bustling street. But here a policeman warned him to depart, lest he should crowd up the way. Poor old Treffy was almost fainting, but he must not give up, for he had not a halfpenny in his pocket, and he had come out without breakfast. At length, a kind-hearted farmer's wife, who was passing with a basket on her arm, took pity on the trembling old man, and gave him a penny from her capacious pocket. Thus, all day long, Treffy played on. Over and over again, his 4 tunes were sounded forth, but that was the only penny he received that cold day. At last, as the daylight was fading, he turned homeward. On his way he parted with his solitary penny for a cake of bread, and slowly and wearily he dragged himself up the steep stairs to his lonely attic. Poor old Treffy was in bad spirits this evening. He felt that he and his organ were getting out of date, things of the past. They were growing old together. He could remember the day when it was new. How proud he had been of it! Oh, how he had admired it! The red silk was quite bright, and the tunes were all in fashion. There were not so many organs about then, and people stopped to listen. Not children only, but grown men and women, and Treffy had been a proud man in those days. But a generation had grown up since then, and now Treffy felt that he was a poor, lone man, very far behind the age, and that his organ was getting too old-fashioned for the present day. Thus he felt very cast down and dismal as he raked together the cinders and had tried to make a little blaze in the small fire he had lighted. But when he had eaten his cake and had taken some tea which he had warmed over again, old Treffy felt rather better, and he turned as usual to his old organ to cheer his fainting spirits, for old Treffy knew nothing of a better comforter. The landlady of the house had objected at first to old Treffy's organ. She said it disturbed the lodgers, but on Treffy's offering to pay a penny a week extra for his little attic on condition of his being able to play whenever he liked, she made no further opposition. And thus, till late in the night, he turned away, and his face grew brighter and his heart lighter as he listened to his four tunes. It was such good company, he said, and the attic was so lonely at night, and there was no one to find fault with the organ there or to call it old-fashioned. Treffy admired it with all his heart, and felt that at night at least it had done justice to it. But there was one who was listening to the old organ and admiring it as much as Treffy, of whom the old man knew nothing. Outside his door, crouching down with his ear against a large crack, lay a little ragged boy. He had come into the great lodging-room downstairs to sleep, and had laid down on one of the hard benches. When old Treffy's barrel organ began to play, he had not listened to it much at first, but when the first notes of Home, Sweet Home had been sounded forth, little Christie had raised his head on his elbow and listened with all his might. It was almost too much for him. It was a memory of the past. A few months ago, little Christie had a mother, and this was the last tune she sang. It brought it all back to him. The bare, desolate room, the wasted form on the bed, the dear, loving hand which had stroked his face so gently, and the sweet voice had sung that very tune to him. He could hear her even now. Home, sweet home, there is no place like home, there is no place like home. How sweetly she had sung it. He remembered it so well. He remembered what she had said to him just afterwards. I'm going home, Christie, going home. Home, sweet home. I'm going home, Christie. And those were the last words she had said to him. Since then, life had been very dreary to little Christopher. Life without a mother. It hardly was life to him. He had never been happy since she had died. He had worked very hard, poor little fellow, to earn his bread, for she had told him to do that. But he had often wished he could go to his mother in Home, Sweet Home, and he wished it more than ever this night as he heard his mother's tune. He waited for it very patiently, whilst old Treffy was playing the other three which came first. But at length someone closed the door, and the noise inside the lodging-room was so great that he could not distinguish the notes of the longed-for tune. So Christie crept out quietly in the darkness, and closing the door softly, that no one might notice it, he stole gently upstairs. He knelt down by the door and listened. It was very cold, and the wind swept up the staircase and made little Christie shiver. Yet still he knelt by the door. At length the old organ stopped. He heard the old man putting it down by the wall, and in a few minutes all was still. Then Christie crept downstairs again, and lay down once more on his hard bench, and he fell asleep, and dreamt of his mother in the far-off land, and he thought he heard her swinging, Home, sweet home, I'm going home now, Christie, I'm home now, and there's no place like home. End of Chapter 1 of Christie's Old Organ, read by Maine.
Chapter 1 from Four-Chimneys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katha Maiden. Four-Chimneys by Sarah McNaughton. Chapter 1. Mrs. Montague Leslie was pressed for time. This argued in Mrs. Leslie a detachment from environment which was very remarkable. To be pressed for time in Tolhurst was a condition which perhaps only a person whose energy was a trained virtue rather than a natural impulse could successfully exhibit. Mrs. Leslie was made for leisure, but conscience, with its accepted pertinacity in warfare against the natural man, had made her amiably strenuous, and this without depriving her of a certain native tenderness, which indeed was her chief characteristic, and one which the professionally strenuous person is in some danger of losing. There was a dormitive quality about Tolhurst which caused most people who lived there to suffer from chronic inertia. In autumn they attributed this to the smell of the hops. In summer the heat tried them. In winter it was the long dark evenings which made for sleepiness, while in spring weather it was simply the spring weather that was to blame for the peaceful lassitude which distinguished Tolhurst. The village lay on a southern slope, and was generally pointed out by travellers, on the railway down in the valley below, as looking very picturesque up there on the hill. Then would follow an invitation to some fellow traveller, before the train swung away into the obscuring woods of Stuckley, to look out of the window, and in winter time the gazer would be able to see one of the most interesting old country houses in the south of England. In summer the thick leafage of the trees hid the place altogether, but in winter the traveller, craning his neck a little as he sat with his back to the engine, could see on the pleasant southern slope where the village slept an old red brick house with twisted chimneys and high flat gables pointed with stone. That is Four-Chimneys, the traveller with some knowledge of the district would say, to which the obvious answer would be, more like 40 chimneys. To this the better informed voyager would append a bit of local history. Four-Chimneys, he would continue, rustling his newspaper apologetically, and speaking in the detached manner which travellers forming an hour's acquaintance in a train use towards each other. Four-Chimneys is really a corruption, on the part of the country folk about here, of quatre chemins. Yes, during Marlborough's wars, a number of French prisoners were detained in England. The men in this district were lodged at an old-fashioned farmhouse, which you cannot see from here, still called the Barracks, and the officers lived at the manor house on the Stuckley Road. Both officers and men were allowed out on parole to take exercise as far as the Four Road crossing, which in those days used to be called the Four Winds. But the Frenchmen named it Quatre Chemins, and Four-Chimneys it has remained. Mrs. Leslie was a Daring, and her family have owned the place ever since a Daring built it. Very curious, the well-informed traveller would finish, and a newspaper might be offered to show that the instructive conversation was at an end. Tolhurst lies far up on the hillside, and wholly detached from the railway, which keeps a respectful distance of 7 miles from it. 4 or 5 times a day a South Coast express thunders through the valley, leaving behind it a long trail of white steam, which the wind tears to shreds. But the quiet village sleeps on undisturbed, and as voyagers on some storm-tossed ship may see within a harbour a stately vessel lying at anchor, white-decked and securely still, so travellers in the train through the valley may look up at the pleasant, sunny village lying secure, drowsy and peaceful up there beyond the reach of noise and storms. Its church, with a grey stone tower and a peal of excellent bells, is a characteristic English country church, weather-beaten, yet serene. Its graveyard, recently the object of Mrs. Leslie's tenderly vigorous attentions, is now well kept and neat. In the old days the villagers had hardly cared to put up to the memory of their dead a tombstone which would soon be hidden by nettles and the lush growth of grass. But Mrs. Leslie, with a gift for orderliness, had rescued the memorial stones from devastating weeds, and by her request the names of the dead, too soon forgotten, were traced again in recut letters. A windmill crowned the hill which rose behind the church. Its sails moved lazily, as everything in Tolhurst moved. No one was in a hurry there, except Mrs. Leslie, who had taken the whole moral and material welfare of the parish on her shoulders, and who was often much employed in a house which spoke of nothing but rest and peace. Four-Chimneys had grown mellow with old age, devoid of any of the decrepitude which usually marks the passing of years. Its bricks had faded to a soft tone of grey, covered for the most part with a web-like pattern of silver lichen. Its stone-mullioned windows with leaded panes were still erect, and answered to the line of the plumb. Its roof, from whence rose the tall twisted chimneys, had not sagged under generations of winter snows. Not a very large house, though built on generous lines, it was unmistakably an old one, memory-haunted, kindly, rich and quiet, and with windows that welcomed the light, like eyes that welcome love. Generations of men and women who had come forth from the old house had looked back to it across many miles of seas and continents, from battle and camp, from sandy deserts or mountain snows, with a very passion of affection. Inside the house a sense of harmony pervaded all its pleasant spaces. No one had ever refurnished Four-Chimneys. No one had ever restored it or done it up. As carpets wore threadbare, they were replaced, and damask curtains were occasionally renewed, but old gilt cornices still hid the curtain rods over the windows, and blue worsted needlework on a white ground formed the hangings on the old four-post beds. The heavy furniture in the hall had been pronounced beautiful at one period, and hideous at another, and had remained undisturbed until fashion's wheel had turned round once more and pronounced it not only beautiful but valuable. Some old leather trunks, curiously shaped with narrow bottoms, remnants of the days when gentlefolk made the grand tour in their own carriages and with trunks strapped behind, lay in one of the upper corridors under the slanting eaves. They belonged to the period when things were not given away, and when, for instance, at her death a lady's wardrobe might comprise the gowns and mantles, nay, even the wigs which she had worn when she was a girl, and when to clear out superfluous possessions in a house, in order to let it more conveniently, was practically unheard of. The atmosphere of the house, if atmosphere, as we understand it, does indeed exist, was touched with a distinctive quality, unsullied by the breath of the vulgar and undisturbed by the presence of the alien. Even the servants, called away by death or old age, bequeathed their situations to their children, and there were Springids in the garden, mercers in the housekeeper's room, merles in the kitchen, and hopleys in the stables, from times long past unto this day. Names in the village altered as little as names at the big house, and the old women at the almshouses had ruddy young descendants in the upland fields, now learning to plough. Mrs. Leslie knew them all, and believed in them all. She and her house belonged to them, and they to the house. Her husband had been wont to tell her that she had the true feudal spirit. Beyond the village was a large and unaccountably barren piece of land. Beyond Tolhurst, in fact, there seemed to be nothing at all. Every one who lived in the neighbourhood went westward, whatever their business might be. Farmers drove their carts to Winborough Market, ladies bade their coachmen take the Winborough Road. To eastward the roads were bad, and there was nothing but ploughed land, windy farmsteadings, and the remains of some twisted woods, the ancient hunting ground of kings, to tempt travellers farther than the village. In this way no doubt it had gained its character for remoteness. No one was ever seen passing through Tolhurst, for the road led to nothing beyond, and was besides damaging to rubber-tired wheels. No enterprising doctor had discovered it to be a health resort, no builder had speculated in building. There were only two large houses in the parish, Four-Chimneys and Cumberledge Park, and Cumberledge Park had remained untenanted for many years, until in comparatively recent times the Duncans had rented it. The Duncans were a foreign growth, very oddly grafted onto the gnarled old tree-trunk of Tolhurst. They were distressingly rich in a place where great riches were unknown, and they knew the price of nothing and were rapidly spoiling Tolhurst. The Duncans, there were 2 brothers, had left Scotland for Australia in their early young manhood, and had accumulated a vast fortune there. There also John, the elder brother, had married a handsome girl, too unobtrusive to be called vulgar, but without education, and with a horrid accent. Mrs. Duncan wore silk dresses in the morning, and varied her treatment of the villagers by first exacting deference from them, and then addressing them nervously as equals. It was some wonder that she was not systematically defrauded. She had naively asked Mrs. Hobson in the village if, until the new laundries at Cumberledge were ready, she would act as laundress at a salary of £6 a week, and at Christmas time she endeavoured so ardently to keep up old English customs that the vicar had had to restrain her from wholly indiscriminate gifts of blankets, dresses, coal, and boots. Already the Duncans had done much to destroy the old simple spirit of the place. Miss Frida Duncan dressed very smartly on most days of the week, and on Sundays she caused the choir girls to turn their heads when she came into church in some far too fashionable hat. Gladys, called in the village the plain one to distinguish her from her good-looking sister, had been over-generous with reproof at various times. No doubt the large orders which the opulent family gave to small tradesmen and the like were conducive to well-being in the village, but when their valuable patronage resulted in the building out of a large new bow-window by the local baker, in which to place his cakes, and when the butcher erected a villa called, in memory of his last year's trip to the Engadine, Maloya, then indeed it seemed as if the advent of the Duncans was a matter greatly to be deplored. Even those who benefited by their sojourn were wont to talk as though Cumberledge Park had been very shabbily stolen by the Duncans, instead of being rented at a long price from Sir Richard Aylmer, still in his minority. John Duncan was generally spoken of as the lessee of the park, but Andrew, his brother, lived with him. It was understood that the brothers had shared good and ill fortune alike together, and that a very strong bond of affection existed between the two. Andrew was a quiet man, aggressively championed by his niece Gladys, the plain one, who seemed to be of opinion that a man of his slow speech might be overlooked. Gladys was perhaps the least attractive specimen of the millionaire family. The brothers themselves were very quiet men. They attended wool sales in London twice a year, rode good horses, and were counted of better worth, though not so showy as the ladies. "I believe the children would rather I had not called on Mrs. Duncan," Mrs. Leslie used to say. Her children's admiration for her was demonstrated by a vicarious observance of rigid etiquette and a leaning towards exclusiveness. But conscience had decided, against the children, that it would be unkind not to call upon the newcomers at Cumberledge Park. Mrs. Leslie was one of those women whom conscience treats rather severely. For one thing, conscience subjected her to interruptions, and Mrs. Leslie was quite sure that that was what absorbed and wasted her time. It had not occurred to her that to be beautiful and sympathetic is a menace to isolation and repose. She was a tall, fair Saxon woman, very serene-looking, wholly well-bred and charming, and with a passion for idealization, which, by her husband's advice, she endeavoured to restrain, without any success whatever. She idealized the villagers, and she idealized her daily life, until it had come to have a certain fragrance about it, such as even a plain kerchief may get by being placed among leaves of the scented lemon plant. She had 5 children whom she adored, and whose faults she believed she saw plainly, and she had a husband whom she worshipped from force of habit, and in whom she found no faults at all. Montague was one of the many blessings which had been showered upon her during her fortunate life. She often wondered why so many good things had befallen her. "I have everything," she used to say, and on Sundays in the grave old church she would, during the psalms, praise fervently the giver of all good things. "Thou hast anointed me with the oil of gladness above my fellows," was her favourite text. The church was in her endowment, the chancel was her care, and she or the children always filled the altar vases with flowers on Sunday mornings. In church she was amongst those who loved her and whom she loved. With her best dark green velvet bonnet set upon her fair hair, and the sunlight streaming in upon her from a painted window, Millet should have painted her in the big square pew. Even money, she used to say during the general thanksgiving, having finished a long sum in addition of greater blessings, even money has been given to me. She had £5,000 a year of her own, and considered it in all simplicity an enormous fortune. This was doubtless because in her girlhood she had been poor. No one ever knew until her uncle died that Four-Chimneys would be hers, but she had lived with him there all her life, and it was not surprising that she should inherit the place. It was more by good luck than good guiding that she had ever come into the inheritance, for death had beckoned to Mr. Daring when he was unprepared for it and had made no will. He was travelling in Kashmir at the time, and was in camp far up the Lidder Valley when illness overtook him, and only a native doctor could be found to attend his last hours. But an Englishman, an artist in a camp nearby, hearing of the curious misadventure called death, which was likely to overtake a fellow countryman, came to the tent under the blue pines in time to hear the doctor's verdict. When he saw Mr. Daring, he remembered him as a member of the committee of the Burlington Fine Arts Club, whom he used to know well. The Burlington Fine Arts Club seemed far enough away now from the blue pines whose feathered crests, unstirred by wind in the quiet valley, stood rod-like round the big white tent, or climbed the snowy hills like marching armies. An ice-green river brawled past the tent with a rushing, tumultuous sound. Some Kashmiris, in sad grey garments, hovered nearby, waiting for the last news of the English sahib. "He is going quickly," the native doctor said. Mr. Daring beckoned to Leslie to come nearer. "I am dying, without a will," he said, "and I want you to make one out for me, also to see my wishes carried out." Montague fetched paper and pen, and the doctor, who had his fingers on the dying man's pulse, said, "He won't be able to make a will. He has not the strength for it. He's going fast." Mr. Daring opened his eyes and fixed them upon Montague. His head was quite clear, and he said, "There's no time left, it seems, to say very much." The doctor, without moving from his place, signed to Montague to begin writing. "I am going to put some trust in you," said Mr. Daring. "There are various persons to whom the legacies which I propose leaving them will be very valuable, and there is my niece, whose future depends upon me." The doctor fetched a little weak brandy and water and gave it to him. "Write down that I leave everything I have in the world to yourself, and let me sign it. Then, while I have strength, come close to me and I will tell you what I want done with the money. If I die before I have finished all I want to say, I shall still have been able to tell you some of my wishes." The brandy had revived him a little, and he signed his name to the document, while the bearer, who could write English, and the native doctor witnessed it. "Come nearer to me, quickly," said Mr. Daring, "and bring your pen with you." His niece's name came first. His property and almost the whole of his fortune would be hers. Then came some legacies, and Mr. Daring gave the names clearly, even spelling them so that there should be no mistake. "I am stronger than he thought," he said once with a smile, and went on dictating. When he had finished, Montague put the paper under the sick man's hand. "Barbara must have trustees," he murmured. Then he took the pen to sign his name, but faintness came on, and hemorrhage, and Philip Daring died. His will was proved to be in order so far as it went, and Montague Leslie went home with it, and found at school the girl to whom the greater part of Mr. Daring's fortune and the old red brick house had been bequeathed. A romantic attachment followed, and over deeds and settlements the young man, who had come with his hands full of good things, became engaged to her, and they were married within 6 months of her leaving school. Barbara was not then the rich girl that she became afterwards. It was a happy story altogether, her marriage and her increased fortune, and Montague's success. Montague Leslie was in those days at what his admirers called the zenith of his fame. Mr. Leslie specialized in 16th century literature, and had made a special study of Böhme. He had laid this beautiful soul under the microscope, and had invited the world to come and examine it. Montague could never have written of the common herd of writers or thinkers. but he had reserved to himself this exquisite personality, had lived with it, had unearthed a few rare and beautiful letters about it, and had finally made it his own, by virtue of the art which he expended upon it. For some years afterwards, he lived on his fame as the writer of the life of the mystic Böhme. He was an artist to the fingertips, an artist in mind, perhaps more than in aught else, for in what is vulgarly called literary output, Montague was held by some to have been disappointing. But he was incapable of turning out literature by the yard, at so much per 1,000 words, and undoubtedly he was beginning to be forgotten until his String of Amber Beads appeared. The String of Amber Beads was a series of golden thoughts gathered from life, very beautiful and very well written. Bound in dull gold, and with a green silk ribbon tying the limp covers together, it had an enormous sale at several Christmas-tides. Women and cultured young men bought it by the dozen to give away, with a suitable inscription on the fly-leaf. Its price, 5 shillings net, made it just a little more presentable than a Christmas card, and some of those thoughtful buyers who had taken the trouble to mark various passages suitable to the recipient of the book added in this way to its value. Women who believed that one man had found the pilgrim soul in them slept with the amber-coloured book beside their beds, and read it in the mornings. Montague himself treated the String of Amber very lightly, and still based his fame upon Böhme. Much of his own mysticism had been put into the book, much of his own delicate personality. His special period was the 16th century, and he often said that he knew he had been born 350 years too late. In saying this, Montague was conscious of a certain regret and pity for the age that had missed knowing him. His fervour of the past, and his regret for departed customs, found an outlet now in Morris dances, folklore, and pan-Celtic conferences. He explained any idiosyncrasies in his nature by saying, "That is the Celt in me." His religion was a wide one. He believed in most creeds, and in all heresies, and the smaller the sect, the larger his faith in it. At present Buddhism claimed his attention, a cult to which he had been converted by reading The Soul of a People. Doubtless Buddhism embraces many millions of believers, but its esoteric teaching has not become vulgarized in England yet. If it should ever so become, Monty would probably profess something else. He ignored politics, but had leanings towards the restoration of the temporal papal power, and had written one violent poem, not devoid of genius, calling down the wrath of heaven on the Americans for the war in Cuba. He was never violent, except on paper, for he was a gentle fellow, one who could not hurt a fly, as they say, and who, on his part, did not want to be hurt. Many things hurt him: ugly wallpapers, loud voices, vulgar women, self-opinionated men. He avoided them all, and lived in a library exactly suited to his tastes and his requirements. It was book-lined, and smelt fragrant of calf-bindings. The sun shone temperately through the leaded panes of the windows, making faint patterns on the polished floor of the interior, where all was harmonious and quiet and beautiful. Only his wife was ever allowed to penetrate to the room uninvited, and even she must leave all disturbing things outside it. The very walls preached peace, and Mrs. Leslie loved to come there and rest and sit with Montague. It was a rich man's fancy to have the room so heavily carpeted, save in the deep bay window where the sunlight shone on the polished floor, that hardly a step could be heard crossing it. Sometimes of an afternoon he would lead one of his children by the hand and allow the youngster to look at his books and papers. Ned, he thought, might write his life some day, and Ned was the child who was allowed oftenest into the room. Persian literature absorbed him at present. Monty indeed was always absorbed in something at present, and the book that engaged him would commonly be carried about in his hand. He was hardly ever seen without a book, and had more than once been photographed with one. His outward appearance was distinguished-looking, and there was a touch of pedantry about his dress which suited him admirably. He took snuff habitually out of a snuff-box with the Grignion crest upon it, and enjoyed tapping it in the old-fashioned style with his delicate forefinger. The portrait of him at Four-Chimneys shows a student-like man with an old calf-bound book in his hand, one finger held between the covers to mark the place where he had been reading. The transparency of his features has not been minimized by the artist, who, moreover, has caught his air of refinement unfalteringly. It is a patrician face, from the broad, high forehead and silky hair to the sensitive, beardless mouth and the fine lines of the smooth jaw and chin. "I can never imagine," Montague used to say, looking at his own picture, "how I came to be the father of romping boys and girls." None of them were like him. They were very ordinary children, and his wife, looking fondly at the picture as she hung upon his arm, used to say, "They take after me, Monty. I am a very ordinary person." "You are very dear to me," her husband made reply. He had never said an unkind word to her in his life. End of chapter 1 from Four-Chimneys.
Chapter 1 from Grim Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Grim Tales by Edith Nesbit. Chapter 1. The Ebony Frame. To be rich is a luxurious sensation, the more so when you have plumbed the depths of hard-upness as a Fleet Street hack, a picker-up of unconsidered pars, a reporter, an unappreciated journalist, all callings utterly inconsistent with one's family feeling and one's direct descent from the Dukes of Picardy. When my Aunt Dorcas died and left me 700 a year and a furnished house in Chelsea, I felt that life had nothing left to offer except immediate possession of the legacy. Even Mildred Mayhew, whom I had hitherto regarded as my life's light, became less luminous. I was not engaged to Mildred, but I lodged with her mother, and I sang duets with Mildred and gave her gloves when it would run to it, which was seldom. She was a dear, good girl, and I meant to marry her some day. It is very nice to feel that a good little woman is thinking of you. It helps you in your work, and it is pleasant to know she will say yes when you say, "Will you?" But, as I say, my legacy almost put Mildred out of my head, especially as she was staying with friends in the country just then. Before the first gloss was off my new mourning, I was seated in my aunt's own armchair in front of the fire in the dining-room of my own house. My own house. It was grand, but rather lonely. I did think of Mildred just then. The room was comfortably furnished with oak and leather. On the walls hung a few fairly good oil paintings, but the space above the mantelpiece was disfigured by an exceedingly bad print. The Trial of Lord William Russell, framed in a dark frame. I got up to look at it. I had visited my aunt with dutiful regularity, but I never remembered seeing this frame before. It was not intended for a print, but for an oil painting. It was of fine ebony, beautifully and curiously carved. I looked at it with growing interest, and when my aunt's housemaid (I had retained her modest staff of servants) came in with the lamp, I asked her how long the print had been there. "Mistress only bought it 2 days afore she was took ill," she said. "But the frame, she didn't want to buy a new one, so she got this out of the attic. There's lots of curious old things there, sir." Had my aunt had this frame long? "Oh, yes, sir. It come long afore I did, and I've been here 7 years come Christmas. There was a picture in it, that's upstairs too, but it's that black and ugly it might as well be a chimney back." I felt a desire to see this picture. What if it was some priceless old master, in which my aunt's eyes had only seen rubbish? Directly after breakfast next morning, I paid a visit to the lumber room. It was crammed with old furniture, enough to stock a curiosity shop. All the house was furnished solidly in the early Victorian style, and in this room everything not in keeping with the drawing-room suite ideal was stowed away. Tables of papier-mâché and mother-of-pearl, straight-backed chairs with twisted feet and faded needlework cushions, fire-screens of old-world design, oak bureau with brass handles, a little work-table with its faded, moth-eaten silk flutings hanging in disconsolate shreds, On these and the dust that covered them blazed the full daylight as I drew up the blinds. I promised myself a good time in re-enshrining these household gods in my parlour, and promoting the Victorian suite to the attic. But at present my business was to find the picture as black as the chimney back, and presently, behind a heap of hideous still-life studies, I found it. Jane, the housemaid, identified it at once. I took it downstairs carefully and examined it. No subject, no colour were distinguishable. There was a splodge of a darker tint in the middle, but whether it was figure or tree or house, no man could have told. It seemed to be painted on a very thick panel, bound with leather. I decided to send it to one of those persons who pour on rotting family portraits the water of eternal youth. Mere soap and water, Mr. Besant tells us it is, but even as I did so the thought occurred to me to try my own restorative hand at a corner of it. My bath sponge, soap, and nail brush, vigorously applied for a few seconds, showed me that there was no picture to clean. Bare oak presented itself to my persevering brush. I tried the other side, Jane watching me with indulgent interest. The same result. Then the truth dawned on me. Why was the panel so thick? I tore off the leather binding, and the panel divided and fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. There were 2 pictures. They had been nailed face to face. I leaned them against the wall, and the next moment I was leaning against it myself, for one of the pictures was myself. A perfect portrait, no shade of expression or turn of feature wanting. Myself, in a cavalier dress, love-locks and all. When had this been done, and how, without my knowledge? Was this some whim of my aunt's?
"Law, sir,"
The shrill surprise of Jane at my elbow.
"what a lovely photo it is. Was it a fancy ball, sir?"
"Yes," I stammered. I don't think I want anything more now. You can go." She went, and I turned, still with my heart beating violently, to the other picture. This was a woman of the type of beauty beloved of Burne-Jones and Rossetti. Straight nose, low brows, full lips, thin hands, large, deep, luminous eyes. She wore a black velvet gown. It was a full-length portrait. Her arms rested on a table beside her, and her head on her hands, but her face was turned full forward, and her eyes met those of the spectator bewilderingly. On the table by her were compasses and instruments whose uses I did not know, books, a goblet, and a miscellaneous heap of papers and pens. I saw all this afterwards. I believe it was a quarter of an hour before I could turn my eyes away from hers. I have never seen any other eyes like hers. They appealed as a child's or a dog's do. They commanded, as might those of an empress.
"Shall I sweep up the dust, sir?"
Curiosity had brought Jane back. I acceded. I turned from her my portrait. I kept between her and the woman in the black velvet. When I was alone again, I tore down The Trial of Lord William Russell, and I put the picture of the woman in its strong ebony frame. Then I wrote to a frame maker for a frame for my portrait. It had so long lived face to face with this beautiful witch that I had not the heart to banish it from her presence, from which it will be perceived that I am by nature a somewhat sentimental person. The new frame came home, and I hung it opposite the fireplace. An exhaustive search among my aunt's papers showed no explanation of the portrait of myself, no history of the portrait of the woman with the wonderful eyes. I only learned that all the old furniture together had come to my aunt at the death of my great-uncle, the head of the family, and I should have concluded that the resemblance was only a family one, if everyone who came in had not exclaimed at the speaking likeness. I adopted Jane's fancy ball explanation. And there, one might suppose, the matter of the portraits ended. One might suppose it, that is, if there were not evidently a good deal more written here about it. However, to me, then, the matter seemed ended. I went to see Mildred. I invited her and her mother to come and stay with me. I rather avoided glancing at the picture in the ebony frame. I could not forget, nor remember without singular emotion, the look in the eyes of that woman when mine first met them. I shrank from meeting that look again. I reorganised the house somewhat, preparing for Mildred's visit. I turned the dining room into a drawing room. I brought down much of the old-fashioned furniture, and, after a long day of arranging and rearranging, I sat down before the fire, and, lying back in a pleasant languor, I idly raised my eyes to the picture. I met her dark, deep hazel eyes, and once more my gaze was held fixed, as by a strong magic, the kind of fascination that keeps one sometimes staring for whole minutes into one's own eyes in the glass. I gazed into her eyes and felt my own dilate, pricked with a smart like the smart of tears.
"I wish," I said, "oh, how I wish you were a woman and not a picture. Come down. Oh, come down."
I laughed at myself as I spoke, but even as I laughed, I held out my arms. I was not sleepy. I was not drunk. I was as wide awake and as sober as ever was a man in this world, and yet, as I held out my arms, I saw the eyes of the picture dilate, her lips tremble. If I were to be hanged for saying it, it is true. Her hands moved slightly, and a sort of flicker of a smile passed over her face. I sprang to my feet. "This won't do," I said, still aloud. "Firelight does play strange tricks. I'll have the lamp." I pulled myself together and made for the bell. My hand was on it when I heard a sound behind me, and turned, the bell still unrung. The fire had burned low, and the corners of the room were deeply shadowed, but surely there, behind the tall worked chair, was something darker than a shadow.
"I must face this out," I said, "or I shall never be able to face myself again."
I left the bell, I seized the poker, and battered the dull coals to a blaze. Then I stepped back resolutely and looked up at the picture. The ebony frame was empty. From the shadow of the worked chair came a silken rustle, and out of the shadow the woman of the picture was coming towards me. I hope I shall never again know a moment of terror so blank and absolute. I could not have moved or spoken to save my life. Either all the known laws of nature were nothing, or I was mad. I stood trembling, but I am thankful to remember I stood still, while the black velvet gown swept across the hearthrug towards me. Next moment a hand touched me, a hand soft, warm, and human, and a low voice said, "You called me. I am here." At that touch and that voice, the world seemed to give a sort of bewildering half-turn. I hardly know how to express it, but at once it seemed not awful, not even unusual, for portraits to become flesh, only most natural, most right, most unspeakably fortunate. I laid my hand on hers. I looked from her to my portrait. I could not see it in the firelight. "We are not strangers," I said. "Oh no, not strangers." Those luminous eyes were looking up into mine. Those red lips were near me. With a passionate cry, a sense of having suddenly recovered life's one great good that had seemed wholly lost, I clasped her in my arms. She was no ghost. She was a woman, the only woman in the world. "How long?" I said. "Oh, love, how long since I lost you?" She leaned back, hanging her full weight on the hands that were clasped behind my head. "How can I tell you how long? There is no time in hell," she answered. It was not a dream. Oh, no, there are no such dreams. I wish to God there could be. When in dreams do I see her eyes, hear her voice, feel her lips against my cheek, hold her hands to my lips, as I did that night, the supreme night of my life. At first we hardly spoke. It seemed enough, after long grief and pain, to feel the arms of my true love round me once again. It is very difficult to tell this story. There are no words to express the sense of glad reunion, the complete realization of every hope and dream of a life that came upon me as I sat with my hand in hers and looked into her eyes. How could it have been a dream when I left her sitting in the straight-backed chair and went down to the kitchen to tell the maids I should want nothing more, that I was busy and did not wish to be disturbed? When I fetched wood for the fire with my own hands, and, bringing it in, found her still sitting there, saw the little brown head turn as I entered, saw the love in her dear eyes, when I threw myself at her feet and blessed the day I was born, since life had given me this. Not a thought of Mildred. All the other things in my life were a dream. This, its one splendid reality. "I am wondering," she said after a while, when we had made such cheer each of the other as true lovers may after long parting, "I am wondering how much you remember of our past." "I remember nothing," I said. "Oh, my dear lady, my dear sweetheart, I remember nothing but that I love you, that I have loved you all my life." "You remember nothing, really nothing?" "Only that I am yours, that we have both suffered, that— Tell me, my mistress dear, all that you remember. Explain it all to me. Make me understand. And yet— No, I don't want to understand. It is enough that we are together." If it was a dream, why have I never dreamed it again? She leaned down towards me. Her arm lay on my neck, and drew my head till it rested on her shoulder. "I am a ghost, I suppose," she said, laughing softly, and her laughter stirred memories which I just grasped at and just missed. "But you and I know better, don't we? I will tell you everything you have forgotten. We loved each other. No, you have not forgotten that. And when you came back from the war, we were to be married. Our pictures were painted before you went away. You know I was more learned than women of that day. Dear one, when you were gone, they said I was a witch. They tried me. They said I should be burned, just because I had looked at the stars and had gained more knowledge than they. They must needs bind me to a stake and let me be eaten by the fire. And you far away." Her whole body trembled and shrank. Oh, love! What dream would have told me that my kisses would soothe even that memory? "The night before," she went on, "the devil did come to me. I was innocent before, you know it, don't you? And even then my sin was for you, because of the exceeding love I bore you. The devil came, and I sold my soul to eternal flame. But I got a good price. I got the right to come back through my picture, if anyone looking at it wished for me, as long as my picture stayed in its ebony frame. That frame was not carved by man's hand. I got the right to come back to you. Oh, my heart's heart! And another thing I won, which you shall hear anon. They burned me for a witch. They made me suffer hell on earth. Those faces, all crowding round, the crackling wood and the smell of the smoke. Oh, love, no more, no more! When my mother sat that night before my picture, she wept and cried, "Come back, my poor lost child." And I went to her with glad leaps of heart. Dear, she shrank from me, she fled. She shrieked and moaned of ghosts. She had our pictures covered from sight and put again in the ebony frame. She had promised me my picture should stay always there. Ah, through all these years your face was against mine. She paused. But the man you loved? You came home. My picture was gone. They lied to you, and you married another woman. But some day I knew you would walk the world again, and that I should find you. The other gain? I asked. The other gain, she said slowly, I gave my soul for. It is this. If you also will give up your hopes of heaven, I can remain a woman. I can move in your world. I can be your wife. Oh, my dear, after all these years, at last, at last. If I sacrifice my soul, I said slowly, with no thought of the imbecility of such talk in our so-called 19th century. If I sacrifice my soul, I win you? Why, love, it's a contradiction in terms. You are my soul. Her eyes looked straight into mine. Whatever might happen, whatever did happen, whatever may happen, our two souls in that moment met and became one. Then you choose, you deliberately choose to give up your hopes of heaven for me, as I gave up mine for you. I decline, I said, to give up my hope of heaven on any terms. Tell me what I must do that you and I may make our heaven here, as now, my dear love. I will tell you tomorrow, she said. Be alone here tomorrow night. 12 is ghosts' time, isn't it? And then I will come out of the picture and never go back to it. I shall live with you and die and be buried, and there will be an end of me. But we shall live first, my heart's heart. I laid my head on her knee. A strange drowsiness overcame me. Holding her hand against my cheek, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, the grey November dawn was glimmering, ghost-like, through the uncurtained window. My head was pillowed on my arm, which rested. I raised my head quickly, not on my lady's knee, but on the needle-worked cushion of the straight-backed chair. I sprang to my feet. I was stiff with cold and dazed with dreams, but I turned my eyes on the picture. There she sat, my lady, my dear love. I held out my arms, but the passionate cry I would have uttered died on my lips. She had said 12 o'clock. Her lightest word was my law. So I only stood in front of the picture and gazed into those grey-green eyes till tears of passionate happiness filled my own. Oh, my dear, how shall I pass the hours till I hold you again? No thought then of my whole life's completion and consummation being a dream. I staggered up to my room, fell across my bed, and slept heavily and dreamlessly. When I awoke it was high noon. Mildred and her mother were coming to lunch. I remembered at one shock Mildred's coming and her existence. Now, indeed, the dream began. With a penetrating sense of the futility of any action apart from her, I gave the necessary orders for the reception of my guests. When Mildred and her mother came, I received them with cordiality, but my genial phrases all seemed to be someone else's. My voice sounded like an echo. My heart was otherwhere. Still, the situation was not intolerable, until the hour when afternoon tea was served in the drawing-room. Mildred and her mother kept the conversational pot boiling with a profusion of genteel commonplaces, and I bore it, as one can bear mild purgatories when one is in sight of heaven. I looked up at my sweetheart in the ebony frame, and I felt that anything that might happen, any irresponsible imbecility, any bathos of boredom, was nothing, if, after it all, she came to me again. And yet, when Mildred, too, looked at the portrait and said, "What a fine lady! One of your flames, Mr. Devine?" I had a sickening sense of impotent irritation, which became absolute torture when Mildred— how could I ever have admired that chocolate-box barmaid style of prettiness— threw herself into the high-backed chair, covering the needlework with her ridiculous flounces, and added, "Silence gives consent. Who is it, Mr. Devine? Tell us all about her. I'm sure she has a story." Poor little Mildred, sitting there smiling, serene in her confidence that her every word charmed me, sitting there with her rather pinched waist, her rather tight boots, her rather vulgar voice, sitting in the chair where my dear lady had sat when she told me her story. I could not bear it. "Don't sit there," I said. "It's not comfortable." But the girl would not be warned. With a laugh that set every nerve in my body vibrating with annoyance, she said, "Oh dear, mustn't I even sit in the same chair as your black velvet woman?" I looked at the chair in the picture. It was the same, and in her chair Mildred was sitting. Then a horrible sense of the reality of Mildred came upon me. Was all this a reality after all? But for fortunate chance, might Mildred have occupied not only her chair, but her place in my life? I rose. "I hope you won't think me very rude," I said, "but I am obliged to go out." I forget what appointment I alleged. The lie came readily enough. I faced Mildred's pouts with the hope that she and her mother would not wait dinner for me. I fled. In another minute I was safe, alone under the chill, cloudy autumn sky, free to think of my dear lady. I walked for hours along streets and squares. I lived over again and again every look, word, and hand touch, every kiss. I was completely, unspeakably happy. Mildred was utterly forgotten. My lady of the ebony frame filled my heart and soul and spirit. As I heard 11 boom through the fog, I turned and went home. When I got to my street, I found a crowd surging through it, a strong red light filling the air. A house was on fire. Mine! I elbowed my way through the crowd. The picture of my lady, that at least I could save. As I sprang up the steps, I saw, as in a dream, yes, all this was really dreamlike. I saw Mildred leaning out of the first-floor window, wringing her hands. "Come back, sir," cried a fireman. "We'll get the young lady out right enough." But my lady? I went on up the stairs, cracking, smoking, and as hot as hell, to the room where her picture was. Strange to say, I only felt that the picture was a thing we should like to look on through the long, glad, wedded life that was to be ours. I never thought of it as being one with her. As I reached the first floor, I felt arms round my neck. The smoke was too thick for me to distinguish features. "Save me," a voice whispered. I clasped a figure in my arms, and with a strange dis-ease bore it down the shaking stairs and out into safety. It was Mildred. I knew that directly I clasped her. "Stand back!" cried the crowd. "Everyone's safe!" cried a fireman. The flames leapt from every window. The sky grew redder and redder. I sprang from the hands that would have held me. I leapt up the stairs. I crawled up the stairs. Suddenly the whole horror of the situation came on me. As long as my picture remains in the ebony frame. What if the picture and frame perished together? I fought with the fire, and with my own choking inability to fight with it, I pushed on. I must save my picture. I reached the drawing-room. As I sprang in, I saw my lady, I swear it, through the smoke and the flames, hold out her arms to me, who came too late to save her, and to save my own life's joy. I never saw her again. Before I could reach her, or cry out to her, I felt the floor yield beneath my feet, and I fell into the fiery hell below. How did they save me? What does that matter? They saved me somehow, curse them. Every stick of my aunt's furniture was destroyed. My friends pointed out that, as the furniture was heavily insured, the carelessness of a nightly studious housemaid had done me no harm. No harm! That was how I won and lost my only love. I deny with all my soul in the denial that it was a dream. There are no such dreams. Dreams of longing and pain there are in plenty, but dreams of complete, unspeakable happiness? No, it is the rest of life that is the dream. But if I think that, why have I married Mildred and grown stout and dull and prosperous? I tell you, it is all this that is the dream. My dear lady only is the reality. And what does it matter what one does in a dream? End of chapter 1 from Grim Tales.
Chapter 1 of Histoire de la soeur Ines, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histoire de la soeur Ines, from Souvenirs et Mémoires de Madame la Comtesse Merlin, publié par elle-même. Saint-Salvador, 28 février. Je meurs, chère Mercedes. Mes dernières pensées seront pour toi. Le dernier besoin de mon cœur est de s'épancher dans les tiens. Le temps et la distance qui effacent si souvent les impressions de l'âme n'ont point altéré cette sympathie qui m'entraîna vers toi lorsque je t'ai vu pour la première fois. Ton souvenir me fait du bien, car tu as justifié les illusions de ce premier élan du cœur. Ah, je le sens. La mort même peut être accompagnée de douces pensées lorsqu'on emporte avec soi la certitude de ne pas avoir été trompé dans ses plus chères affections. Grâce à ton amitié compatissante, j'allais atteindre au bonheur, mais ma destinée, plus forte que la volonté des hommes, s'accomplit. Et ce bien si désiré, si longtemps attendu, payé d'avance par tant de larmes, fuit devant moi et se dissipe comme une ombre. Tu as dû éprouver parfois le désir de connaître les événements de ma vie. C'est pour toi que je les ai écrits. Je veux qu'en les lisant, tu t'occupes de moi. Mon exemple ne sera pas inutile à ton inexpérience. Don Luis de Silva, marquis de Valledarias, mon père, unique rejeton d'une famille illustre, naquit à La Havane. Son caractère et son goût pour l'indépendance lui inspiraient de l'éloignement pour le mariage, mais le désir de perpétuer son nom et d'y ajouter un nouvel éclat par une alliance brillante le décida à s'unir à la fille des ducs de Médina. La jeune Léonore fut retirée du couvent et 8 jours après elle épousa mon père. Timide et pieuse, elle aimant son mari comme elle aimait ses devoirs. Ce sentiment était néanmoins mêlé d'une sorte de crainte causée par le caractère sévère et froid de mon père. Quelques marques de confiance auraient facilement dissipé cette disposition, mais mon père ne garde de détruire la base sur laquelle il fondait son pouvoir. Aussi, le lendemain de son mariage, il mena ma mère dans son appartement et lui dit « Madame, voici votre habitation. J'ai pris toutes les mesures pour que vous soyez logée d'une manière convenable à votre rang. Et si, malgré mes soins, vous aviez quelque chose à désirer, commandez, vos ordres seront exécutés. Du reste, vous serez seul, libre chez vous. Nos habitudes n'étant pas les mêmes, notre manière de vivre doit être différente. Je vous laisserai suivre vos goûts, me réservant toutefois la faculté de guider votre inexpérience. Quant à ce qui me regarde, je crois nécessaire de vous dire, dans notre commun intérêt, que je resterai aussi maître de mes actions que par le passé, et que je ne pardonnerai pas, même à la sollicitude de la tendresse, des exigences qui, contrariant mon caractère, pourraient troubler en quelque sorte le bonheur que je me promets de notre union. À ces conditions, vous trouverez toujours en moi un ami, un appui, un protecteur. Depuis ce jour, ma mère vécut presque seule. La jalousie ombrageuse de mon père l'éloignait de toute société intime. Il redoutait à la fois et l'amour et l'amitié qu'elle pouvait inspirer. Mais cette crainte ne venait point de sa tendresse pour sa femme, elle était le résultat du système qu'il avait adopté. Il ne voulait pas qu'elle découvrît dans son âme ce germe d'affection qui ne se développe que par la douce sympathie de l'amour ou de la pitié. Il lui laissa ignorer également les plaisirs du monde pour lui éviter de nouveaux besoins et la condamna, pour ainsi dire, à un bonheur négatif. Douée d'un cœur amant, elle se trouvait quelquefois, malgré sa timidité, entraînée vers son mari par le charme d'un premier attachement qui, bien qu'il ne soit pas toujours le plus profond, est souvent le plus irrésistible. Mais mon père, qui redoutait avant tout l'ascendant qu'on pouvait prendre sur lui, avait une aversion involontaire pour tout ce qui pouvait l'attendrir, et recevait les marques d'affection de ma mère avec tant de froideur qu'elle éprouvait presque de la honte de s'y être livrée. Souvent même, elle obtenait en échange d'un mot tendre une plaisanterie moqueuse, et elle pouvait deviner aisément que les caresses étaient à charge à mon père, car souvent, dans la crainte d'un attrait invincible, il s'éloignait comme s'il avait voulu s'en délivrer. Ma mère pleurait en silence. Sa douceur était néanmoins inaltérable, et son mari la croyait heureuse, parce qu'elle ne se plaignait pas. Pourtant, le cœur de mon père était bon, mais sa sensibilité, peu développée d'ailleurs dans l'enfance, se trouvait étouffée sous cette multitude de jouissances, de vanités, de plaisirs faciles, partage ordinaire d'une position élevée, d'une grande fortune. Habitué à voir plier tout ce qui l'entourait, il ne concevait pas qu'on pût résister à sa volonté. Ses résolutions étaient fermes, et rien ne le faisait dévier de la ligne qui s'était tracée. Ce caractère inflexible lui donnait un ascendant sur les autres, d'autant plus grand qu'il n'étant jamais entraîné par son cœur, il n'y laissait point de prise. Il n'était accessible qu'au blanc de l'opinion, mettait toujours les convenances à la place du bonheur. Et tandis qu'il remplissait avec une exactitude minutieuse tous les devoirs qui pouvaient accroître la considération de ma mère dans le monde, il la délaissait dans l'intérieur, dédaignant ces soins délicats qui font le premier charme de la vie d'une femme. La naissance de mon frère vint animée par quelque intérêt de la vie intérieure de mes parents. Mon père sut bon gré à ma mère d'avoir exaucé ses vœux en lui donnant un héritier qui perpétuait son nom. Je vins au monde 1 an plus tard. Mon père me reçut mal, et le sceau de l'adversité fut dès lors empreint sur mon front. La plus grande partie de sa fortune était constituée en majorat. Cependant, ne la trouvant pas encore assez considérable pour soutenir l'éclat de son nom, il avait formé le projet d'y ajouter tous ses biens libres. Ma naissance ne dérangea point ce projet, mais il ne tarda pas à craindre l'influence de la nature, et il adopta de bonne heure un plan de conduire propre à l'en garantir. J'ai passé mes premières années loin de ses yeux. À 8 ans, il voulut m'éloigner de la maison paternelle pour me faire élever dans un couvent. Ma mère, dont les affections et les plaisirs étaient entièrement concentrés sur ses enfants, en conçut un si vif chagrin qu'elle tomba dangereusement malade. Mon père lui reprocha sa faiblesse et céda sur ce point, mais à condition que je serais instruite de bonne heure du sort qui m'était réservé. J'arrivai à l'âge de 12 ans sans avoir reçu une caresse de lui, sans avoir entendu un mot tendre de sa bouche. Mais j'étais dédommagée de sa sévérité par l'amour excessif de ma mère et par l'amitié de mon frère, qui ne négligeait pas les occasions de me consoler de la privation des caresses paternelles. La santé de ma mère dépérissait sensiblement. Néanmoins, malgré sa faiblesse, nos jeux comme nos études se passaient sous ses yeux. Elle nous contemplait pendant que nous nous livrions à la gaieté de notre âge, et la langueur de sa physionomie se dissipait, ses joues se coloraient, et ses yeux s'animaient d'une douce joie. D'autres fois, lorsqu'elle était satisfaite de notre application, elle nous comblait de plus tendres caresses, nous pressant et nous confondant sur son sein. Mais si tout à coup la voix de mon père se faisait entendre, par un mouvement involontaire, elle refoulait ces tendres impressions au fond de son cœur. Et lorsque mon père entrait, il ne trouvait plus autour de lui que du respect. Je ne manquais jamais alors de me placer dans un coin de la chambre ou derrière un meuble, mais mon frère, guidé par un instinct de bonté, ne tardait pas à m'en tirer, et par ses regards et par ses soins réveillait dans le cœur de mon père des sentiments qui le troublaient et l'obligeaient souvent à nous quitter. C'est à la suite d'une de ces scènes qu'il se décida à envoyer son fils à Philadelphie pour y finir ses études. 2 jours après, ma mère me communiqua la détermination prise par mon père de me faire religieuse. J'avais 15 ans et l'amour de la liberté. Cette nouvelle me mit au désespoir, mais après le premier moment, je me résignai. Je me crus morte au monde, et toute l'exaltation de mon imagination se porta vers Dieu. J'étais née avec des passions impétueuses, mais une santé délicate et la contrainte qui m'entourait me portèrent à les maîtriser de bonne heure. Cette disposition ne fit que s'accroître lorsque je l'envisageai comme un devoir, et les efforts que je faisais pour repousser des affections pour lesquelles la nature m'avait formé donnèrent à mon humeur habituelle ce mélange d'agitation et de mélancolie, suite inévitable de la lutte continuelle à laquelle j'étais livré. End of chapter 1 from Histoire de la soeur Ines, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 1 from The House of the Seven Gables. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The House of the Seven Gables by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Chapter 1. The Old Pynchon Family. Halfway down a street by one of our New England towns stands a rusty wooden house with 7 acutely peaked gables, facing towards various points of the compass, and a huge clustered chimney in the midst. The street is Pynchon Street. The house is the old Pynchon House, and an elm tree of wide circumference, rooted before the door, is familiar to every town-born child by the title of the Pynchon Elm. On my occasional visits to the town aforesaid, I seldom fail to turn down Pynchon Street for the sake of passing through the shadow of these 2 antiquities, the great elm tree and the weather-beaten edifice. The aspect of the venerable mansion has always affected me like a human countenance, bearing the traces not merely of outward storm and sunshine, but expressive also of the long lapse of mortal life and accompanying vicissitudes that have passed within. Were these to be worthily recounted, they would form a narrative of no small interest and instruction, and possessing moreover a certain remarkable unity which might almost seem the result of artistic arrangement. But the story would include a chain of events extending over the better part of 2 centuries, and written out with reasonable amplitude, would fill a bigger folio volume or a longer series of duodecimos than would prudently be appropriated to the annals of all New England during a similar period. It consequently becomes imperative to make short work with most of the traditional lore, of which the old Pynchon House, otherwise known as the House of the Seven Gables, has been the theme. With a brief sketch, therefore, of the circumstances amid which the foundation of the house was laid, and a rapid glimpse at its quaint exterior, as it grew black in the prevalent east wind, pointing to, here and there, at some spot of more verdant mossiness on its roof and walls, we shall commence the real action of our tale, at an epoch not very remote from the present day. Still, there will be a connection with the long past, a reference to forgotten events and personages, and to manners, feelings, and opinions almost wholly obsolete, which, if adequately translated to the reader, would serve to illustrate how much of old material goes to make up the freshest novelty of human life. Hence too might be drawn a weighty lesson from the little regarded truth that the act of the passing generation is the germ which may and must produce good or evil fruit in a far distant time. That together with the seed of the merely temporary crop, which mortals term expediency, they inevitably sow the acorns of a more enduring growth, which may darkly overshadow their posterity. The House of the Seven Gables, antique as it now looks, was not the first habitation erected by civilized man on precisely the same spot of ground. Pynchon Street formerly bore the humbler appellation of Mall's Lane, from the name of the original occupant of the soil, before whose cottage door it was a cow-path, a natural spring of soft and pleasant water, a rare treasure on the sea-girt peninsula where the Puritan settlement was made, had early induced Matthew Mall to build a hut, shaggy with thatch at this point, although somewhat too remote from what was then the center of the village. In the growth of the town, however, after some 30 or 40 years, the site covered by this rude hovel had become exceedingly desirable in the eyes of a prominent and powerful personage, who asserted plausible claims to the proprietorship of this and a large adjacent tract of land on the strength of a grant from the legislature. Colonel Pynchon, the claimant, as we gather from whatever traits of him are preserved, was characterized by an iron energy of purpose. Matthew Mall, on the other hand, though an obscure man, was stubborn in the defense of what he considered his right, and for several years he succeeded in protecting the acre or two of earth which, with his own toil, he had hewn out of the primeval forest to be his garden ground and homestead. No written record of this dispute is known to be in existence. Our acquaintance with the whole subject is derived chiefly from tradition. It would be bold, therefore, and possibly unjust, to venture a decisive opinion as to its merits, although it appears to have been at least a matter of doubt whether Colonel Pynchon's claim was not unduly stretched, in order to make it cover the small metes and bounds of Matthew Mall. What greatly strengthens such a suspicion is the fact that this controversy between two ill-matched antagonists, at a period, moreover, laud it as we may, when personal influence had far more weight than now, remained for years undecided and came to a close only with the death of the party occupying the disputed soil. The mode of his death, too, affects the mind differently in our day from when it did a century and a half ago. It was a death that blasted with strange horror the humble name of the dweller in the cottage, and made it seem almost a religious act to drive the plough over the little area of his habitation, and obliterate his place in memory from among men. Old Matthew Mall, in a word, was executed for the crime of witchcraft. He was one of the martyrs to that terrible delusion, which should teach us, among its other morals, that the influential classes, and those who take upon themselves to be leaders of the people, are fully liable to all the passionate error that has ever characterized the maddest mob. Clergymen, judges, statesmen, the wisest, calmest, holiest persons of their day, stood in the inner circle round about the gallows, loudest to applaud the work of blood, latest to confess themselves miserably deceived. If any one part of their proceedings can be said to deserve less blame than another, it was the singular indiscrimination with which they persecuted, not merely the poor and aged, as in former judicial massacres, but people of all ranks, their own equals, brethren, and wives. Amid the disorder of such various ruin, it is not strange that a man of inconsiderable note, like Mall, should have trodden the martyr's path to the hill of execution almost unremarked in the throng of his fellow sufferers. But in after days, when the frenzy of that hideous epoch had subsided, it was remembered how loudly Colonel Pynchon had joined in the general cry to purge the land from witchcraft. Nor did it fail to be whispered that there was an invidious acrimony in the zeal with which he had sought the condemnation of Matthew Mall. It was well known that the victim had recognized a bitterness of personal enmity in his persecutor's conduct towards him, and that he declared himself hunted to death for his spoil. At the moment of execution, with the halter about his neck, and where Colonel Pynchon sat on horseback, grimly gazing at the scene, Mall had addressed him from the scaffold, and uttered a prophecy of which history, as well as fireside tradition, has preserved the very words. "God," said the dying man, pointing his finger with a ghastly look at the undismayed countenance of his enemy, "God will give him blood to drink." After the reputed wizard's death, his humble homestead had fallen an easy spoil into Colonel Pynchon's grasp. When it was understood, however, that the colonel intended to erect a family mansion spacious, ponderously framed of oak and timber, and calculated to endure for many generations of his posterity over the spot first covered by the log-built hut of Matthew Mall, there was much shaking of the head among the village gossips. Without absolutely expressing a doubt whether the stalwart Puritan had acted as a man of conscience and integrity throughout the proceedings which have been sketched, they nevertheless hinted that he was about to build his house over an unquiet grave. His home would include the home of the dead and buried wizard, and would thus afford the ghost of the latter a kind of privilege to haunt its new apartments, and the chambers into which future bridegrooms were to lead their brides, and where children of the Pynchon blood were to be born. The terror and ugliness of Mall's crime, and the wretchedness of his punishment, would darken the freshly plastered walls and infect them early with the scent of an old and melancholy house. Why then, while so much of the soil around him was bestrewn with the virgin forest leaves, why should Colonel Pynchon prefer a site that had already been accursed? But the Puritan soldier and magistrate was not a man to be turned aside from his well-considered scheme, either by dread of the wizard's ghost, or by flimsy sentimentalities of any kind, however specious. Had he been told of a bad air, it might have moved him somewhat, but he was ready to encounter an evil spirit on his own ground. Endowed with common sense, as massive and hard as blocks of granite, fastened together by stern rigidity of purpose, as with iron clamps, he followed out his original design, probably without so much as imagining an objection to it. On the score of delicacy, or any scrupulousness which a finer sensibility might have taught him, the colonel, like most of his breed and generation, was impenetrable. He therefore dug his cellar and laid the deep foundation of his mansion on the square of earth whence Matthew Mall, 40 years before, had first swept away the fallen leaves. It was a curious, and as some people thought, an ominous fact, that very soon after the workmen began their operations, the spring of water, above mentioned, entirely lost the deliciousness of its pristine quality. Whether its sources were disturbed by the depth of the new cellar, or whatever subtler cause might lurk at the bottom, it is certain that the water of Mall's well, as it continued to be called, grew hard and brackish. Even such we find it now, and any old woman of the neighborhood will certify that it is productive of intestinal mischief to those who quench their thirst there. The reader may deem it singular that the head carpenter of the new edifice was no other than the son of the very man from whose dead grip the property of the soil had been wrested. Not improbably he was the best workman of his time, and perhaps the colonel thought it expedient, or was impelled by some better feeling, thus openly to cast aside all animosity against the race of his fallen antagonist. Nor was it out of keeping with the general coarseness and matter-of-fact character of the age that the son should be willing to earn an honest penny, or rather a weighty amount of sterling pounds, from the purse of his father's deadly enemy. At all events, Thomas Mall became the architect of the House of the Seven Gables, and performed his duties so faithfully that the timber framework fastened by his hands still holds together. Thus the great house was built, familiar as it stands in the writer's recollection, for it has been an object of curiosity with him from boyhood, both as a specimen of the best and stateliest architecture of a long-past epoch, and as a scene of events more full of human interest, perhaps, than those of a gray feudal castle. Familiar as it stands in its rusty old age, it is therefore only the more difficult to imagine the bright novelty with which it first caught the sunshine. The impression of its actual state, at this distance of 160 years, darkens inevitably through the picture which we would fain give of its appearance on the morning when the Puritan magnate bade all the town to be his guests. A ceremony of consecration, festive as well as religious, was now to be performed. A prayer and discourse from the Reverend Mr. Higginson, and the outpouring of a psalm from the general throat of the community, was to be made acceptable to the grosser sense by ale, cider, wine, and brandy, in copious effusion, and as some authorities aver, by an ox, roasted whole, or at least by the weight and substance of an ox, in more manageable joints and sirloins. The carcass of a deer, shot within 20 miles, had supplied material for the vast circumference of a pasty. A codfish of 60 pounds, caught in the bay, had been dissolved into the rich liquid of a chowder. The chimney of the new house, in short, belching forth its kitchen smoke, impregnated the whole air with the scent of meats, fowls, and fishes, spicily concocted with odoriferous herbs and onions in abundance. The mere smell of such festivity making its way to everybody's nostrils was at once an invitation and an appetite. Mall's Lane, or Pinchin Street, as it were now more decorous to call it, was thronged at the appointed hour as with a congregation on its way to church. All as they approached looked upward at the imposing edifice, which was henceforth to assume its rank among the habitations of mankind. There it rose, a little withdrawn from the line of the street, but in pride, not modesty. Its whole visible exterior was ornamented with quaint figures, conceived in the grotesqueness of a Gothic fancy, and drawn or stamped in the glittering plaster, composed of lime, pebbles, and bits of glass, with which the woodwork of the walls was overspread. On every side the Seven Gables pointed sharply towards the sky, and presented the aspect of a whole sisterhood of edifices, breathing through the spiracles of one great chimney. The many lattices, with their small diamond-shaped panes, admitted the sunlight into hall and chamber, while, nevertheless, the second story, projecting far over the base and itself retiring beneath the third, threw a shadowy and thoughtful gloom into the lower rooms. Carved globes of wood were affixed under the jutting stories. Little spiral rods of iron beautified each of the 7 peaks. On the triangular portion of the gable, that fronted next the street, was a dial, put up that very morning, and on which the sun was still making the passage of the first bright hour in a history that was not destined to be all so bright. All around were scattered shavings, chips, shingles, and broken halves of bricks. These, together with the lately turned earth, on which the grass had not begun to grow, contributed to the impression of strangeness and novelty proper to a house that had yet its place to make among men's daily interests. The principal entrance, which had almost the breadth of a church door, was in the angle between two front gables, and was covered by an open porch with benches beneath its shelter. Under this arched doorway, scraping their feet on the unworn threshold, now trod the clergymen, the elders, the magistrates, the deacons, and whatever of aristocracy there was in town or county. Thither, too, thronged the plebeian classes as freely as their betters, and in larger number. Just within the entrance, however, stood two serving men, pointing some of the guests to the neighborhood of the kitchen, and ushering others into the statelier rooms, hospitable alike to all, but still with a scrutinizing regard to the high or low degree of each. Velvet garments, somber but rich, stiffly plaited ruffs and bands, embroidered gloves, venerable beards, the mien and countenance of authority, made it easy to distinguish the gentleman of worship at that period from the tradesman with his plodding air, or the laborer in his leather jerkin, stealing awe-stricken into the house which he had perhaps helped to build. One inauspicious circumstance there was which awakened a hardly concealed displeasure in the breasts of a few of the more punctilious visitors. The founder of this stately mansion, a gentleman noted for the square and ponderous courtesy of his demeanor, ought surely to have stood in his own hall, and to have offered the first welcome to so many eminent personages as here presented themselves in honor of his solemn festival. He was as yet invisible. The most favorite of the guests had not beheld him. This sluggishness on Colonel Pynchon's part became still more unaccountable, when the second dignitary of the province made his appearance, and found no more ceremonious a reception. The lieutenant governor, although his visit was one of the anticipated glories of the day, had alighted from his horse and assisted his lady from her side saddle, and crossed the colonel's threshold without other greeting than that of the principal domestic. This person, a gray-headed man of quiet and most respectful deportment, found it necessary to explain that his master still remained in his study, or private apartment, on entering which, an hour before, he had expressed a wish on no account to be disturbed. "Do not you see, fellow," said the high sheriff of the county, taking the servant aside, "that this is no less a man than the lieutenant governor? Summon Colonel Pynchon at once. I know that he received letters from England this morning, and in the perusal and consideration of them, an hour may have passed away without his noticing it. But he will be ill pleased, I judge, if you suffer him to neglect the courtesy due to one of our chief rulers, and who may be said to represent King William, in the absence of the governor himself. Call your master instantly." "Nay, please your worship," answered the man, in much perplexity, but with a backwardness that strikingly indicated the hard and severe character of Colonel Pynchon's domestic rule. "My master's orders were exceedingly strict, and as your worship knows, he permits of no discretion in the obedience of those who owe him service. Let who list open yonder door. I dare not, though the governor's own voice should bid me do it." "Pooh, pooh, Master High Sheriff," cried the lieutenant governor, who had overheard the foregoing discussion, and felt himself high enough in station to play a little with his dignity. "I will take the matter into my own hands. It is time that the good colonel came forth to greet his friends, else we shall be apt to suspect that he has taken a sip too much of his Canary wine, and his extreme deliberation which cask it were best to broach in honor of the day. But since he is so much behindhand, I will give him a remembrancer myself." Accordingly, with such a tramp of his ponderous riding boots as might of itself have been audible in the remotest of the Seven Gables, he advanced to the door, which the servant pointed out, and made its new panels re-echo with a loud free knock. Then, looking round with a smile to the spectators, he awaited a response. As none came, however, he knocked again, but with the same unsatisfactory result as at first. And now, being a trifle choleric in his temperament, the lieutenant governor uplifted the heavy hilt of his sword, wherewith he so beat and banged upon the door, that, as some of the bystanders whispered, the racket might have disturbed the dead. Be that as it might, it seemed to produce no awakening effect on Colonel Pynchon. When the sound subsided, the silence through the house was deep, dreary, and oppressive, notwithstanding that the tongues of many of the guests had already been loosened by a surreptitious cup or two of wine or spirits. "Strange, forsooth, very strange," cried the lieutenant governor, whose smile was changed to a frown. "But seeing that our host sets us the good example of forgetting ceremony, I shall likewise throw it aside, and make free to intrude on his privacy." He tried the door, which yielded to his hand, and was flung wide open by a sudden gust of wind that passed, as with a loud sigh, from the outermost portal through all the passages and apartments of the new house. It rustled the silken garments of the ladies, and waved the long curls of the gentlemen's wigs, and shook the window hangings and the curtains of the bedchambers, causing everywhere a singular stir, which yet was more like a hush, a shadow of awe, and half fearful anticipation. Nobody knew wherefore, nor of what, had all at once fallen over the company. They thronged, however, to the new open door, pressing the lieutenant governor, in the eagerness of their curiosity, into the room in advance of them. At the first glimpse they beheld nothing extraordinary. A handsomely furnished room, of moderate size, somewhat darkened by curtains, books arranged on shelves, a large map on the wall, and likewise a portrait of Colonel Pynchon, beneath which sat the original colonel himself, in an oaken elbow-chair, with a pen in his hand. Letters, parchments, and blank sheets of paper were on the table before him. He appeared to gaze at the curious crowd, in front of which stood the lieutenant governor, and there was a frown on his dark and massive countenance, as if sternly resentful of the boldness that had impelled them into his private retirement. A little boy, the colonel's grandchild, and the only human being that ever dared to be familiar with him, now made his way among the guests, and ran towards the seated figure. Then, pausing halfway, he began to shriek with terror. The company, tremulous as the leaves of a tree, when all are shaking together, drew nearer, and perceived that there was an unnatural distortion in the fixedness of Colonel Pynchon's stare, that there was blood on his ruff, and that his hoary beard was saturated with it. It was too late to give assistance. The iron-hearted Puritan, the relentless persecutor, the grasping and strong-willed man was dead. Dead in his new house. There is a tradition, only worth alluding to as lending a tinge of superstitious awe to a scene perhaps gloomy enough without it, that a voice spoke loudly among the guests, the tones of which were like those of old Matthew Mall, the executed wizard. "God hath given him blood to drink." Thus early had that one guest, the only guest who is certain, at one time or another, to find his way into every human dwelling. Thus early had death stepped across the threshold of the house of the Seven Gables. Colonel Pynchon's sudden and mysterious end made a vast deal of noise in his day. There were many rumors, some of which have vaguely drifted down to the present time, how that appearances indicated violence, that there were the marks of fingers on his throat and the print of a bloody hand on his plaited ruff, and that his peaked beard was disheveled, as if it had been fiercely clutched and pulled. It was averred, likewise, that the lattice window, near the colonel's chair, was open, that only a few minutes before the fatal occurrence, the figure of man had been seen clambering over the garden fence in the rear of the house. But it were folly to lay any stress on stories of this kind, which are sure to spring up around such an event as that now related, and which, as in the present case, sometimes prolong themselves for ages afterwards, like the toadstools that indicate where the fallen and buried trunk of a tree has long since mouldered into the earth. For our own part, we allow them just as little credence as to that other fable of the skeleton hand which the lieutenant governor was said to have seen at the colonel's throat, but which vanished away as he advanced farther into the room. Certain it is, however, that there was a great consultation and dispute of doctors over the dead body. One, John Swinnerton by name, who appears to have been a man of eminence, upheld it, as we have rightly understood his terms of art, to be a case of apoplexy. His professional brethren, each for himself, adopted various hypotheses, more or less plausible, but all dressed out in a perplexing mystery of phrase, which, if it do not show a bewilderment of mind in these erudite physicians, certainly causes it in the unlearned peruser of their opinions. The coroner's jury sat upon the corpse, and, like sensible men, returned an unassailable verdict of sudden death. It is indeed difficult to imagine that there could have been a serious suspicion of murder, or the slightest grounds for implicating any particular individual as the perpetrator. The rank, wealth, and eminent character of the deceased must have ensured the strictest scrutiny into every ambiguous circumstance. As none such is on record, it is safe to assume that none existed. Tradition, which sometimes brings down truth that history has let slip, but is oftener the wild babble of the time, such as was formerly spoken at the fireside and now congeals in newspapers, tradition is responsible for all contrary averments. In Colonel Pynchon's funeral sermon, which was printed and is still extant, the Reverend Mr. Higginson enumerates, among the many felicities of his distinguished parishioner's earthly career, the happy seasonableness of his death. His duties all performed, the highest prosperity attained, his race and future generations fixed on a stable basis, and with a stately roof to shelter them for centuries to come. What other upward step remained for this good man to take, save the final step from earth to the golden gate of heaven? The pious clergyman surely would not have uttered words like these, had he in the least suspected that the colonel had been thrust into the other world with the clutch of violence upon his throat. The family of Colonel Pynchon, at the epoch of his death, seemed destined to as fortunate a permanence as can otherwise consist with the inherent instability of human affairs. It might fairly be anticipated that the progress of time would rather increase and ripen their prosperity than wear away and destroy it, for not only had his son and heir come into immediate enjoyment of a rich estate, but there was a claim through an Indian deed, confirmed by a subsequent grant of the general court, to a vast and as yet unexplored and unmeasured tract of eastern lands. These possessions, for as such they might almost certainly be reckoned, comprised the greater part of what is now known as Waldo County in the state of Maine, and were more extensive than many a dukedom, or even a reigning prince's territory on European soil. When the pathless forest that still covered this wild principality should give place, as it inevitably must, though perhaps not till ages hence, to the golden fertility of human culture, it would be the source of incalculable wealth to the Pynchon blood. Had the colonel survived only a few weeks longer, it is probable that his great political influence and powerful connections at home and abroad would have consummated all that was necessary to render the claim available. But, in spite of good Mr. Higginson's congratulatory eloquence, this appeared to be the one thing which Colonel Pynchon, provident and sagacious as he was, had allowed to go at loose ends. So far as the prospective territory was concerned, he unquestionably died too soon. His son lacked not merely the father's eminent position, but the talent and force of character to achieve it. He could, therefore, effect nothing by dint of political interest, and the bare justice or legality of the claim was not so apparent, after the colonel's decease, as it had been pronounced in his lifetime. Some connecting link had slipped out of the evidence, and could not anywhere be found. Efforts, it is true, were made by the Pynchons, not only then, but at various periods for nearly 100 years afterwards, to obtain what they stubbornly persisted in deeming their right. But in course of time the territory was partly regranted to more favored individuals, and partly cleared and occupied by actual settlers. This last, if they ever heard of the Pynchon title, would have laughed at the idea of any man's asserting a right, on the strength of moldy parchments, signed with faded autographs of governors and legislators long dead and forgotten, to the lands which they or their fathers had wrested from the wild hand of nature by their own sturdy toil. This impalpable claim, therefore, resulted in nothing more solid than to cherish, from generation to generation, an absurd delusion of family importance, which all along characterized the Pynchons. It caused the poorest member of the race to feel as if he inherited a kind of nobility, and might yet come into possession of princely wealth to support it. In the better specimens of the breed, this peculiarity threw an ideal grace over the hard material of human life, without stealing away any truly valuable quality. In the baser sort, its effect was to increase the liability to sluggishness and dependence, and induce the victim of a shadowy hope to remit all self-effort while awaiting the realization of his dreams. Years and years after their claim had passed out of the public memory, the Pynchons were accustomed to consult the colonel's ancient map, which had been projected while Waldo County was still an unbroken wilderness. Where the old land surveyor had put down woods, lakes, and rivers, they marked out the cleared spaces and dotted the villages and towns, and calculated the progressively increasing value of the territory, as if there were yet a prospect of its ultimately forming a princedom for themselves. In almost every generation, nevertheless, there happened to be some one descendant of the family gifted with a portion of the hard, keen sense and practical energy that had so remarkably distinguished the original founder. His character, indeed, might it be traced all the way down, as distinctly as if the colonel himself, a little deluded, had been gifted with a sort of intermittent immortality on earth. At 2 or 3 epochs, when the fortunes of the family were low, this representative of hereditary qualities had made his appearance, and caused the traditionary gossips of the town to whisper among themselves, "Here is the old Pynchon come again. Now the 7 Gables will be new shingled." From father to son they clung to the ancestral house with singular tenacity of home attachment. For various reasons, however, and from impressions often too vaguely founded to be put on paper, the writer cherishes the belief that many, if not most, of the successive proprietors of this estate were troubled with doubts as to their moral right to hold it. Of their legal tenure there could be no question. But old Matthew Mall, it is to be feared, trode downward from his own age to a far later one, planting a heavy footstep all the way on the conscience of a pension. If so, we are left to dispose of the awful query, whether each inheritor of the property, conscious of wrong and failing to rectify it, did not commit anew the great guilt of his ancestor and incur all its original responsibilities. And supposing such to be the case, would it not be a far truer mode of expression to say of the Pynchon family that they inherited a great misfortune than the reverse? We have already hinted that it is not our purpose to trace down the history of the Pynchon family in its unbroken connection with the House of the Seven Gables, nor to show, as in a magic picture, how the rustiness and infirmity of age gathered over the venerable house itself. As regards its interior life, a large, dim looking-glass used to hang in one of the rooms, and was fabled to contain within its depths all the shapes that had ever been reflected there. The old colonel himself and his many descendants, some in the garb of antique babyhood, and others in the bloom of feminine beauty or manly prime, or saddened with the wrinkles of frosty age. Had we the secret of that mirror, we would gladly sit down before it and transfer its revelations to our page. But there was a story, for which it is difficult to conceive any foundation, that the posterity of Matthew Mall had some connection with the mystery of the looking-glass, and that by what appears to have been a sort of mesmeric process, they could make its inner region all alive with the departed Pynchons, not as they had shown themselves to the world, nor in their better and happier hours, but as doing over again some deed of sin, or in the crisis of life's bitterest sorrow. The popular imagination, indeed, long kept itself busy with the affair of this old Puritan Pynchon and the wizard Mall. The curse which the latter flung from his scaffold was remembered with the very important addition that it had become a part of the Pynchon inheritance. If one of the family did but gurgle in his throat, a bystander would be likely enough to whisper, between jest and earnest, "He has Mall's blood to drink." The sudden death of Pynchon, about 100 years ago, with circumstances very similar to what had been related of the colonel's exit, was held as giving another probability to the received opinion on this topic. It was considered, moreover, an ugly and ominous circumstance that Colonel Pynchon's picture, in obedience, it was said, to a provision of his will, remained affixed to the wall of the room in which he died. Those stern, immitigable features seemed to symbolize an evil influence, and so darkly to mingle the shadow of their presence with the sunshine of the passing hour, that no good thoughts or purposes could ever spring up and blossom there. To the thoughtful mind there will be no tinge of superstition in what we figuratively express, by affirming that the ghost of a dead progenitor, perhaps as a portion of his own punishment, is often doomed to become the evil genius of his family. The Pynchons, in brief, lived along for the better part of 2 centuries with perhaps less of outward vicissitude than has attended most other New England families during the same period of time. Possessing very distinctive traits of their own, they nevertheless took the general characteristic of the little community in which they dwelt, a town noted for its frugal, discreet, well-ordered, and home-loving inhabitants, as well as for the somewhat confined scope of its sympathies, but in which, be it said, there are odder individuals, and now and then stranger occurrences than one meets with almost anywhere else. During the Revolution, the Pynchon of that epoch adopted the royal side, became a refugee, but repented and made his reappearance just at the point of time to preserve the House of the Seven Gables from confiscation. For the last 70 years, the most noted event in the Pynchon annals had been likewise the heaviest calamity that ever befell the race, no less than the violent death, for so it was adjudged, of one member of the family by the criminal act of another. Certain circumstances attending this fatal occurrence had brought the deed irresistibly home to a nephew of the deceased Pynchon. The young man was tried and convicted of the crime, but either the circumstantial nature of the evidence, and possibly some lurking doubts in the breast of the executive, or lastly an argument of greater weight in a republic than it could have been under a monarchy, the high respectability and political influence of the criminal's connections, had availed to mitigate his doom from death to perpetual imprisonment. This sad affair had chanced about 30 years before the action of our story commences. Latterly, there were rumors, which few believed and only 1 or 2 felt interested in, that this long-buried man was likely, for some reason or other, to be summoned forth from his living tomb. It is essential to say a few words respecting the victim of this now almost forgotten murder. He was an old bachelor and possessed of great wealth, in addition to the house and real estate which constituted what remained of the ancient Pynchon property. Being of an eccentric and melancholy turn of mind, and greatly given to rummaging old records and hearkening to old traditions, he had brought himself, it is averred, to the conclusion that Matthew Mall, the wizard, had been foully wronged out of his homestead, if not out of his life. Such being the case, and he, the old bachelor, in possession of the ill-gotten spoil, with the black stain of blood sunken deep into it, and still to be scented by conscientious nostrils, the question occurred whether it were not imperative upon him, even at this late hour, to make restitution to Mall's posterity. To a man living so much in the past and so little in the present, as this secluded and antiquarian old bachelor, a century and a half seemed not so vast a period as to obviate the propriety of substituting right for wrong. It was the belief of those who knew him best that he would positively have taken the very singular step of giving up the house of the Seven Gables to the representative of Matthew Mall, but for the unspeakable tumult which a suspicion of the old gentleman's project awakened among his Pynchon relatives. Their exertions had the effect of suspending his purpose, but it was feared that he would perform, after death, by the operation of his last will, what he had so hardly been prevented from doing in his proper lifetime. But there is no one thing which men so rarely do, whatever the provocation or inducement, as to bequeath patrimonial property away from their own blood. They may love other individuals far better than their relatives. They may even cherish dislike or positive hatred to the latter, but yet, in view of death, the strong prejudice of propinquity revives and impels the testator to send down his estate in the line marked out by custom so immemorial that it looks like nature. In all the Pynchons, this feeling had the energy of disease. It was too powerful for the conscientious scruples of the old bachelor, at whose death, accordingly, the mansion house, together with most of his other riches, passed into the possession of his next legal representative. This was a nephew, the cousin of the miserable young man who had been convicted of the uncle's murder. The new heir, up to the period of his accession, was reckoned rather a dissipated youth, but had once reformed and made himself an exceedingly respectable member of society. In fact, he showed more of the Pynchon quality, and had won higher eminence in the world than any of his race since the time of the original Puritan. Applying himself in earlier manhood to the study of the law, and having a natural tendency toward office, he had attained many years ago to a judicial situation in some inferior court, which gave him for life the very desirable and imposing title of judge. Later he had engaged in politics and served a part of 2 terms in Congress, besides making a considerable figure in both branches of the state legislature. Judge Pynchon was unquestionably an honor to his race. He had built himself a country seat within a few miles of his native town, and there spent such portions of his time as could be spared from public service in the display of every grace and virtue, as a newspaper phrased it, on the eve of an election, befitting the Christian, the good citizen, the horticulturist, and the gentleman. There were few of the Pynchons left to sun themselves in the glow of the judge's prosperity. In respect to natural increase, the breed had not thriven. It appeared rather to be dying out. The only members of the family known to be extant were, first, the judge himself, and a single surviving son, who was now traveling in Europe. Next, a 30 years prisoner, already alluded to, and a sister of the latter, who occupied in an extremely retired manner the house of the Seven Gables, in which she had a life estate by the will of the old bachelor. She was understood to be wretchedly poor, and seemed to make it her choice to remain so, insomuch as her affluent cousin, the judge, had repeatedly offered her all the comforts of life, either in the old mansion or his own modern residence. The last and youngest Pynchon was a little country girl of 17, the daughter of another of the judge's cousins, who had married a young woman of no family or property, and died early and in poor circumstances. His widow had recently taken another husband. As for Matthew Mall's posterity, it was supposed now to be extinct. For a very long period after the witchcraft delusion, however, the Malls had continued to inhabit the town where their progenitor had suffered so unjust a death. To all appearance, they were a quiet, honest, well-meaning race of people, cherishing no malice against individuals or the public for the wrong which had been done them, or if, at their own fireside, they transmitted from father to child any hostile recollection of the wizard's fate and their lost patrimony. It was never acted upon, nor openly expressed. Nor would it have been singular had they ceased to remember that the house of the Seven Gables was resting its heavy framework on a foundation that was rightfully their own. There was something so massive, stable, and almost irresistibly imposing in the exterior presentment of established rank and great possessions, that their very existence seems to give them a right to exist, at least so excellent a counterfeit of right, that few poor and humble men have moral force enough to question it even in their secret minds. Such is the case now after so many ancient prejudices have been overthrown, and was far more so in ante-revolutionary days, when the aristocracy could venture to be proud, and the low were content to be abased. Thus the Malls, at all events, kept their resentments within their own breasts. They were generally poverty-stricken, always plebeian and obscure, working with unsuccessful diligence at handicrafts, laboring on the wharves, or following the sea as sailors before the mast, living here and there about the town in hired tenements, and coming finally to the almshouse as the natural home of their old age. At last, ever creeping, as it were, for such a length of time along the utmost verge of the opaque puddle of obscurity, they had taken that downright plunge which, sooner or later, is the destiny of all families, whether princely or plebeian. For 30 years past, neither town record, nor gravestone, nor the directory, nor the knowledge or memory of man bore any trace of Matthew Mall's descendants. His blood might possibly exist elsewhere. Here, where its lowly current could be traced so far back, it had ceased to keep an onward course. So long as any of the race were to be found, they had been marked out from other men, not strikingly, nor as with a sharp line, but with an effect that was felt rather than spoken of, by an hereditary character of reserve. Their companions, or those who endeavored to become such, grew conscious of a circle round about the Malls, within the sanctity or the spell of which, in spite of an exterior of sufficient frankness and good fellowship, it was impossible for any man to step. It was this indefinable peculiarity, perhaps, that, by insulating them from human aid, kept them always so unfortunate in life. It certainly operated to prolong in their case, and to confirm to them, as their only inheritance, those feelings of repugnance and superstitious terror with which the people of the town, even after awakening from their frenzy, continued to regard the memory of the reputed witches. The mantle, or rather the ragged cloak, of old Matthew Mall had fallen upon his children. They were half believed to inherit mysterious attributes. The family eye was said to possess strange power. Among other good-for-nothing properties and privileges, one was especially assigned them, that of exercising an influence over people's dreams. The pensions, if all stories were true, haughtily as they bore themselves in the noonday streets of their native towns, were no better than bond-servants to these plebeian Malls, on entering the topsy-turvy commonwealth of sleep. Modern psychology, it may be, will endeavor to reduce these alleged necromancies within a system, instead of rejecting them as altogether fabulous. A descriptive paragraph or two, treating of the seven-gabled mansion in its more recent aspect, will bring this preliminary chapter to a close. The street in which it upreared its venerable peaks has long ceased to be a fashionable quarter of the town, so that, though the old edifice was surrounded by habitations of modern date, they were mostly small, built entirely of wood, and typical of the most plodding uniformity of common life. Doubtless, however, the whole story of human existence may be latent in each of them, but with no picturesqueness externally that can attract the imagination or sympathy to seek it there. But as for the old structure of our story, its white oak frame and its boards, shingles, and crumbling plaster, and even the huge clustered chimney in the midst, seem to constitute only the least and meanest part of its reality. So much of mankind's varied experience had passed there, so much had been suffered, and something, too, enjoyed, that the very timbers were oozy, as with the moisture of a heart. It was itself like a great human heart, with a life of its own, and full of rich and somber reminiscences. The deep projection of the second story gave the house such a meditative look, that you could not pass it without the idea that it had secrets to keep, and an eventful history to moralize upon. In front, just on the edge of the unpaved sidewalk, grew the pension elm, which, in reference to such trees as one usually meets with, might well be termed gigantic. It had been planted by a great-grandson of the first pension, and though now 80 years of age, or perhaps nearer 100, was still in its strong and broad maturity, throwing its shadow from side to side of the street, overtopping the seven gables, and sweeping the whole black roof with its pendant foliage. It gave beauty to the old edifice, and seemed to make it a part of nature. The street having been widened about 40 years ago, the front gable was now precisely on a line with it, On either side extended a ruinous wooden fence of open lattice work, through which could be seen a grassy yard, and especially in the angles of the building an enormous fertility of burdocks with leaves. It is hardly an exaggeration to say 2 or 3 feet long. Behind the house there appeared to be a garden, which undoubtedly had once been extensive, but was now infringed upon by other enclosures, or shut in by habitations and outbuildings that stood on another street. It would be an omission, trifling indeed, but unpardonable, were we to forget the green moss that had long since gathered over the projections of the windows and on the slopes of the roof, nor must we fail to direct the reader's eye to a crop, not of weeds, but flower shrubs, which were growing aloft in the air, not a great way from the chimney, in the nook between 2 of the gables. These were called Alice's posies. The tradition was that a certain Alice Pyncheon had flung up the seeds in sport, and that the dust of the street and the decay of the roof gradually formed a kind of soil for them, out of which they grew when Alice had long been in her grave. However the flowers might have come there, it was both sad and sweet to observe how nature adopted to herself this desolate, decaying, gusty, rusty old house of the Pyncheon family, and how the ever-returning summer did her best to gladden it with tender beauty, and grew melancholy in the effort. There is one other feature, very essential to be noticed, but which we greatly fear may damage any picturesque and romantic impression which we have been willing to throw over our sketch of this respectable edifice. In the front gable, under the impending brow of the second story, and contiguous to the street, was a shop door, divided horizontally in the midst, and with a window for its upper segment, such as is often seen in dwellings of a somewhat ancient date. This same shop door had been a subject of no slight mortification to the present occupant of the august Pyncheon house, as well as to some of her predecessors. The matter is disagreeably delicate to handle, but since the reader must needs be led into the secret, you will please to understand that about a century ago, the head of the Pyncheons found himself in serious financial difficulties. The fellow, gentleman as he styled himself, can hardly have been other than a spurious interloper, for instead of seeking office from the king or the royal governor, or urging his hereditary claim to eastern lands, he bethought himself of no better avenue to wealth than by cutting a shop door through the side of his ancestral residence. It was the custom of the time, indeed, for merchants to store their goods and transact business in their own dwellings. But there was something pitifully small in this old Pyncheon's mode of setting about his commercial operations. It was whispered that, with his own hands, all bereft as they were, he used to give change for a shilling, and would turn a halfpenny twice over to make sure it was a good one. Beyond all question, he had the blood of a petty huckster in his veins, through whatever channel it may have found its way there. Immediately on his death, the shop door had been locked, bolted, and barred, and down to the period of our story had probably never once been opened. The old counter, shelves, and other fixtures of the little shop remained just as he had left them. It used to be affirmed that the dead shopkeeper, in a white wig, a faded velvet coat, an apron at his waist, and his ruffles carefully turned back from his wrists, might be seen through the chinks of the shutters any night of the year, ransacking his till, or poring over the dingy pages of his day-book. From the look of unutterable woe upon his face, it appeared to be his doom to spend eternity in a vain effort to make his accounts balance. And now, in a very humble way, as will be seen, we proceed to open our narrative. End of Chapter 1, from The House of the Seven Gables.
Chapter 1 from In 100 Jahren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In 100 Jahren bei Friedrich Eduard Pilz. Chapter 1 Ein irdischer Methusalem. Hallo, guter Freund, wer bist du? Rief der erstaunte Schiffskapitän den in einer Felsenhöhle der Silio-Insel entdeckten Urkreis an. Der Angerufene, ein uralter Mann mit faltenbedecktem Gesicht und langwallendem, weißen Bart und Haupthaar, erhob sich von seiner Lagerstätte, auf welcher er geschlafen zu haben schien. Seine Mienen spiegelten ein Erstaunen wider, welches deutlich eine große Überraschung verriet. Vor ihm standen die Entdecker der Silio-Insel, etwa 10 Mann an Zahl, welche nicht weniger verblüfft waren, einen Menschen in dieser Weltabgeschiedenheit zu erblicken. Der Sprecher schritt jetzt auf den Alten zu, legte seine Hand auf dessen Schulter und wiederholte die schon einmal gestellte Frage, wobei sein Auge forschend über die barhäuptige, hohe Gestalt glitt und erwartend am Munde derselben hängen blieb. Der greise Bewohner der Insel schüttelte den Kopf, er mochte wohl die moderne Kultursprache seiner Besucher nicht verstehen. »Seid ihr Menschen wie ich?« frug der Alte mit unsicherer und etwas zitternder Stimme in englischer Sprache zurück. Einer der Schiffspassagiere, ein jüngerer Mann, der sich Olaf Witlund nannte, besaß englische Sprachkenntnisse und warf sich nun sofort zum Dolmetscher auf. »Alter Mann, wie kommst du auf diese Insel?« redete er den Einsiedler in leidlichem Englisch an. »Vor langen Jahren erlitt ich hier Schiffbruch, und als einziger Überlebender unseres gestrandeten Fahrzeuges wurde ich von der Brandung an das Ufer gespült und vermochte mich aufs Land zu retten. Hier lebte ich nun weit über ein Menschenalter hindurch und erblickte nie wieder eine lebende Seele bis zu diesem Augenblick«, lautete die Erwiderung des Greises. Olaf Witlund verdolmetschte die Antwort, die ihm zuteil geworden war. Dann stellte er eine neue Frage. »In welchem Jahre erlittest du Schiffbruch?« Die Antwort blieb aus. Man konnte sehen, wie der Alte über die Zeit, nach welcher er befragt wurde, nachgrübelte. »100 Jahre werden bald über mein Haupt dahingerauscht sein«, ließ er sich dann vernehmen. »100 Jahre?« wiederholte Olaf. »Ich bin alt, sehr alt, mein guter Freund. Rechnet's aus. Im Jahre 1872 erblickte ich das Licht der Welt. Ich weiß nicht, welches Jahr wir jetzt schreiben.« Der Kreis wurde durch erstaunte Ausrufe seitens Witlund in der Rede unterbrochen. 1872? Und jetzt schreiben wir 2048 nach christlicher Zeitrechnung. Mann, dann besäßt du ja ein Alter von 176 Jahren, rief Olaf aus, und blitzschnell tauchte der Gedanke in ihm auf, dass er es hier möglicherweise mit einem in der Einsamkeit wahnsinnig gewordenen Menschen zu tun habe. Der Urkreis legte nun ebenfalls ein großes Erstaunen an den Tag. »Es muß das ein Irrtum sein«, sagte er und strich sich mit der Hand langsam über die Stirn, wie um sich zu vergewissern, dass er wache und nicht träume. Als Olaf Witlund die Verwunderung des Alten wahrnahm, schwanden sofort die Zweifel, welche er betreffs der Zurechnungsfähigkeit des Alten gehegt hatte. »Mann, du kannst doch unmöglich im Jahre 1872 geboren sein.« »Hier, das Papier bezeugt es.« Mit diesen Worten reichte der Urkreis seinen Entdeckern ein stark vergilbtes Papier hin, welches er aus einer Nische seiner Felsenhöhle genommen hatte. Das Dokument des Alten besagte Folgendes: John Lister, Kapitän des Dreimaster-Schoners Norfolk aus Liverpool, gebürtig 20. Oktober 1872 zu Middlesbrough in England, wird hiermit bestätigt, dass er sich zur Schiffsliste rechtzeitig angemeldet hat. Das Schifffahrtsamt, Liverpool, 3. Januar 1906. Olaf Witlund hatte das Schriftstück mit großem Interesse überflogen und verdolmetschte es dann seinen Gefährten. Das Erstaunen letzterer war nicht minder groß als das Olafs. Die Tatsache stand nun für alle fest: Der Kreis vor ihnen hatte das respektable Alter von 176 Jahren. Ein zweiter biblischer Methusalem raunte Sventrup, der Kapitän der Schiffsbesatzung, Olaf Witlund zu. Dieser nickte, er hatte sich inzwischen etwas von seiner Verblüfftheit erholt, und seine weiteren Fragen galten natürlich zunächst dem Umstande, der ihm erklären sollte, wie John Lister ein so hohes Alter zu erreichen vermochte. »Ich bin ja selbst erstaunt, dass ich so alt sein soll«, gab der Urkreis zur Antwort. »Aber ich erinnere mich, dass es früher in Bogota auch einmal einen 175-jährigen Mann namens Miguel Solis gegeben haben soll, der wie ich gelebt hat. Er soll nie heiß gegessen und getrunken und täglich nur einmal Speise zu sich genommen haben. Auch ich führe mein hohes Alter auf die natürliche Lebensweise zurück, die ich, seitdem ich auf der Insel lebe, befolge. Wenn ich mein Leben jetzt ändere, so glaube ich, dass meine Tage gezählt sind. Krank bin ich in der langen Zeit nie gewesen. Wenn auch die Einsamkeit meinen Geist etwas abgestumpft hat, so vermag ich doch noch völlig geordnet zu denken und über alles Auskunft zu geben, was man von mir wissen will. Du wirst für unsere Kulturwelt einen unschätzbaren Pionier in der Makrobiotik abgeben, mein Freund, versetzte Olaf Wittlund auf die Ausführungen des Alten. Doch genug jetzt davon. Willst du uns folgen? Der Alte nickte und schickte sich an, die ihm liebgewordene Stätte zu verlassen, um seinen Entdeckern auf deren Fahrzeug zu folgen. Der noch rüstige Greis schritt an der Seite Wittlunds dem nahen Strande zu, um sich dort mit einzuschiffen. Hinter der wogenden Brandung, die ihren weißen Gischt unter donnerndem Brausen an das Korallenriffgestade schleuderte, schaukelte auf der etwas bewegten See ein stolzes, eigenartig aussehendes Fahrzeug. Ein Schiff, nein, es glich eher einem schwimmenden Hause. Weder Mast noch Schornstein strebten von dem Verdeck empor. Kein Rauchwölkchen verriet, welche treibende Kraft in dem gewaltigen Bauche des Ozeankolosses schlummerte. Sicherlich waren große elektrische Energiemengen im Inneren des Turbinenschiffes aufgespeichert, welche dem Dampf und dem Winde das Regiment abgenommen hatten. Ein Motorboot nahm den kleinen Trupp mitsamt ihrem Findling auf, und wenige Augenblicke darauf sauste das Fahrzeug durch die brandenden Wogen zu dem Turbinenschiff hin, welches den stolzen Namen Republika trug. John Lister, der Einsiedler von der Silio-Insel, betrat bald darauf den Boden des Schiffes und geriet damit in eine ihm völlig fremde Welt, die dem Manne aus dem 19. Jahrhundert so unendlich viel des Neuen zeigen sollte. Einige Tage nach diesen Begebenheiten verkündete ein langer Bericht in der Weltstaatszeitung Globus, dass eine seltsame Entdeckung gemacht worden sei. Wörtlich lautete die Pressemitteilung wie folgt: Auf der neu entdeckten Silio-Insel im großen Ozean wurde ein uralter Mann, ein irdischer Methusalem im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes, von der Besatzung des Y-Turbinenschiffes Republika aufgefunden, der nach seinen eigenen Angaben im Jahre 1872 in England geboren, also 176 Jahre alt sein soll. Da uns dies vom großen republikanischen Staatenamt als authentische Nachricht zugegangen ist, so kann an der Wahrheit des Ganzen kein Zweifel sein. Der Urgreis nennt sich John Lister und ist ein großer, hagerer Mann mit langwallendem Kopf und Barthaar von eisgrauer Farbe. Er will sich nur von Früchten ernährt und als ständiges Getränk nur Wasser benutzt haben. Ferner gibt der Methusalem an, dass seine tägliche Lebensweise auf das genaueste geregelt gewesen sei. Seit seinem Schiffbruche will er keinen Menschen gesehen haben, und um das Sprechen nicht zu verlernen, redete er viel laut mit sich selbst. Der Greis war sehr erstaunt, dass weit über 100 Jahre verflossen sein sollten, seitdem er mit einem englischen Dreimaster gestrandet und als einziger Überlebender auf der kleinen Insel gelandet sei. Niemals will er in dieser Gegend des stillen Ozeans ein Schiff wahrgenommen haben, und er habe auch schon seit langem jede Hoffnung, Menschen wiederzusehen, aufgegeben. Interessant ist es, dass der Alte sich noch genau alles dessen zu erinnern weiß, wie in seiner Jugend gelebt worden ist. Er ist darum für uns ein Stück wandelnde Historie, der unsere Archäologen mit Freude und Staunen begegnen werden. Wir werden in Kürze einen genauen Bericht über den greisen Einsiedler der Silio-Insel bringen und erst die staatenamtliche Untersuchung des Falles abwarten. So überraschend für alle Welt die Auffindung des Urgreises war, so war doch dieser selbst noch weit mehr überrascht, welche Umänderung sich auf der Erde in dem letzten Jahrhundert vollzogen hatte. John Lister kannte seinen Mutterplaneten in keiner Beziehung wieder. Reformen, die Propheten zu Anfang 1900 als allein glückbringende Neuordnung anpriesen und in logisch durchdachten Büchern aufzeichneten, fand er jetzt in Wirklichkeit vor. Der Urkreis war in eine ihm völlig neue und unbekannte Welt versetzt worden. Staunten die Bürger des Weltstaates vom Jahre 2048 über das menschliche Wesen aus dem 19. Säkulum, so staunte dieser nicht weniger über die Nachkommen seiner Zeit und deren soziales Leben. John Lister bildete also das Ereignis des Tages. Auf dem ganzen Erdball wurde von ihm gesprochen. Die drahtlose Funkentelegraphie hatte unmittelbar nach der Auffindung des seltsamen Urahns die Nachricht von der Entdeckung bis in die fernsten Winkel aller Erdteile gelangen lassen. So war es denn nicht zu verwundern, wenn zu dem Zentralregierungssitz des Weltstaates, wohin der Urkreis gebracht worden war, alltäglich Tausende und Abertausende Menschen von nah und fern herbeiströmten, um das menschliche Überbleibsel aus längst vergangenen Zeiten zu sehen. End of Chapter 1 from In 100 Jahren.
Chapter 1 from Kościuszko, a biography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Kościuszko, a biography by Monica M. Gardner. Chapter 1 The Youth of Kościuszko. The great national uprisings of history have, for the most part, gone down to time identified with the figure of a people's hero, with some personality which may be said, in a certain manner, to epitomize and symbolize the character of a race. I and my nation are one. Thus Poland's greatest poet, Adam Mickiewicz, sums up the devotion that will not shrink before the highest tests of sacrifice for a native country. My name is Million, because I love millions, and for millions suffer torment. If to this patriotism, oblivious of self, may be added an unstained moral integrity, the magnetism of an extraordinary personal charm, the glamour of a romantic setting, we have the pure type of a national champion. Representative, therefore, in every sense, is the man with whose name is immortality associated, the struggle of the Polish nation for her life, Tadeusz Kościuszko. Kościuszko was born on February 12, 1746, during Poland's long stagnation under her Saxon kings. The nation was exhausted by wars forced upon her by her alien sovereigns. Her territories were the passage for Prussians, Russians, and Austrian armies, traversing them at their will. With no natural boundaries to defend her, she was surrounded by the three most powerful states in Eastern Europe, who were steadily working for her destruction. In part through her own impracticable constitution, but in greater measure from the deliberate machinations of her foreign enemies, whether carried on by secret intrigues or by the armed violence of superior force, Poland's political life was at a standstill, her parliament obstructed, her army reduced. Yet at the same time the undercurrent of a strong movement to regeneration was striving to make itself felt. Far-seeing men were busying themselves with problems of reform. Voices were raised in warning against the perils by which the Commonwealth was beset. New ideas were pouring in from France. Efforts were being made by devoted individuals, often at the cost of great personal self-sacrifice, to ameliorate the state of the peasantry, to raise the standard of education and of culture in the country. Under these conditions, in the last years of the independence of Poland, passed the childhood and youth of her future liberator. Kościuszko came of a class for which we have no precise equivalent, that ranked as noble in a country where at that time the middle classes were unknown, and where the ordinary gentry, so long as they had nothing to do with trade, showed patents of nobility, irrespective of means and standing. His father, who held a post of notary in his Lithuanian district, and who owned more than one somewhat modest estate, was universally respected for his upright character, which, together with his aptitude for affairs, caused his advice and assistance to be widely sought through the countryside. Kościuszko spent his boyhood in the tranquil, wholesome, out-of-door life of a remote spot in Lithuania. The home was the wooden, one-storied dwelling with thatched, sloping roof and rustic veranda, in aspect resembling a sort of glorified cottage, that long after Kościuszko's day remained the type of a Polish country house. Kościuszko's upbringing was of the simplest and most salutary description. There was neither show nor luxury in his home. The family fortune had been left to his father in an embarrassed condition. His father's care and diligence had for the time saved it. The atmosphere that surrounded the young Kościuszko was that of domestic virtue, strict probity. He had before his eyes the example of the devoted married life of his parents. He went freely and intimately among the peasants on his father's property, and thus learned the strong love for the people that dictated the laws he urged upon his country when he became her ruler. Unpretending as was his father's household, its practice was the patriarchal hospitality that marked the manners of the Poland of a century and a half ago, as it does today. Friends and relations came and went, always welcome, whether expected or unbidden. We have a delicious letter from Kościuszko's mother, Tekla, to her husband, on one of the numerous occasions when he was away from home on business, in which, fondly calling him "my heart," the most beloved little dear Ludwig and benefactor of my life, she begs him to send her wine, for her house is filled with perpetual guests, and will he try and procure her some fish, if there is any to be had, because I am ashamed to have only barley bread on my table. When accommodation failed in the overcrowded house, the men slept in the barn. In the day they hunted, shot, rode, or went off in parties, mushroom hunting. If to the pure and unspoiled influence of his home Kościuszko owes something at least of the moral rectitude and devotion to duty from which he never swerved, the country life of Lithuania, with its freedom and its strange charm, the life that he loved above all others, has probably a good deal to say to the simplicity of nature and the straightness of outlook that are so strongly marked characteristics in this son of the Lithuanian forests. His early education was given him by his mother, a woman of remarkable force of character and practical capacity. Left a widow with 4 children under age, of whom Tadeusz was the youngest, she, with her clear head and untiring energy, managed several farms, and skilfully conducted the highly complicated money matters of the family. Tadeusz's home schooling ended with his father's death, when the child was 12 years old. He then attended the Jesuit college at the chief town in his district, Brześć. He was a diligent and clever boy, who loved his book and who showed a good deal of talent for drawing. He left school with a sound classical training and with an early developed passion for his country. Already Timoleon was his favourite hero of antiquity, because, so he told a friend 50 years later, he was able to restore his nation's freedom, taking nothing for himself. In 1763, the long and dreary reign of Augustus III, the last Saxon king of Poland, came to an end. Russian diplomacy, supported by Russian cannon, placed Stanislas Augustus Poniatowski, the lover of Catherine II, upon the Polish throne in 1764. The year following, Kościuszko, an unknown boy of 19 years of age, whose destiny was strangely to collide with that of the newly elected and last sovereign of independent Poland, was entered in the Corps of Cadets, otherwise known the Royal School, in Warsaw. Prince Adam Czartoryski, a leading member of the great family, so predominant then in Polish politics that it was given the name of the family par excellence, frequently visited Lithuania, where he held high military command and possessed immense estates. Young Tadeusz attracted his interest, and it was through his influence that the boy was placed in an establishment of which he was the commandant, and which, founded by the king, who was related to the Czartoryskis, was under immediate royal patronage. Technically speaking, the school was not a military academy, but the education was largely military, and the discipline was on military lines. Above all, it was a school for patriotism. The admission of the candidate was in the nature of a semi-chivalrous and national function, bearing the stamp of the knightly and romantic traditions of Poland. On the first day Kościuszko was formally presented to the commandant, to the officers, and to the brigade to which he was to belong. He embraced his new comrades, was initiated into the regulations and duties of the life before him, and examined upon his capabilities. On the following day he gave in his promise to observe the rules, and with a good deal of ceremony was invested with the deep blue uniform of the cadet. But this was merely the probation of the novice, as the aspirant was termed. A year's test followed, and then, if judged worthy, the youth received in the chapel his final enrolment. All his colleagues were present in full dress, carrying their swords. High mass was sung, which the novice heard kneeling and unarmed. The chaplain then laid before him his high obligation to his country. Subsequently the proceedings were adjourned to the hall or square, where the brigadier preferred the neophyte's request for his sword. With the brigadier's hand on his left arm, on his right that of the sub-brigadier, the sub-brigadiers being the senior students, the candidate was put through a string of questions, reminiscent of those administered to a probationer taking the religious vows. One is typical. Hast thou the sincere resolve always to use this weapon which thou art about to receive in defence of thy country and thy honour? On the youth's reply, I have no other resolve, arms were presented, drums rolled, and the senior officer girded the new soldier with his sword, and placed his musket in his hand to the accompaniment of moral formulas. The young man then made a solemn promise not to disgrace his comrades by any crime or want of application to his duties. Led to his place in the ranks, he presented arms, each brigade marched away, led by its brigadier, and the day concluded with a festive evening. The catechism that the cadet learned by heart and repeated every Saturday to his sub-brigadier, it was written by Adam Czartoryski, was of the same patriotic description. Next to the love of God, it placed the love of country. Can the cadet fear or be a coward? Was one of its questions, with the response, I know not how to answer, for both the word and the thing for which it stands are unknown to me. This was no mere ornamental flourish, for a dauntless courage is one of the most distinctive characteristics of the Polish race, whether of its sons or daughters. No opportunity was lost, even in the textbooks of the school, to impress upon the students' minds that above all their lives belonged to Poland. Let them apply themselves to history, said the foreword of an encyclopedia that Adam Czartoryski wrote expressly for them, so that they shall learn how to rule their own nation. To the study of law, that they may correct the errors of those lawgivers gone before them. You who have found your country in this most lamentable condition must people her with citizens ardent for her glory, the increase of her internal strength, her reputation among foreigners, the reformation of what is most evil in her government. May you, the new seed, change the face of your country. In this environment Kościuszko spent the most impressionable period of his youth. Early portraits show us the winning, eager, mobile young face, before life moulded it into the rugged countenance of the Polish patriot, with its stern purpose and melancholy enthusiasm, that lives as the likeness of Tadeusz Kościuszko. Even as a cadet, Kościuszko was distinguished not merely for his ability, but still more for his dogged perseverance and fidelity to duty. Traditions say that, determined to put in all the study that he could, he persuaded the night watchman to wake him on his way to light the staves at 3 in the morning by pulling a cord that Kościuszko tied to his left hand. His colleagues thought that his character, in its firmness and resolution, resembled that of Charles XII of Sweden, and nicknamed him Swede. Truth and sincerity breathed in every act and word. What he said he meant. What he professed he did. The strength that was in him was tempered by that peculiar sweetness which was native to him all his life, and which, in later manhood, drew men as by magic to his banner, even as in his school days it won the respect and love of his young comrades. The esteem in which his fellow cadets held him is illustrated by the fact that on an occasion when they were mortally offended by some slight put upon them at a ball in the town, they chose Kościuszko as their spokesman to present their grievance to the king, who took a personal interest in the school. Something about the youth attracted the brilliant, highly cultured sovereign, the man who wavered according to the emotion or fear of the moment between the standpoint of a patriot or of a traitor. After that interview he often sent for Tadeusz, and when Kościuszko passed out of the school as one of its head scholars or officers, he was recommended to Stanislas Augustus as a recipient of what we should call a state travelling scholarship. In 1768 Kościuszko's mother died, leaving her 2 daughters married, the eldest spendthrift, and most beloved son out on his own, and Kościuszko still a cadet. With his mother's death, Kościuszko's financial troubles began. For the greater part of his life he never knew what it was to have a sufficiency of means. His brother held the estate and apparently the control of the family money. That was no considerable sum, and had in latter days diminished. Public affairs, moreover, were now assuming an aspect that threatened the very existence of Kościuszko's country. Catherine II's minister, Repnin, with Russian armies at his back, ruled the land. The Poles who stood forward in a last despairing attempt to deliver their country were removed by Russian troops to exile and Siberia. Then, in 1768, rose under the Pułaski father and sons that gallant movement to save a nation's honour that is known as the Confederation of Bar. For 4 years the Confederates fought in guerrilla warfare all over Poland, in forest, marsh, hamlet, against the forces of Russia, which held every town and fortress in the country. These things were the last that Kościuszko saw of the old Republic of Poland. In the company of his friend Orłowski, who had been one of 4 cadets to receive the king's stipend, he departed from his country in 1769 or 1770 with the intention of pursuing his studies abroad. 5 years passed before Kościuszko saw his native land again. Very little is known to us of that stage of his history. It is certain that he studied in the School of Engineering and Artillery in Mézières, and conceivably in the École Militaire of Paris. He took private lessons in architecture from Perronet, and followed up his strong taste for drawing and painting. Sketches from his hand still remain, guarded as treasures in Polish national museums. French fortifications engaged his close attention, and by the time he left France he had acquired the skill in military engineering that saved a campaign in the New World and that defended Warsaw in the Old. It is said that Kościuszko prolonged his absence abroad rather than return to see the enslavement of his country without being able to raise a hand in her defence. For in 1772 Russia, Austria and Prussia signed an agreement to partition Poland between them, which after a desperate resistance on the part of the Polish Diet was carried out in 1775. Austria secured Galicia, Prussia a part of Great Poland, and, with the exception of Thorn and Danzig, what has since been known as Prussian Poland, while to Russia fell the whole of Lithuania. All this Kościuszko watched from afar in helpless rage and bitterness of soul. His peace of mind was further destroyed by his increasing financial difficulties. Little enough of his share of his father's fortune could have remained to him, and he was in debt. The royal subsidy had ceased when the treasury was ruined by reason of the partition of Poland. Moreover, Stanislas Augustus was never a sure source on which to rely when it came to the question of keeping a promise or paying his dues. The greater part of Kościuszko's career is that of a man pitted against the weight of adverse circumstances. It was inevitable that he who threw in his lot with an unhappy country could have no easy passage through life. In this he resembles more than one of the national heroes of history, but unlike many others, he never reached the desired goal. His is the tragedy of a splendid and forlorn hope. Even apart from the story of his public service, his life was dogged by disappointment and harassing care. Somewhere in the year 1774 he at last returned home. A youth of 28, possessed of striking talent and freshly acquired science, he now, with his fiery patriotism and character as resolute as ardent, found himself in the country that he panted to serve, condemned to inaction of the most galling description. The king, who had been his patron, was the tool of Catherine II, and through her to Russia. Russian soldiers and officials overran even that part of Poland which still remained nominally independent, but of which they were virtual masters. There was no employment open to Kościuszko. A commission in the minute army that survived the partition was only to be had by purchase, and he had no money forthcoming. All that he could do was to retire into the country, while he devoted his energies to the thankless tasks of disentangling the finances that the elder brother, Józef Kościuszko, was squandering right and left in debts and dissipation. The relations between this riotous brother and Tadeusz, himself the most frugal and upright of youths, were so painful that the latter refused to remain in the old home that had not yet gone, as it did later, to Józef's creditors. He therefore, in true Polish fashion, took up his abode in the houses of different kinsfolk, often staying with his married sisters, and especially with that best beloved sister, Anna Estkova. Between him and her there was always the bond of a most tender and intimate affection, to which their letters, still preserved in Polish archives, bear eloquent testimony. At this time occurred the first love affair of the hero, who never married. Among the manor houses that Kościuszko visited was that of Józef Sosnowski. He was Kościuszko's kinsman, and had been his father's friend. Tadeusz was a constant guest at his house, giving lessons in drawing, mathematics, and history, his favourite subjects, to the daughters of the house, by way of return for their father's hospitality. With one of these girls, Ludwika, Kościuszko fell in love. Various tender passages passed between them, without the knowledge of the parents, but aided and abetted by the young people of the family, in an arbour in the garden. But another destiny was preparing for the lady. The young and poor engineer's aspirations to her hand were not tolerated by the father, whose ambition had already led him into dealings that throw no very creditable light on his patriotism, and that had Kościuszko known he would certainly have never frequented his house. Over the gaming tables Sosnowski had made a bargain with his opponent, a palatine of the Lubomirski family, in which it was arranged that the latter's son should marry Ludwika Sosnowska. Getting wind of the Kościuszko romance, he privately bade the girl's mother remove her from the scenes, and when one day Kościuszko arrived at the manor, he found the ladies gone. The bitter affront and the disappointment to his affections were accepted by Kościuszko with the silent dignity that belonged to his character, but they played their part in driving him out of Poland. Whether the story that Ludwika really fled to take refuge from the detested marriage imposed upon her in a convent, whence she was dragged by a ruse and forced to the bridal altar, as long afterwards she told Kościuszko, was a romantic invention of her own or an embroidery, after the fashion of her century, on some foundation or fact, it is impossible to say, but it is certain that through her unhappy married life she clung fondly to the memory of her first and young lover. So long after the rupture as 14 years his name was a forbidden topic between herself and her mother, and at a critical moment in Kościuszko's career we shall find her stepping in to use her rank and position with Stanislaus Augustus on his behalf. With home, fortune, hopes of domestic happiness, all chance of serving his country gone, Kościuszko determined to seek another sphere. He left Poland in the autumn of 1775. Poverty constrained him to make the journey in the cheapest manner possible. He therefore went down the Vistula in a barge, one of the picturesque flat-bottomed craft that still ply on Poland's greatest river, the river which flows through two of her capitals, and was, it is well said, partitioned with the land it waters from the Carpathian to the Baltic. On his way down the river he would, observes his chief Polish biographer, have seen, for the first time, and not the last, the evidence before his eyes that his country lay conquered as his boat passed the Prussian cordon over waters that once were Polish. Thus he came down to the quaint old port of Danzig, with its stately old-world burgher palaces and heavily carved street doors, then still Poland's, but which Prussia was only biding her time to seize in a fresh dismemberment of Polish territory. Dead silence surrounds the following 6 months of Kościuszko's life. Every probability points to the fact that he would have gone to Paris, where he had studied so long and where he had many friends and interests. The envoys from America were there on the mission of enlisting the help of France in the conflict of the States with Great Britain. We do not know whether Kościuszko became personally acquainted with any of them. At all events, the air was full of the story of a young country striving for her independence, and it is not surprising that when next the figure of Kościuszko stands out clearly in the face of history, it is as a volunteer offering his sword to the United States to fight in the cause of freedom. End of chapter 1 from Kościuszko, a biography. Letter 1 from Listy z Afryki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Listy z Afryki by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Letter 1. W Neapolu, oczekiwanie, wigilia, szliman, Rawenna, podróż, morze, Ciesina Messyńska, podróżni, 2 dni chwiejby, ranek, pogoda, Damietta. Nie mam bynajmniej zamiaru opisywać Egiptu, z którego opisów można by złożyć drugą bibliotekę aleksandryjską. Posyłam wam tylko pierwszy snopek moich osobistych wrażeń i postanawiam nie przekraczać ich granicy w przekonaniu, że tak będzie lepiej i dla waszego odcinka, i dla mnie. Trudno mi się dziś jednak i na tę łatwą robotę zdobyć. Przeszedłem przez ciężką chorobę gardlaną, która na dobitkę chwyciła mnie z dala od Kairu, zatem z dala od wszelkiej pomocy. Pośpieszny powrót wśród kurzu pustyni pogorszył mój stan tak, że zaledwie od kilku dni nastąpiło stanowcze przesilenie. Wszystko to, razem wzięte, stanowi może pomyślną okoliczność ze względu na moją dalszą podróż, ale na razie, gdy i ręka słaba i głowa po wczorajszej jeszcze gorączce zmęczona, ręka nie chce prowadzić pióra, a głowa snuć myśli. Ponieważ jednak zapowiedzieliście moje listy na pierwszy kwartał roku, więc posyłam wam ten pierwszy, byle uczynić początek. Ruszyłem z Neapolu statkiem angielskim Ravenna z Peninsular and Orient Company w sam dzień Bożego Narodzenia, ale już pod wieczór. Statek ten nie zatrzymuje się nigdzie po drodze, aż dopiero na brzegach egipskich, skąd dalej podąży do Indii. Obwiał mnie też zaraz wiatr wielkich, egzotycznych podróży. Już na pokładzie takiego statku widzisz nieznane ci z europejskich wędrówek twarze i słyszysz nieznaną w Europie mowę. Załoga Rawenny składa się prawie wyłącznie z Hindusów. Kilkunastu angielskich oficerów, 2 lub 3 tejże rasy majtków, zresztą same ciemne postacie, w białych opończach, w zawojach, smukłe, chude, o nogach i rękach tak drobnych, jak u naszych dzieci, i o ruchach mających coś małupiego. Pogoda dobra, niebo błękitne, toń wygina się jak lśniąca blacha, ale nie załamuje się w fale. Na ogół rozlegają się monotonne głosy Hindusów ciągnących liny. Statek potężnym rykiem daje znać, że godzina odjazdu wybiła i drży wewnętrznie. Podnoszą mostek, po którym wchodzi się na pokład. Łódki, pełne wszelkiego rodzaju przekupniów, stojące w dole, oddalają się zwolna. Tu i ówdzie powiewa kilka chustek. Statek odzywa się po raz drugi. Wreszcie go ahead. Ruszamy. Wolę to niż czekać. Neapol jest cudem świata, snem greckim, ale czekać jest źle, nawet w Neapolu. Zresztą chcieliśmy vedere Napoli e poi Egipt, więc nam się dłużyło. Szczególnie poprzedni dzień był ciężki, tym bardziej, że to była Wilia. Siedząc owego wieczora w hali hotelowej na Piazza Umberto, rozmyślałem o lesie zakopiańskim, jasno oświeconych oknach, o radosnych okrzykach dzieci na widok drzewka i myślałem sobie, że tego nie zastąpi ani Santa Lucia, ani przepyszny pióropusz Wezuwiusza, który od czasu do czasu przebłyskiwał czerwono na ciemnym niebie. Takie widzenia z odległości są jak mgły, przesłaniają światło i czynią człowiekowi dzień smutnym. A gdym tak siedział w owych mgłach, na domiar smutnych wrażeń wniesiono do hotelu umierającego człowieka. Niosło go 4 ludzi, On zaś głowę miał opadłą zupełnie na piersi, zamknięte oczy, ziemistą cerę i zwisłe ręce. Posępna ta grupa przesunęła się tuż koło mnie. Po chwili zaś zbliżył się do mego krzesła zarządca hotelu i zapytał: czy panu wiadomo, kto jest ten chory? Nie, to jest wielki Szliman. Biedny wielki Szliman odkopał Troję i Mykeny, zdobył sobie nieśmiertelność i umierał. Od tego czasu gazety już nawet tu, do Kairu, przyniosły wiadomość o jego śmierci. Oto z jakiego szeregu wrażeń składa się moja wigilia i oto dlaczego usłyszałem na drugi dzień z pewną radością: go ahead. Zatoka była gładka, nie tak niemiłosiernie modra, jak bywa czasem Morze Śródziemne, ale raczej koloru niezapominajki, z odblaskami pereł, opalu, miedzi, dymnego srebra. Blaski owe, migocąc, łącząc się i rozbiegając, tworzyły jakby jakąś irytującą się sieć na wodzie, pełną drgań i zmian nagłych. Co było przepyszne, to delikatność i miękkość ogólnego tonu, niełatwa do zobaczenia na Morzu Śródziemnem, które w ogóle jest w tonie raczej twarde. Ale Zatoka Neapolitańska stanowi pod tym względem wyjątek. Rzekłbyś, że Grecy, którzy niegdyś obsiedli rojem te brzegi, przynieśli ze sobą morzu grecką, łagodną świetlistość archipelagu. Słońce stacza się zwolna za Ischię. Rawenna ani pyta, tylko bije śrubą na białą miazgę turkusy, perły, opale i pochylona cokolwiek na bok sunie jak rybitwa. Mijamy Sorrento, następnie przemykamy się między wyniosłością Campanelli i stromym wiszarem Capri i na pełnej roztoczy zasuwamy się zwolna w mrok nocy. Postanawiam czuwać, by zobaczyć wyspy Liparyjskie i wulkan Stromboli, który, niespokojniejszy od Wezuwiusza, oświeca jeszcze co noc, jak olbrzymia latarnia, ciemną pustosz morską. W tym celu, po obiedzie wieczornym, wychodzę na pokład. Wietrzno i chłodno. Okręt poczyna się wspinać na falach, ale czyni to z fantazją, bez trudu, jak delfin, który igra na morzu. Znać dobry statek. Ale do wysp Liparyjskich jeszcze daleko, jeszcze ani śladu ognia w dali. Tymczasem chmury, które przez dzień ukrywały się na kształt smoków w szczelinach gór, teraz, jakby korzystając z nocy i ciemności, wypadają ze swoich dziennych komyszy i zaczynają pędzić po niebie. Co chwila przesłaniają księżyc i gwiazdy. Wiatr zgarnia je i rozgarnia, jak pies owczarski stado. Coraz nowe ich zastępy podnoszą się za statkiem i zdają się go ścigać. Upływa jedna godzina i druga. W salonie na dole gasną światła, lampy elektryczne na pokładzie również. Zostaje tylko kilka kolorowych latarni. Ruch ludzi ustaje. Słychać jeno w równych odstępach czasu dzwon strażniczy, któremu z przodu statku odpowiadają Hindusi. Zresztą cisza. Cisza względna, bo maszyna nie śpi nigdy i swem miarowem gda, gda, gda znaczy drogę i czas pracy. Naokół szumi też morze, tym dziwnym nocnym szumem, w którym odróżnisz jakby głosy i nawoływania ludzkie, jakby wielkie westchnienia, a czasem łkania. Jest w tem coś ogromnie smutnego, bo ponieważ z pojęciem nocy łączy się mimowoli w umyśle ludzkim pojęcie snu i spoczynku, więc ten nocny ruch, to szarpanie się fal, wydaje się jakby męką i zarazem skargą żywiołu, któremu nigdy spocząć nie wolno. Deszcz obfity spędził mnie z pokładu i nie pozwolił zobaczyć Stromboli. Ranek zastał nas już w cieśninie messyńskiej. Dzień blady i chłodny. Brzeg sycylijski przedstawia się szaro i smutnie, bo gdy słońca brak, wszystko jest smutne, a tej zimy nie ma za wiele słońca, nawet w Egipcie. Jeden promień, a owa Sycylia zagrałaby od razu, Bóg wie ilu barwami. Mgła zniża horyzont i przypłaszcza nawet góry. Przypomina mi się urywek, raczej ułamek tylko, z Wandy, Deotymy. Póki serce nie kochało, życie jest jak okolica, której słońce nie oświeca. Może ona i wspaniała, cóż, gdy noc z niej farbę starła, ziemia leży jak umarła. Lecz niech tylko zorza w dali, po rozrywach chmur spowicia, każdy pyłek się zapali, nieśmiertelną iskrą życia. Wszystkie barwy świt odnowi, wszystkie kształty dzień wyciosa, Cóż się stało obrazowi? Słońce weszło na niebiosa. Ale słońce nie wschodzi. Statek mknie bliżej sycylijskiego brzegu tak szybko, jakby się przekradał. I istotnie, niegdyś przekradano się ze strachem przez te wody, bo to tu przecie była siedziba Scylli i Charybdy. Dalej są dwie opoki. Jednej szczyt się jeży aż w niebiosa, a na nim gruby obłok leży, co nie znika ni latem, ni czasu jesieni, a ten szczyt się nie złoci od słońca promieni. We środku ma jaskinię, otwór jej zwrócony ku ciemnościom Erebu, więc ową jaskinię okręt twój, Odysseju, niechaj tak ominie, by z pomostu w ten otwór żadna nie doniosła strzała, ciśniona ręką łucznika z rzemiosła. W tej jamie Skilla siedzi, słychać ją z daleka, skomli jakby miot szczeniąt, jak złaja psów szczeka. Okropna to poczwara i nikt jej widoku nie zniesie, sam Bóg nawet nie dotrzyma kroku. Łap 12 szkaradnych jest tu tej bestyi, a 6 szyi wyciągniętych, a na każdej szyi łeb sprośny, w paszczy zębów 3 rzędy, a przytem gęstych i chropocących z przeraźliwym zgrzytem. Zwykle na dnie pieczary leży tułów spory, a łby tylko wystawia z głębi onej nory. A łapczywie czatując, w paszcze swoje chwyta delfina, psa i wszystko, co ma amfitryta w swojem państwie podwodnem, wszystko, co się zdarzy. Blisko od niej zobaczysz drugą taką skałę, lecz niższą, bo przerzucisz przez nią każdą strzałę. Jest tam figowe drzewo ze skały zwieszone, pod nim groźna Charybda łyka morze słone. 3-kroć w dzień je wyrzuca, 3-kroć wciąga w siebie, a gdy wciąga, o, niechże nie będzie tam ciebie. Dziś się czasy zmieniły, Charybda nie wciąga już w siebie słonej wody, a Scylla straciła zapewne zęby ze starości i nie porywa marynarzy. Cieśnina nie należy już nawet do niebezpiecznych przesmyków morskich. Dla naszej Rawenny, która kilkanaście razy na rok przechodzi groźne zawsze Morze Czerwone i groźniejszy jeszcze Babel-Mandeb, to prawdziwa zabawka. Zresztą przed przybyciem do Neapolu Rawenna przeszła burzę, co się nazywa, i teraz nie robi sobie z byle czego wielkich rzeczy. Fala urwała szalupę, pasażerowie wylatywali w czasie tej burzy z łóżek, pewien młody Anglik potłukł się nawet porządnie, ale opowiadają o niej spokojnie, jak o jednym ze zwykłych epizodów podróży. Wszyscy jadą z Londynu, więc już przywykli do morza, nie choruje nikt. Większość dąży do Kalkuty, nie zrobili więc jeszcze nawet połowy drogi. Podróżni, prócz nas i młodego Hindusa, sami Anglicy. Jest kilka misek, między nimi jedna zasługująca na nazwę miseczki, bo i młoda i ładna. Ta przechadza się cały dzień po pokładzie, tłumiąc za pomocą parasolki swoje suknie, której niedyskretny wiatr żenie, jak mu się podoba. Młody Hindus siedzi, a raczej leży cały boży dzień na fotelu, z nogami w górze, wykonywając, i to z niechęcią, tylko te ruchy, których wymaga zapalenie fajki. Schodzi także na dół, ilekroć dają jeść. Zresztą nie widziałem, żeby choć ręką ruszył. Jest to zapewne jakiś znakomity Hindus, może syn jakiego Radży, wracający z Oxford lub Cambridge. Jego złotawo-zielona cera i czarne jak aksamit oczy śliczne by się zapewne wydawały, gdyby nosił turban, ale w szarym pidżaku angielskim i w szarej, o 2 daszkach, czapce na głowie, młody Radża wygląda jak usmolony kapcan. Zresztą wydaje się nadzwyczaj sfatygowany podróżą, nauką lub życiem i zaledwie odpowiada Anglikom, którzy od czasu do czasu do niego zagadują. W ogóle brak na pokładzie charakterystycznych figur. Nawet kapitan ma minę nie wilka morskiego, ale dobrotliwą twarz angielskiego fermera. Widocznie jednak zna się na swem rzemiośle i patrząc na niego, nie wiem dlaczego, nabiera się wiary, że ten człowiek ani sam nie utonie nigdy, ani też ludzi nie potopi. Szary czas szaro usposabia i na twarzach znać trochę nudy. Jakieś kilkumiesięczne baby stanowi great attraction i trzeba mu przyznać, że robi co może, by zwrócić na siebie powszechną uwagę. Wrzeszczy bowiem od rana do wieczora w niebogłosy, a po nocach spać nam nie daje. Młody doktor, podobny do lorda Byrona i równie piękny, zajmuje się bardzo troskliwie baby, a nie mniej i jego matką, niepodobną wprawdzie do lorda Byrona, ale także bardzo przystojną. Pogoda zmienna. Od czasu do czasu deszcz przetrzepuje przechadzających się po pokładzie, tak niespodzianie, jakby im chciał zrobić na złość, a sobie na uciechę. Ogół podróżnych wolałby zapewne albo zupełną pogodę, albo jakąś uczciwą burzę. Byłaby przynajmniej rozrywka. Jakoż trzeciego dnia zdaje się, iż stanie się zadość temu ostatniemu życzeniu. Od rana poczynamy się mocno huśtać. W południe chwiejba powiększa się, a z nią razem przychodzi nieodłączny zawrót głowy i apatia. Morze przybiera barwę ciemną i ciemnieje coraz bardziej. Na tym zaś posępnym tle widać, jak okiem sięgnąć, białe runa fal, piętrzących się coraz wyżej. Statek poczyna pracować, wspina się, zanurza dziobem w okręt, to znów siada w wydrążeniach fal, przechyla się z boku na bok i skrzypi. Czuby bałwanów przelewają się przez pokład. Jesteśmy na wysokości zachodniego cypla Caldi. Wieczór nie przynosi folgi, noc również, a na drugi dzień jest jeszcze gorzej. Nie przeszkadza to nabożeństwu, bo niedziela, ale do obiadu zamiast osób 40 siada ledwie 15. Szklanki, kieliszki i talerze są w ramach. Mijamy teraz wschodni cypel Caldi. Statek wije się i przewraca, zupełnie jak chory człowiek. Ma się wrażenie, że cierpi na boleści brzucha i że sam nie wie, co z nimi zrobić. Tak upłynął dzień, trzeci i czwarty. 5. zupełna zmiana. Budzi nas promień słońca. Wychodzimy na pokład. Niebo pogodne, ale blade. Morze blade i spokojne. Jakaś nieopisana słodycz napełnia powietrze. Wiatru nie ma, cisza zupełna i czuć tchnienie wiosny. Mgła zbiega się na krańcach widnokręgu, jakby w jakieś fantastyczne, nikłe budynki, które załamują się łagodnie i opadają w morze. Wśród tej ciszy i słodyczy statek idzie naprzód spokojnym ruchem, a za nim ciągną całe stada mew, których nie było dni poprzednich. Nagle rozlegają się głosy „Look here! Look here!” i kilkanaście rąk wyciąga się, ukazując na burtę łodzi. Patrzę i spostrzegam małą szarą ptaszynę, podobną zupełnie do skowronka, siedzącą na linie, tuż obok burty i spoglądającą z wielką ufnością na ludzi swemi małymi, jak czarne paciorki, oczkami. Jest w tem doprawdy coś wzruszającego, bo taki ptaszek to istotny zwiastun ziemi, to znak, że podróż ukończona. Wkrótce nadlatuje ich cała gromadka. Jedne siadają, gdzie który może, inne lecą nad okrętem, lotem, który wydaje się bardzo powolny, dlatego że i sami jesteśmy w ruchu. Słońce podnosi się coraz wyżej i z każdą chwilą czyni się cieplej. To przecie już egipskie słońce nam przyświeca. A jaka wiosna, jak się oddycha łatwo i szeroko. Morze i powietrze pełne są teraz blasków. W tych blaskach poczyna coś majaczyć, wynurzać się, bielić, świecić, rysować się coraz wyraźniej. Co tam widać? Pytam stojącego obok oficera. Damietta, odpowiada Anglik. Lecimy do kabinek po szkła. Przez szkła widać nie tylko budynki Damietty, ale palmy i żółte, świecące mocno w słońcu piaski. Aleksandrię i Rozettę minęliśmy na taką odległość, że ich wcale nie było widać. Zatrzymamy się dopiero w Port Said, skąd po kilkugodzinnym postoju udamy się przez kanał do Izmali. Tymczasem z dziwnym wrażeniem spoglądałem na ów świetlisty rąbek ziemi, który wciąż już był w granicy naszego wzroku. Po raz pierwszy w życiu miałem zobaczyć Egipt i Afrykę. End of letter 1 from Listy z Afryki.
Chapter 1 from Le Livre de la Pitié de la Mort. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Le Livre de la Pitié de la Mort by Pierre Loti. Rêve. Je voudrais connaître une langue à part, dans laquelle pourraient s'écrire les visions de mes sommeils, Quand j'essaie avec les mots ordinaires, je n'arrive qu'à construire une sorte de récit gauche et lourd, à travers lesquels ceux qui me lisent ne doivent assurément rien voir. Moi seul, je puis distinguer encore, derrière l'à peu près de ces mots accumulés, l'insondable abîme. Il paraît que les rêves, même ceux qui nous semblent les plus longs, n'ont qu'une durée à peine appréciable, rien que ces instants toujours très fugitifs où l'esprit flotte entre la veille et le sommeil. Mais nous sommes trompés par l'excessive rapidité avec laquelle leurs mirages se succèdent et changent. Ayant vu passer tant de choses, nous disons « j'ai rêvé toute une nuit », quand à peine avons-nous rêvé pendant 1 minute. La vision dont je vais parler n'a peut-être pas eu comme durée réelle plus de quelques secondes, car elle m'a paru à moi-même fort courte. La première image s'est éclairée en 2 ou 3 fois par saccades légères, comme si, derrière un transparent, on remontait par petites secousses la flamme d'une lampe. D'abord, une lueur indécise, de forme allongée, attirant l'attention de mon esprit au sortir du plein sommeil, de la nuit et du non-être. Puis, la lueur devient une traînée de soleil, entrant par une fenêtre ouverte et s'étalant sur un plancher. En même temps, mon attention, plus excitée, s'inquiète tout à coup, vague ressouvenir de je ne sais quoi, pressentiment rapide comme l'éclair de quelque chose qui va me remuer jusqu'au fond de l'âme. Cela se précise, c'est le rayon d'un soleil du soir venant d'un jardin sous lequel cette fenêtre donne. Jardin exotique, où, sans les avoir vus, je sais à présent qu'il y a des manguiers. Dans cette traînée lumineuse sur le plancher, l'ombre d'une plante, qui est dehors, se découpe et tremble doucement, l'ombre d'un bananier. Et maintenant, les parties relativement obscures s'éclairent. Dans la pénombre, les objets se dessinent, et je vois tout, avec un inexprimable frisson. Rien que de très simple pourtant, un petit appartement dans quelque maison coloniale, aux murs de bois, aux chaises de paille. Sur une console, une pendule du temps de Louis XV dont le balancier teinte imperceptiblement. Mais j'ai déjà vu tout cela et j'ai conscience de l'impossibilité où je suis de me rappeler où, et je m'agite avec angoisse derrière cette sorte de voile ténébreux qui est tendu à un point donné dans ma mémoire, arrêtant les regards que je voudrais plonger au-delà, dans je ne sais quel recul plus profond. C'est bien le soir, c'est bien la lueur dorée d'un soleil qui va s'éteindre, et les aiguilles de la pendule Louis XV marquent 6 heures. 6 heures de quel jour à jamais perdu dans les gouffres éternels? De quel jour, de quelle année lointaine est disparue? Ces chaises ont aussi un air ancien. Dans l'une d'elles est posé un large chapeau de femme, en paille blanche, d'une forme démodée depuis plus de 100 ans. Mes yeux s'y arrêtent, et alors l'indicible frisson me secoue plus fort. La lumière baisse, baisse. Maintenant, c'est à peine l'éclairage trouble des rêves ordinaires. Je ne comprends pas, je ne sais pas, mais malgré tout, je sens que j'ai été au courant des choses de cette maison et de la vie qui s'y mène. Cette vie plus mélancolique et plus exilée des colonies d'autrefois, alors que les distances étaient plus grandes et les mers plus inconnues. Et tandis que je regarde ce chapeau de femme qui s'efface peu à peu, comme tout ce qui est là dans des cris crépusculaires, cette réflexion me vient, faite à ma tête par un autre que par moi-même. Alors c'est qu'elle est rentrée. En effet, elle apparaît, elle, derrière moi, sans que je l'aie entendue venir. Elle, restant à la partie obscure, dans le fond de l'appartement où ce reflet de soleil n'arrive pas. Elle, très vague, comme une esquisse tracée en couleur morte sur de l'ombre grise. Elle, très jeune, créole, nu-tête avec des boucles noires disposées autour du front d'une manière surannée. de beaux yeux limpides, ayant l'air de voir me parler, avec un mélange d'effarement triste et d'enfantine candeur. Peut-être pas absolument belle, mais possédant les suprêmes charmes. Et puis surtout, c'était elle, un mot qui par lui-même est d'une douceur exquise à prononcer, un mot qui, pris dans le sens où je l'entends, résume en lui toute la raison qu'on a de vivre, exprime presque l'ineffable et l'infini. Dire que je la reconnaissais serait une expression bien banale et bien faible. Il y avait beaucoup plus. Tout mon être s'élançait vers elle avec une force profonde, comme enchaîné pour la ressaisir. Et ce mouvement avait je ne sais quoi de sourd, d'affreusement étouffé, comme l'effort impossible de quelqu'un qui chercherait à reprendre son propre souffle et sa propre vie, après des années et des années passées sous le couvercle d'un sépulcre. Habituellement, une émotion très forte éprouvée dans un rêve en brise le fil impalpable et c'est fini. On se veille, la trame fragile, une fois rompue, flotte un instant, puis retombe, s'évanouit d'autant plus vite que l'esprit s'efforce davantage à la retenir, disparaît comme une gaze déchirée dans le vide, qu'on voudrait poursuivre et que le vent emporte au fond des lointaines inaccessibles. Mais non, cette fois-ci, je ne m'éveillai pas et le rêve continua en s'éteignant. Le rêve se prolongea en traînée mourante. Un instant, nous restâmes l'un devant l'autre, arrêtés dans notre élan de souvenirs par je ne sais quelle sombre inertie, sans voix pour nous parler, et presque sans pensée, croisant seulement nos regards de fantômes avec un étonnement et une délicieuse angoisse. Puis nos yeux aussi se voilèrent, et nous devînmes de formes plus vagues encore, accomplissant des choses insignifiantes et involontaires. La lumière baissait toujours, on n'y voyait presque plus. Elle sortit, et je la suivis dans une espèce de salon aux murs blanchis, vaste, à peine garni de meubles simples, comme d'ordinaire dans les habitations de planteurs. Une autre ombre de femme qui nous attendait là, vêtue d'une robe créole, une femme âgée que je reconnus aussi tout de suite et qui lui ressemblait, sa mère sans doute, se leva à notre approche, et nous sortîmes, tous les trois, sans nous être concertés, comme obéissant à une habitude. Mon Dieu, que des mots et que de longues phrases pour expliquer lourdement tout cela qui s'est passé sans durée et sans bruit, entre personnages diaphanes comme des reflets, se mouvant sans vie dans une obscurité toujours croissante, plus décolorée et plus trouble que celle de la nuit. Nous sortîmes tous trois au crépuscule dans une petite rue triste, bordée de maisonnettes coloniales basses sur des grands arbres. Au bout la mer, vaguement devinée, une impression de dépaysement, de lointain exil, quelque chose comme ce que l'on devait éprouver au siècle passé dans les rues de la Martinique ou de la Réunion, mais avec la grande lumière en moins, tout cela vu dans cette pénombre où vivent les morts. De grands oiseaux tournoyaient dans le ciel lourd. Malgré cette obscurité, on avait conscience de n'être qu'à cette heure encore claire qui vient après le soleil couché. Évidemment, nous accomplissions là un acte habituel, dans ces ténèbres toujours plus épaisses, qui n'étaient pas celles de la nuit, nous refaisions notre promenade du soir. Mais les impressions perçues allaient s'éteignant toujours. Les deux femmes n'étaient plus visibles. Il ne me restait d'elles que la notion de deux spectres légers et doux cheminant à mes côtés. Puis plus rien. Tout s'éteignit à jamais dans la nuit absolue du vrai sommeil. Je dormis longtemps après ce rêve, 1 heure, 2 heures, je ne sais. Au réveil, au retour des pensées, dès qu'un premier souvenir me revint, j'éprouvais cette sorte de commotion intérieure qui fait faire un sursaut et ouvrir tout grand les yeux. Dans ma mémoire, j'ai retrouvé d'abord la vision à son moment le plus intense, celui où tout à coup j'avais songé à elle. En reconnaissant son grand chapeau jeté sur cette chaise, et où, derrière moi, elle avait paru. Puis lentement, peu à peu, je me rappelais tout le reste, les détails si précis de cet appartement déjà connu, cette femme plus âgée entrevue dans l'ombre, cette promenade dans cette petite rue déserte. Où donc avais-je vu et aimé tout cela? Je cherchais rapidement dans mon passé avec une sorte d'inquiétude, d'anxieuse tristesse, me croyant sûr de trouver. Mais non, rien, nulle part, dans ma propre vie, rien de pareil. La tête humaine est remplie de souvenirs innombrables, entassés pêle-mêle comme des fils de chevaux brouillés. Il y en a des milliers serrés dans des recoins obscurs d'où ils ne sortiront jamais. La main mystérieuse qui les agite et les retourne va quelquefois prendre les plus ténus et les plus insaisissables pour les amener un instant en lumière pendant ce calme qui précède ou suit le sommeil. Celui que je viens de raconter ne reparaîtra certainement jamais, et reparaîtra-t-il même une autre nuit que je n'en apprendrai pas davantage au sujet de cette femme et de ce lieu d'exil, parce que dans ma tête, il n'y a sans doute rien de plus qui les concerne. C'est le dernier fragment d'un fil brisé qui doit finir là où s'est arrêté mon rêve. Le commencement et la suite n'existaient que dans d'autres cerveaux depuis longtemps retournés à la poussière. Parmi mes ascendants, j'ai eu des marins dont la vie et les aventures ne me sont qu'imparfaitement connues. Il y a certainement, je ne sais où, dans quelques petits cimetières des colonies, des vieux ossements qui sont le reste de la jeune femme au grand chapeau de paille et aux boucles noires. Le charme que ses yeux avaient exercé sur un de ses ancêtres inconnus a été assez puissant pour jeter un dernier reflet mystérieux jusqu'à moi. J'ai songé à elle tout un jour, et avec une mélancolie si étrange. End of Rêve, from le livre de la pitié et de la mort. Read by Claudia Caldi.
Wstęp, from Klejnoty poezji staropolskiej. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Klejnoty poezji staropolskiej, edited by Gustav Bolesław Baumfeld. Wstęp. Słowo o rozwoju poezji staropolskiej. Chcemy w szkicu niniejszym spojrzeć niejako z lotu ptaka na cały obszar poezji staropolskiej i na całą drogę jej rozwoju. Obszar ten obejmuje prawie 6 stuleci twórczości, od wieku XIII do końca XVIII. Ściśle datami określić twórczości tej nie można, o ile chodzi o jej początki zwłaszcza. Przyjęliśmy wprawdzie połowę wieku XIII jako okres, w którym powstała pierwsza pieśń polska, dzisiaj z rękopisów późniejszych znana, Bogu Rodzica, najświątobliwsza pieśń i jakoby wyrocznia Królestwa Polskiego, jak o niej wydrukowano w roku 1506, ale można przypuścić na pewno prawie, że wiele pieśni polskich zaginęło w rękopisach i ze stuleci dawniejszych, i z tegoż stulecia XIII oraz następnych. Są nawet ślady. Stłumiły zresztą pierwszą twórczość polską poetycką pisma łacińskie, obficie i gorliwie szerzone przez księży i misjonarzy wiary chrześcijańskiej w Polsce, którzy pierwszymi w niej byli w ogóle przedstawicielami i oświaty, i piśmiennictwa. Gdy pisma łacińskie w Polsce sięgają prawie początków państwa polskiego, w każdym razie wieku XI, polskie, nie mówiąc już o poezji, zjawiają się dopiero w wieku XIII. Kościół w Polsce zrazu tłumił twórczość swojską, potem popierał ją i stał się na długo jej ogniskiem. Religijne pieśni polskie, przekłady z Pisma Świętego, psalmy i świętobliwe pieśni to pierwsze jaskółki polskiej mowy poetyckiej. Coraz tych ptaków było więcej i coraz gwarniej w tym skromnym domku twórczości polskiej. Pieśni maryjne, modlitwy, pieśni o Duchu Świętym, legendy, wreszcie we wieku XV i początkach XVI poezje świeckie, o przyzwoitości towarzyskiej, o zamordowaniu Tęczyńskiego, satyra na chłopów, pieśń o porażce pruskiej. Wszystko to w rzadkich rękopisach odnajdywać musiały wieki późniejsze, najczęściej trafem tylko, często po obcych i dalekich księgozbiorach. Wszystko to polskie prymitywy poetyckie, w mowie tworzonej ludowej. Powoli wykuwała się polska mowa poetycka do pięknej formy jeszcze nie nawykła, w słowie pisanem walcząca z wielu trudnościami, próbująca jakby ten lub ów dźwięk mowy polskiej wyrazić na piśmie. Pisano tchen, się, on. Druk wprowadzony w samym końcu wieku XV do Polski rozwiązał skrzydła i poezji polskiej. Długo jednak walczyła jeszcze z zależnością od obcych wzorów i wpływów, pod których opieką nawet sama mowa i forma kształciła się i wyrabiała, zrazu niezdarnie i nieśmiało, chodząc jak dzieciątko. Największą zaś przeszkodą na drodze do jej wyzwolenia były język i literatura łacińska. One to sprawiły, że literatura polska w ogóle spóźniła się. Zrazu mało kto umiał z Polaków czytać i pisać. Mowa polska tym bardziej do literatury nie była wprawna, a kiedy pod skorupą łacińską wezbrała już i dojrzała, że strumieniem poezji potoczyć się mogła, znowu naszła fala obca uczonej mowy łacińskiej, zakochania się w dawnych łacińskich i greckich pisarzach, humanizm, i odepchnęła swojską falę znowu na całe pół wieku. Dzielni urodzeni poeci, Polacy jak Klemens Janicki, piękne swoje dzieła pisali po łacinie, w wieku XVI pierwsza połowa. Ta łacińska moda do nas później przyszła niż gdzie indziej i u nas dłużej trwała. Także poezja polska w stosunku do innych w Europie spóźniła się mocno. Aż zniecierpliwił się Mikołaj Rej, jakby przez opatrzność mało umiejący po łacinie, i pisał: a niechaj narodowie wżdy postronni znają, że Polacy nie gęsi i swój język mają. Zaczął więc pisać i drukować po polsku ten pierwszy pisarz polski, pierwszy poeta, prawie jeszcze na wpół ludowy, jakby przez niego chciała się wypowiedzieć jeszcze do końca ta pierwotna poezja swojska, która tyle w Polsce miała przeszkód w swym rozwoju. Z nim dzieli zasługę pierwszeństwa jeszcze tylko Marcin Bielski. Skala twórczości u Reja jeszcze nie bogata. Satyra obyczajowa i moralistyka to właściwie wszystko. Jest to zresztą zakres właściwy świeckiej poezji prymitywnej, która sztukę rozumiała tylko w ścisłym przystosowaniu do realnego żywota. Forma Reja niewiele jeszcze odbiegła od prymitywów, rymy i rytmy pierwotne, często pozorne, ale za to czystość mowy i żywość obrazów urodzonego pisarza. Współcześni nazywali go zacnego pocztu poetyckiego starszym hetmanem. Przyrodzonym dowcipem wielkiej sławy dostał, wodza żadnego nie miał, a trafił do skały, z której płyną strumienie nieskończonej chwały. Tak oceniali współcześni pierwszego swojego pisarza. Ale długo tamowany potok twórczości polskiej artystycznej wyzwolił się dopiero w dziełach Jana Kochanowskiego i jego następców najbliższych. Okazało się dopiero wtedy, jak bardzo dojrzały już polska mowa, myśl i uczucie do wybornej literackiej twórczości, jak wiele wzięły w siebie najlepszych pierwiastków z kultury językowej i literackiej Greków i Rzymian oraz współczesnych humanistów. Była to dobra strona owej przydługiej szkoły, w której poezja polska siedzieć musiała, zanim usamodzielnić się i wyzwolić się mogła. Wpływy te zresztą nie ustawały nadal. Szacunek i umiłowanie dla języka i kultury starożytnej kazały długo jeszcze, do samego końca Rzeczypospolitej, uznawać język łaciński w Polsce jako drugi obok polskiego w twórczości naszych poetów i zwłaszcza uczonych. Miała Polska jeszcze w XVI i XVII wieku poetów wyłącznie łacińskich, doskonałych, Sarbiewski, i przez półłacińskich, Klonowicz, a sam książę poetów wieku złotego, Kochanowski, dzieła łacińskie pisał. Ale wiek złoty już na oścież otworzył wrota polskiej mowie poetyckiej. rozszerzył się ogromnie zakres twórczości polskiej, a właśnie mistrz z Czarnolasu był arcypolskim poetą i arcyludzkim. Nie było uczuć pięknych, dla których on w poezji nie znalazłby wyrazu gorącego i formy szlachetnej. Najczyściej liryka płynęła z jego strun, wznosząc się czasami do wyżyn hymnu, od najprostszej piosenki. Prawdziwy urodzony poeta natus, wdarł się na skałę pięknej Kaliopy, gdzie dotychmiast nie było śladu polskiej stopy. Treny, psał też Dawidów, odprawa posłów greckich ze swemi cudnymi chórami, pieśni i fraszki, muzy, proporzec, satyr i szachy, a więc i czysta liryka, i próba dramatu, i szkice epiczne. To prawdziwie złotem lśniące punkty twórczości owego złotego okresu, a także Szarzyńskiego sonety, Szymonowicza sielanki, Górnickiego dworzanin, księdza Skargi kazania sejmowe, Grabowieckiego rytmy duchowne, dzisiaj dopiero oceniane, żywość, bezpośredniość i szczerość, prostota złączona z wykwintem są właśnie złotem, które błyszczało w poezji tego okresu. Miłość we wszelkiej postaci, żal i smutek, oburzenie i radość znajdują w niej pełny wyraz, a przede wszystkim miłość i duma, rozkosz prawie wolności politycznej i osobistej, której poczucie tak silnie dał humanizm sferom wykształconym i inteligentnym. Co do formy technicznej poematów tego czasu, to tak rymy, jak i rytmy, wyzbywszy się wszystkich niemal pierwotności, stają na poziomie od razu wysokim. Mowa poetycka dorównywa najlepszym wzorom obcym, współczesnym romańskim. Z entuzjazmem podnosi to jeden z bezimiennych poetów XVI wieku. Niech już milczą Grekowie, niech już milczą Włoszy i cóż mają milszego nad polskie rozkoszy? Tych rozkoszy, tych piękności starczyło literaturze polskiej na długo. Wpływ trwał i podtrzymywał twórczość dalszą wśród niepomyślnych czasów późniejszych, wśród zamętu. Nic bardziej charakterystycznego i bardziej wzruszającego, jak to uwielbienie, którym otaczali poeci Złotego Wieku, zwłaszcza Kochanowskiego, następni pisarze polscy w wieku XVII. Do poetów owego wieku zwrócił się też znacznie później na nowo największy poeta polski Mickiewicz. Kiedy w romantyzmie nastąpi odrodzenie poezji, sięgnie się do tych krynic poezji polskiej. Wiek XVII odznaczał się bujnością form i motywów. Prawie przez całe to stulecie nie braknie dobrych poetów, a choć się wtedy wiele nie drukuje, pisze się bardzo wiele. Poziom jednak ogólny poezji i w ogóle piśmiennictwa w tym czasie nie jest już tak wysoki jak w okresie poprzednim. W niejednym nawet zniża się bardzo. W mowie poetyckiej, w stylu, w zdobności znać barok w ujemnych jego cechach. Gadatliwość w poezji świadczy o braku umiaru artystycznego. Zwroty i ozdoby stylu często ciężkie, nienaturalne, dalekie od pięknej prostoty. Po wpływach klasycznego humanizmu pozostały czcze formy zewnętrzne, bez jego ducha. Poezja zgina się zbyt często niziutko w stronę magnatów i wysokiej szlachty. Wszystko chwalczy panegiryzm. Religijność zbyt wyłącznie zapanowuje nad ogółem twórczości. Mowa poetycka, wyzwolona w drugiej części XVI wieku z pierwotności ludowej, wpada teraz w pierwotność i potoczność mowy gminu szlacheckiego. Wszystko to jednak nie ujmuje bujności. Przybywają nowe formy poezji. Poezja wieku XVII objawia wyraźną tendencję do stworzenia epopei i jego rymowane kroniki często podnoszą się do wyżyn rycerskiego eposu. Epoka odbija się żywo w dziejach współczesnych. Przyczynia się ta żywość do bujności i oryginalności poezji XVII wieku. Polskie czasy ognia i miecza i wojennego potopu pozostawiły w poezji współczesnej niezatarte ślady. Na plan pierwszy wysuwa się, mająca miejsce wspaniałe, wojna chocimska Wacława Potockiego. Poza tym rozwijają się w dalszym ciągu dawne formy sielanka, bracia Bartłomiej i Szymon Zimorowicze, Jan Gawiński, pieśń i fraszka, Potocki, Twardowski, Kochowski, Naborowski, A. Morsztyn, satyra, K. Opaliński. Obok eposu rycerskiego nową formą jest powieść fantastyczna. Morsztyn, Twardowski, Potocki. i patriotyczno-religijna proza poetycka psalmodii polskiej Kochowskiego. Poetów w wieku XVII mnóstwo, a choć stosunkowo niewielu powołanych, przecież wielu z nich daje rzeczy interesujące i niepowszednie w swojej twórczości, nieraz przerażającej ilością dzieł i ich gadatliwością, a jeszcze bardziej czczością. Wpływy literackie obce i to nowe, a w niejednem bardzo szacowne, rysują się coraz wyraźniej. Literatura Polski, stworzona jakby na pośredniczkę różnych kultur europejskich, pozostaje zawsze pod silnym, i to z niejednej strony, wpływem. W XVII wieku klasyczne już słabną, w każdym razie wyrodnieją, za to rosną, widoczne już w okresie poprzednim, inne, włoskie, francuskie, nawet hiszpańskie, w ogóle romańskie. Wiele znaczące i wartościowe przekłady A. Morsztyna Cyd, S. Morsztyna Andromacha, Piotra Kochanowskiego, Jeruzalem wyzwolone i Orlando. Dziwnie nawet żyją sobie w tym czasie wykwint i artyzm kulturalny wpływów obcych, obok rubaszności i zacofania gminno-szlacheckiego. Nareszcie ton jeszcze jeden, zyskujący siłę w poezji tego czasu, świadomość niebezpieczeństwa politycznego, możliwość upadku państwa, która żyła już w dziełach wszystkich niemal pisarzy XVI wieku, teraz staje się często alarmem, lamentem powszechnym. Lament matki korony polskiej, już konającej, wołaniem tonącego w pierwszej fali potopu, wojny najezdnicze, anarchia sejmowa, liberum veto. Co lepsi uświadamiają sobie nawet zaćmienie literatury i kultury. Ogółem ten wiek zamętu polskiego był owym twórczym chaosem, z którego wyłoniło się wiele tworów nowych i ważnych w poezji i w życiu duchowym Polski. Jednym z najważniejszych było chyba unarodowienie literatury polskiej, mianowicie częściowe, o tyle, że zdobyła ona, przy wielu stratach chwilowych, swojskość wybitną, oczywiście jeszcze nie w najwyższych i najlepszych jej formach i przejawach. Ten etap rozwoju i twórczości polskiej dokonał się w wieku XVII. Prawdziwe zaćmienie poezji przypada na pierwszą połowę wieku XVIII, na czasy saskie. Czasy saskie odpokutowały za wszystkie swoje i dawniejszego wieku winy ogólnym zniżeniem ducha, umysłu, twórczości. Nie do tego stopnia, by nie znalazło się miejsce dla nowej fali reformatorów i odnowicieli, ale w każdym razie na tyle, że literatura, a zwłaszcza poezja, były w stanie zupełnego przygnębienia i nawet zaniku. W szczególności zatraciły czasy saskie poczucie poetyczności. Poetyckie odczuwanie życia zatarło się niby, czego skutkiem był powszechny prozaizm, jakby to nazwać można. Zostały rymy i rytmy, rozwiał się duch poezji. Zdawało się poetom ówczesnym, że same rymy stanowią poezję. Człowiek rozsądny i nawet uczony, jak biskup Załuski, pisał katalog swojej sławnej biblioteki wierszem. Rzeczy nadzwyczajne w poezji przez swój komizm, kurioza literackie, były w tym czasie na porządku dziennym. Wiersze księdza Beki, encyklopedia księdza Benedykta Chmielowskiego. Ratowali poezję Wacław Rzewuski i Elżbieta Drużbacka. Rzewuski był nawet w tragediach swoich i komediach dość gładki, w psalmach pokutnych serdeczny, ale od prawdziwej poezji wszystko to było dalekie. Na szczęście trwał stan taki nie dłużej nad 2 pokolenia. Twórczość tak bujna i obfita jak w wieku XVII nie wróciła się szybko i to nie było możliwe. Ogół narodu za panowania Stanisława Augusta, zwłaszcza w pierwszej jego części, jeszcze tkwił w grubym poniżeniu i w pospolitości i dopiero dzięki nowym urządzeniom oświatowym i usiłowaniom od góry powoli podnosić się zaczynał. Wśród niego więc i materiału, i podkładu dla odrodzenia poezji w czasie tym nie było. Poezja i w ogóle literatura czasów Stanisława Augusta odrodziła się od góry i charakter ten warstwy oraz tła, z którego wyszła, zachowała na długo. Była to poezja odrodzona z tendencją odrodzenia umysłowości w narodzie. Poezja niejako wyrozumowana, a w każdym razie mocno uczona. Tło zachowała dworskie. W szczególności, co do swej wewnętrznej wartości, oznaczała zwycięstwo kultury umysłowej i kultury literackiej, objęcie panowania przez nią. Było to nawet pomyślne dla poezji polskiej, że po żywiołowej i mocno surowej bujności swojskiej wieku XVII oraz straszliwym zacofaniu okresu saskiego przeszła przez ten salon twórczości stanisławowskiej na wskroś zachodnioeuropejski. Było to bowiem co do formy zwycięstwo całkowite wtórnego klasycyzmu francuskiego. Wtórny, dworny i racjonalistyczny charakter poezji polskiej tego czasu tak był zdecydowany i wyłączny, że właściwie nie ma w okresie tym poetów, jest tylko poezja. Nie ma indywidualności, jest typ. Żaden z poetów pierwszej połowy panowania Stanisława Augusta nie ma wyraźnej i własnej fizjonomii twórczej. Było właściwie wszystko jedno, czy dany poemat napisany został przez Krasickiego, czy przez Trębeckiego lub Naruszewicza. Jeszcze chyba różnicę stanowiłoby tu autorstwo węgierskiego. Panowanie wyłączne i powszechne dwóch form głównych, satyry i ody. Satyry pod wszelkimi postaciami, właściwej, horatiusowskiej, komedii, powieści, bajki. Zgodne to zupełnie z wyrozumowaną u góry tendencją oświatowo-reformatorską, właśnie nie tyle odczutą, ile wyrozumowaną. Tendencja ta była szanowna i w skutkach wielce błogosławiona dla narodu, ale sama poezja, która jej służyła, która ją hodowała, była od narodu daleka. Podobny też charakter miała mowa poetycka tego czasu, sztywna i zimna, daleka od serdeczności mowy Kochanowskiego i bujności mowy Potockiego lub Twardowskiego, ale zaprzeczyć się nie da, że była nienagannie czystą, że nabrała literackiej elegancji i płynności, choć rzadko zdobywała się na siłę wyrazu, jedynie u Zabłockiego. A przede wszystkim podkreślić trzeba, że w niej formułuje się już i krystalizuje nowoczesna forma literacka polska, jakkolwiek dopiero w ogólnych zarysach i w głównych zasadach. Dlatego to Mickiewicz tak żywo interesował się mową poetycką tych czasów, na przykład mową Trębeckiego. W ogóle przełamują się tu wyraźne formy i czasy polskie, stare polskie i nowe. Młodsze pokolenie okresu Stanisława Augusta uczuciem i mową już wkracza w progi nowej Polski. Nieszczęście polityczne w okresu tego połowie widomie staje u wrót Polski. Ryć zaczyna i żłobić w poezji polskiej drogi, po których płynie do dzisiaj walki o życie narodu, łez i wstrętu niewoli, krwi ofiarnej, zapału wyzwoleń. Poezja znowu wchodzi między naród, znowu napływać zaczynają do niej fale twórczości z gminu szlacheckiego, pieśni konfederatów barskich. Co prawda miękną zrazu i słabną w formach sentymentalnych wśród poetów nawykłych do salonowych poprawności, Karpiński, Kniazin, ale zwolna dobywa się na wierzch ten silniejszy, energiczniejszy. To religijno-patriotyczny, Woronicz, Bart Polski, A. J. Czartoryskiego, to bojowo-propagatorski, Niemcewicz. Jako forma dominuje elegia we wszelkich postaciach. Mowa poetycka, która co do czystości i giętkości nigdy już, z rzadkimi wyjątkami, nie spadnie z wysokości czasów Krasickiego i Trębeckiego, teraz nabiera coraz widoczniej ciepła, serdeczności, kolorów. Barwa jej główna, krew cierpiącego i walczącego narodu. Taka właśnie fala poezji wzbierać będzie odtąd coraz silniej i płynąć, niezależnie od gruntu, przez jaki jej chwilowo wypadnie przepływać, od charakteru, jaki w tym lub owym okresie mieć będzie poezja urzędowa. Ona to stanie się ostatecznie narodową. Jej w sukurs przyjdzie z czasem wielka, oczyszczająca burza romantyzmu, wyzwalająca uczucie całkowicie i obejmująca mową swoją wszystkie warstwy narodu, całą jego twórczość. End of. Wstęp. Słowo o rozwoju poezji staropolskiej. From Klejnoty poezji staropolskiej. Chapter 1 from The Patriot Novelist of Poland, Henryk Sienkiewicz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Patriot Novelist of Poland, Henryk Sienkiewicz, by Monica Mary Gardner. Chapter 1 The Man and His Country. Henryk Sienkiewicz, the greatest of Polish novelists, is the only writer of his nation who is not a stranger to the general English reader. In its day, an English version of Quo Vadis lay on the counters of every bookshop and railway stall in our country. Few among those who read this story, glowing with life and colour, realized that it was written out of the darkness of national oppression, that the very words of its writer were fettered by the censorship of a foreign conqueror. Born in 1846 of an old family of Lithuanian descent, Sienkiewicz, like the majority of the great writers of Poland, drew his first breath in a remote Polish country district. Those early years spent in close intimacy with nature intensified that inborn Polish love of the soil, which in one form or another impregnates his writings. When his childhood was over, he studied in Warsaw. He then took up the journalism with which his literary career began. These are the broad lines of the first 30 years of his life, of which, superficially speaking, there is little to tell. Nor is there much to relate of external events, even in Sienkiewicz's later life. His life was his work, and the story of his work is the story of his life. But an undercurrent ran beneath an uneventful youth that was largely accountable for the direction that Sienkiewicz's genius was to take. He was not 17 when the Polish insurrection broke out in 1863. He was just 18 when it ended, but it affected the psychology of his whole work little less than it influenced the history of his country for generations to come. Its failure was followed, in the years of Sienkiewicz's young manhood, by a period of national reaction after great and unsuccessful effort. It was then, during the dreariest epoch of Poland's history, that Sienkiewicz came forward as a brilliant novelist, whose fame travelled beyond the confines of his forgotten country, and who, in pages of splendid pageantry, of heroism, tenderness, and humour, reminded Europe that there was still a Poland. End of Chapter 1 from The Patriot Novelist of Poland, Henryk Sienkiewicz.
Chapter 1 of The Upper Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Upper Hand by Emerson Gifford Taylor. Chapter 1. An Intrusion. When the sleepy servant opened the door of Squire Warden's parlour that morning, she received a shock. Outdoors clear, cool daylight was flooding the world after a night of wind and rain. Yet here was the hanging lamp still burning, though it sputtered dingily, and the heavy curtains were drawn tight. Matters in themselves strange enough in all conscience. But what made Mandy actually cry out in real alarm as she looked in was the sight of the squire himself. There was not a man in the whole of New England more regular in his habits, more careful of appearances, more scrupulous in observing what he called his duty as a respectable member of society. He had been proud of his ancestors and of his old home long before the sons and the daughters arose to remind us how necessary such a feeling is to every pious descendant. And he tried his best to live up to their traditions by making himself as rich as possible with the least possible discredit, and often indeed at the expense of less worthy men than himself. Kingsford was interested in two such cases especially, and on both occasions was glad that Mr. Warden was the winner. One was when he announced that he had drawn Ziba Wilder's will himself, when nobody supposed that the old fellow had thought of such an instrument, and by its terms he inherited all the money instead of Ziba's son, the worthless cheat the gallows James. The latter only smiled when the disappointing news was told him, said that maybe Warden would give him a little out of charity, and drifted away down the world. The other case was when the squire foreclosed on shiftless French, the miller, who was ruining the property anyhow. His ways were changeless. The rules and order of his house were rooted as deeply as the great Warden elms, were as serene as the old Warden garden. So, when Mandy took in even the most obvious of the unusual sights the parlour showed her, she arrived at the obvious deduction instantly. "Goodness "Minnie!" she exclaimed, her voice running up in a squeak. "Is you dead, Master Wharton?" She might well ask it, for the squire was lying back in an armchair with his eyes closed, his thin face chalk white in the low light of the dial lamp. His collar and clothes were rumpled and his white hair disordered. "Is you dead?" Mandy cried again, with rather more interest than anxiety. At that he opened his eyes and stared at her. For a second he looked wild and frightened, as though he had just waked from some disquieting nightmare. Then his expression changed. He sat up straight and whipped his right hand behind his back. "Anything the matter, sir?" "You get down to work late and like, that's all. Up here in the north we begin the day early," Mr. Warden replied with an effort. "I've been downstairs quite a while already," he added in a tone of mingled bitterness and whimsical humour. "It's only 6:30, poor Mandy began. "We won't talk about it." The squire's tone cut like acid this time, and Mandy felt inclined to weep. "I'll fix this place up myself this morning." He raised his head, noticed certain details in the state of the room, and then hastily extinguished the lamp. "Don't wait," he said, less sharply, though his voice in the semi-darkness still sounded queer. "You can find plenty to tend to somewhere else." "All right, sir." She was considering how to get away without any more scolding when her master spoke again, and this time honest Mandy got a start she thought she never would get over. "I want you to set another place at the breakfast table," he said slowly and with an evident effort. "That'll do. And, Mandy, What, sir? What's that noise out in the hall? Is anybody there?" he demanded sharply. "Is there?" The girl wheeled about and looked blankly out of the room. "No, Miss Warden." Very strange. I thought I heard... Well, let me see." The old man listened again. "No, of course, nobody would be there. Now, what was I saying, Mandy?" "You was mentioning a place at breakfast, sir," she suggested. "A visitor arrived in the evening." The good gentleman went on quietly, though he watched to see the effect of his announcement. "Rather unexpectedly." "That was the racket I done heard," cried Mandy, thinking she had been half-waked once or twice by something like a cry. "Somebody was hollering." "There was no noise," the squire answered swiftly. "Not a sound. Nothing you could have heard, possibly. Now go." Left alone, and he waited till he heard the girl at work in the dining-room, he withdrew his hidden hand and readjusted, wincing with pain, the rough bandage that was tied around the wrist. The strip of cotton and the stain of liniment seemed, like Mr. Warden's disordered dress and the pain in his face, out of place in this parlour of his. But there were other bits of evidence which seemed to point to some recent and rude violation of the room's usual air. A chair was upset. Over by the wall, in a hastily cleared space, stood a little travelling trunk all stained with night's rain, and there hung all about the place a profaning reek of dead tobacco and the lees of a cloudy glass of rum. Mr. Warden closed the door into the hall. As best he could, with his pain and his fatigue, he set about putting things to rights. The windows were flung up, squeaking and rattling. There drifted in a breath of lilac and syringa, fragrant after the drenching. Next, the furniture was set straight. The ashes and ends of cigars were cleared up, which some careless smoker had sprinkled or dropped on the table where the big Bible lay. Even the fire in the stove was rekindled, and the square of zinc underneath it was brushed up clean. So much the squire could do, but then he hesitated. A shudder of sickness swept through him. He shut his eyes as though not to see the task that remained. 3 times his hand failed, although Mr. Warden, as all Kingsford knew, had nerves of steel and a heart of ice. 3 times he turned from his task, sick and faint. Yet what he had to do was simple enough. It was merely to pick up and put in its place the thin iron poker. It had unaccountably fallen across the room from the stove, and falling had burned a deep scorch in the heavy carpet. A stained bandana handkerchief was twisted around the handle. When at length his work was done, "It'll be his turn next time," cried Mr. Warden half aloud. "This is the end, forever," he promised, looking round the room. "The rest is mine, mine, mine." The cool air from outdoors solaced him. From the window seat, for he lacked the strength just then to go upstairs and change his dress, he watched the early morning activities of the village streets, and the burning ache in his wrist, like the dull fire in his heart, subsided a little as he surveyed the young morning's quiet life, with his head pressed against the glass like a child's. Then his tired eyes closed, and his head drooped. But even in his drowse, Mr. Warden's face did not lose its look of fear and chagrin. Considering that he was Kingsford's most eminent citizen as well as the richest, he did not cut much of a figure in that early morning light. The rattle of the doorknob awoke him with a start after about an hour of broken, fitful rest. "Who's there?" he cried, rising up. "Is that you, Mandy?" "No, sir," a very soft little voice answered. "It's me." "What do you want?" asked the squire resentfully. There was silence for a moment. Then there came a light and listless knock on the door. "May I come in, please?" the voice asked. Mr. Warden glanced swiftly round the room, closed and locked his desk, and stuffed deep into the stove a corner of the bandana handkerchief which he had untwisted from the poker but had not destroyed. Then, with a sigh, he unlocked the door and pulled it open. A little girl was standing there in the hall, a child about 12 years old, whose colour seemed a part of the morning's, so bright was the hair, so delicate the rose of her cheeks, so like the windy sky the grey of her eyes. She carried herself daintily erect, and there was a promise about her of beauty, faint but clear like the dawn's. All this even Mr. Warden could see, and he realized it even before the fact that the little girl was dressed in deep mourning. "It's you, then," he exclaimed huskily. "Did you want anything?" The child was checked by the old man's abrupt question, and her eyes lost their hopeful smile. "No, sir," she said slowly. I only thought maybe you'd like to have me come. I just wanted to say good morning." "Oh," growled the squire, extending his left hand. "How do you do?" "Very well, thank you," she answered sedately. "I hope you are well." "I didn't sleep very well since you asked. My rest," he said bitterly, "was kind of broken last night." "Is Captain Barker here still?" she asked. "The funny gentleman that brought me here. He was awfully nice, I thought." "Nice!" Mr. Warden's laugh was not pleasant. The child looked at him doubtfully. "Oh, he's a very nice man. I have to thank him, too, for bringing you to cheer my old age. It was very thoughtful in Captain Barker." "Father wanted me to come. He said so before he died. He said you were his dear friend, and so the captain—" "Obeyed orders, huh?" "Yes, Mr. Warden," she answered very faintly, edging away. And I guess I'll go and find him if he's only outdoors. Don't you think," she added with a smile that was very lovely, "that he'd be glad to see me?" "Surely, but I want you to stay here," he snapped. "Come back." "Will he be here soon?" the child persisted. Mr. Warden wet his lips. "Oh, yes," he rasped out, his cold eyes taking fire. "He'll come again soon enough." End of Chapter 1 of The Upper Hand by Emerson Gifford Taylor, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 1 from Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. Wonderful London, author unknown. Chapter 1. The Ghosts of the London Midnight. It was in the neighbourhood of the Old Kent Road. For reasons which will presently appear, I should be scarcely justified in more particularly specifying its whereabouts, that I was glad to come in view of the twinkling lamps of one of those friendly havens of refreshment and refuge which gladden the heart of the nocturnal pedestrian, a public coffee booth. Any man might, under the circumstances, have been glad. The night, or rather the early morning, for it was nearly 2 o'clock, was black and bleak, and there was a drenching drizzle of rain falling. I have nothing to say for or against the beverage which was served steaming hot from the can under which a ruddy charcoal fire burnt briskly, further than to remark that it would be hardly reasonable to expect a decoction of first-rate mocha at the rate of a penny the full half-pint. At that untimely hour, however, and in such bitterly cold weather, we were, I have no doubt, all of us grateful for a drink of it. All of us consisting of a policeman, 2 sisters of misfortune, and a white-faced, hollow-cheeked man, wearing a tall black hat much the worse for wear, and a dilapidated black coat, tightly buttoned up to his chin, and further remarkable by exhibiting, by accident I believe, the end of a flute sticking out between the buttoning at the breast. As for the coffee-stall keeper himself, he was not the kind of person whose cheerful mien gave an additional relish to the viands he dispensed. On the contrary, he was, although not an old or even elderly man, one who, judging from his saturnine aspect, had supped full of worldly disappointment, which seemed to lead him into the strange habit of attentively regarding his customers when they were unaware of it, as though he were an experimental chemist, and anxious to see the effect on them of a dose furtively introduced into their coffee cup. There were bread and butter and cake on his hospitable board, and I was about to help myself to a slice of the former when he stayed my hand. "Have cake instead," he remarked in a moody whisper. "It makes no difference to me, but that's my advice." "I prefer bread and butter," I replied. "Enough said, then." And he shrugged his shoulders, in intimation of his perfect indifference in the matter. "If you like it, have it. Don't say I didn't mention it, that's all. Don't take a bite at it, and then declare that you can't eat it, and won't pay for it because it isn't the best Aylesbury. It won't run to the best Aylesbury at a halfpenny a slice." He gave utterance to these jerky remarks with so much asperity that I had it at my tongue's tip to mildly rebuke him for his unjust insinuations. Next moment, however, I was glad I had not done so. "Them as can't eat such bread and butter as that ought to know what it is to be real hungry. What do you say, Emma?" Thus spoke one of the women already mentioned, and in reply said her companion with so earnest a shake of her head that the rain that had saturated the flowers in her blousy bonnet was sprinkled with a hiss on the charcoal fire. "Lord Almighty, you may well say that, lass. I'd be glad of the chance to tuck you into as much as I liked just now." Without a word, the sour-visaged coffee-stall keeper turned about, and, producing from a little cupboard 5 slices which evidently had been once bitten and summarily rejected by dissatisfied customers, he proceeded to distribute them. He gave 2 each to the women, and then, holding the remaining slice between his finger and thumb, looked askance towards the dilapidated owner of the flute. The latter was quick at divining his meaning. "Sooner than it should go begging, I don't care if I do," said he, with something of a laugh and a wink round on the company generally, as though he wished it to be understood that he took the bread for the mere fun of the thing. He lost no time in disposing of it, however. Folding it over in 3, as one folds a sheet of notepaper for the envelope, his mouth received it, and in an instant it had vanished. By this time I was convinced that the coffee-stall keeper was an uncommon man of his class. I therefore ordered another cup of his coffee, for the sake of lingering there. His other customers had taken their departure. The policeman, helping himself to a couple of lumps of sugar, he had not paid for his coffee and cake, was the last to go. "You must witness some strange phases of life," I ventured to remark to the coffee man, now that the coast was clear. "You no doubt have opportunities of seeing and conversing with people of a kind that the daylight world has no idea even of the existence of." He had commenced to wash up his cups and saucers when I began to address him, and he paused with a half-wiped cup and a towel in his hands to regard me with a look of surprise, not, as I thought, unmixed with suspicion. "Is that an old idea of yours?" he presently asked, "or has it just now come into your head?" I replied that it was a reflection that might occur to anyone, and that I hoped my giving utterance to it gave him no offence. "But what I should like to know," said he, desisting entirely from his occupation, and folding his arms on his counter, "what I should like to know is what might be your opinion of what a man should do with the queer kind of knowledge he might pick up in the way you are speaking of, supposing he'd got together a whole lot of it." I told him that there was but one way of doing justice to a mass of material such as he spoke of, and that was to put it in book form and get it published. "Make a volume of it, you mean, I suppose?" said he, correctingly. "Exactly. Do you think you could do it? Come now, supposing you has my opportunities, do you think you could?" "Possibly not, but still—" "You couldn't," he interrupted me in a positive tone. "You might think that you could, but you couldn't." "But what makes you so positive?" "Because," he replied, sinking his voice to a grim whisper, "because I've tried it." "And failed?" "And failed," he repeated impressively. "So now you know what sort of a chance you'd have." After such unimpeachable testimony as to the impossibility of the thing, there was, of course, no good in further argument. I therefore merely remarked that I was glad to have an erroneous impression dissipated in so conclusive a manner. "Don't mention it," he returned blandly. "It might be useful to you if it comes to that, for there's more human vanity and conceit runs in the direction of volume writing than in any other I know of, and you might be hankering after a try. Don't. Look at me. I'm a living monument of what comes of it. I wouldn't mention it to everybody, and so don't you," he continued, when he had allowed himself fully a minute to regard the effect on me of his last astounding observation. "But it is a fact. Perhaps you think that I was brought up to this line of business." I informed him what was really the fact, that, since he had put it into my head to consider the matter at all, I had had grave doubts of it. "You are right," said he gratefully. "It's a treat to meet with a man of penetration. No, I was not brought up to it. I was brought into it. It was that identical idea of making a volume that did my business and made me a coffee-stall keeper, whether I liked it or no. I was in a good situation when the maggot bit me. I was always fond of reading, you must know. I read Dickens and Ainsworth and them kind of authors, till at last I got into my head that I could do it. It appeared to me that if I could only get my characters together, there'd be no more difficulty in making up a book than a tailor finds in making a coat when he's got the cloth to commence with. I used to wander about at nights, puzzling over it, and that's how I came to look in at coffee stalls. One night it came to me all on a sudden, this is the kind of thing for you. Keep a coffee stall. You won't need to go hunting after characters then. They will come to you, and you can contemplate and study 'em at your leisure." "A most ingenious idea," I remarked, seeing that he wished me to say something at this juncture. "That's what I thought. I was struck so of a heap by it, in a manner of speaking, that I set about working it out at once. I bought a coffee-stall business of a man up Paddington way for £7.10, the notion being to keep it going for a couple of months or so, until I got the characters for my literary venture all in order, and then to sell the business again for what it would fetch, and go in for story writing. And Lord, you know," he exclaimed, warming with the subject, and speaking with increased energy, "there is no doubt in the world that the idea was a good one, if one could only hit on the proper way to work it. It didn't turn out well for me, because I lost my situation at the cork cutters, in consequence of not being able to keep my eyes open all day, and all night as well, and so was thrown back entirely on the stall, having nothing else to depend on for a living. But there really ought to be something in it. You don't happen to know anything about the way of it, I suppose, sir?" "How do you mean, the way of it?" "Well, you see," returned the coffee-stall keeper, stirring his hair slowly with his fingers, and looking out vaguely into the darkness of night, "I shouldn't be surprised if double entry was the secret of it." "In what respect?" "Well, you hear of double entry being brought to bear in bookkeeping, and I shouldn't wonder if it was something of the same in book writing. There seems to be, leastways, speaking for myself, a entry in a man's head for the ideas of a volume to get admission into, but the job is for them to find their way out again when they are called on to do so, if you can make that out." I was compelled to confess that I could not make it out exactly. "What I mean is that when a character comes before me, I'm able to spot him at once. Man or woman, it makes no difference. You'll do for a character in the volume, I says to myself. Maybe it's a female, and, dear heart, you would be astonished at the number of the kind of that sex that drop in here in the middle of the night. Not of the kind you saw here a while ago. They're common as blackberries on the hedges, poor creatures. But well-bred and brought-up parties, mind you, dragged down to the lowest, but still with the nature of the lady, what was first planted in 'em, plain enough to be discovered through all the artificial overlaying. They'll come here, sir, and behave in a way that makes a man shiver, and cause him to look in the paper next morning for an account of a suicide from the bridge. I assure you, sir, I've had more opportunities than I required of getting characters of that class for that there book of mine. They make you acquainted with their miserable histories sometimes, I suppose? A kind word when they're regularly down and broken-hearted brings them out wonderfully, poor things. I have heard stories from their lips, sir, enough almost to make a man hate himself for being a man. But they are not the most curious sort I've had to deal with occasionally," he added, shaking his head gravely. "When I think of the queer customers I've had to deal with since I kept a night coffee-stall, it seems that that book, if it ever comes out, should have a chapter or two in it about ghosts." "Why about ghosts?" "Well, midnight spectres. Unaccountable beings, both men and women, who seem to hide in a mysterious kind of way all day long, and to come out about midnight, to wander about with nothing to do but to pray for daylight, if they dare to pray at all, so that they may slink back to their vaults or their churchyards or wherever they live when they are at home. But you must not forget that there are hundreds of persons who are compelled by their honest business to be abroad at unseemly hours." "That I'm aware of, sir," replied the coffee-stall keeper, sinking his voice to a whisper and peering out into the dark, as though he half expected that one of the queer customers he had alluded to might be lurking somewhere in the immediate neighbourhood. "But the sort you speak of behave in an honest, straightforward way. But what would you think, for instance, of a customer, if one can be called such, who begs a cup of coffee, not having the money to pay for it, who confides to you in a secret kind of way that he wants to kill himself, and has tried, and there is some invisible power that won't let him? It would require some tolerably strong evidence to convince me that such a man was not an impostor or a madman," I replied. "Tolerably strong evidence," he repeated, his eyes expanding, and his face assuming a horrified expression at the mere remembrance. "Why, so I had it. It is 1.5 years ago now, in the middle of summer-time. A tall, dark man he was, not old, though his hair was grey, and his face white as chalk. It was at the quietest time of night, about 2, say, and I was here by myself. He had been running, I think, for he could scarcely speak when he slipped in, waking me out of a doze. 'Give me, I do not say sell me, give me a little something warm to drink, for humanity's sake,' he exclaimed, sinking down onto the form and covering his face with his hands. Of course, it wouldn't do to be free in giving to everyone who asked, but in a business like mine there are some sort of people that you'd best be quickly rid of, though at a sacrifice. I looked on him as one of them, and handed him a cup of coffee. And as I did so I saw by the light of my lamp that he was reeking wet. His hair and face were smeared with grey mud, and the ends of his black neckerchief seemed stuck to his shirt front with it, and at his feet, where he sat there, was a pool of water which still was trickling from his clothes. 'Why,
Man alive, said I. It's a common expression of mine. Man alive, said I, you've been in the river. He took his hands from his white face and gave me a look I shall never forget, as he answered bitterly, Yes, man alive, thanks to the curse that is on me. Only that I am helpless. It should have been man dead a week ago. You, said he, glaring at me, would think it hard to be doomed to die. I'm not a nervous man, but I slipped the bread knife out of his reach, as I replied that I'd like a few years longer, if it didn't put anyone to inconvenience. Then pray to the Lord, he said, springing to his feet, that you may never be condemned to a worse fate. Pray that you may never be doomed to live in spite of yourself, and want to die, and try to die, and find that death will have nothing to do with you. Do I wish to live? He cried in a voice loud enough for the policeman at the corner of the road to have heard him. Look here, man. And he tore open the front of his muddy shirt, and showed me on his bare breast a wound such as a stab with a knife might make. Does this show it? Ha ha! Why, I did not even bleed. Can a leap from the centre of London Bridge into the Black River below end a poor wretch's life? I leapt, I did. I who never in my life swam a yard or knew how. I leapt sheer in the middle of the stream, and somehow, he repeated in a tone that made me shiver, I awoke to consciousness on the mud of the shore, as full as before of hateful life, the hateful life to which I am chained and fettered. And with that, and not another word, he took himself off as hurriedly as he had come in, leaving me so confused in mind that, only for his half-emptied cup and the pool of water on the ground, I might have persuaded myself that it was a dream. A madman, no doubt, I remarked, as he brought the strange narrative to a close. Mind you, I don't answer for the sanity of any of the night spectres we're speaking of, continued the coffee-stall keeper, laying a detaining hand on my arm, for I had made a move as for going. But I have had 'em not so mad, but what they have become regular customers. For over 3 weeks, and what I'm going to tell you now happened not more than 8 or 9 months ago, I had a customer regularly every night that was as good as 7 shillings a week to me. A woman it was, a lady, not one of the unfortunate order, but real. Middle-aged she was, as far as I could see through a thick black veil, and tall, with a dark cloak that covered her from her throat to her shoes. It was snowy weather and bitter cold when I first set eyes on her. There were customers in at the time, walking rapidly past and looking in each time. At last, when they had all cleared out, she came in herself, and asked for some bread and some tea, which she ate and drank as famished-like as though she had had no food all day, but without raising her veil. "Have you the day's newspaper?" she asked. "No, ma'am. We don't have any call for newspapers in my line." "Can you get me the one that is published tomorrow, that I may see it tomorrow night?" "If you'll leave the money, I will, ma'am." So she said no more, but with a hand such as only a born and bred lady can have, white as paper, and lovely and taper, she took a half-crown from her purse, and away she went. Well, on the next night she came. I was on the lookout for her, walking to and fro until I was here by myself, and again she had bread and tea, eating it ravenous, as on the first occasion. I'd got the Times all ready for her. She took it eager enough, but she didn't keep it 2 minutes. The column she turned to was the police news column, and she just glanced over that and then put the paper down, in a way that told me she had not found what she wanted. "I'll come again tomorrow night," she said, "and get me the newspaper again, please." And down she puts another half-crown and goes off in a hurry. Well, sir, believe me, she kept on that game for 21 nights, excepting Sundays, when there was no police news to read, always coming in the same way, and dressed in the cloak and the black veil, always biding her time until she could have the stall to herself for a few minutes, always ordering bread and tea, and invariably taking it ravenous. At last, one night she came, past 1 o'clock it was, and ate and drank and looked at the paper. But this time with a difference, for no sooner did she clap eyes on the police intelligence than, uttering a cry and with her white hands shaking, she tore the page out and, crushing it up in her hands, darted off with it. "Well," said I,
finding that he did not go on. That was the last of her, sir. Whoever she was, and what her mysterious business might have been, she never came after that. I felt so curious about it that I got a Times next morning and looked over the police news, but there was nothing there to account for her queer behaviour. I recollect what the cases were. There was one for forgery, one for riding in a second-class carriage with a third-class ticket, 2 cases of pocket-picking, and a case of an undertaker, on whose premises was found a young baby in a coffin, and there seemed a bit of a muddle how he came by it, and it didn't seem likely that she could have had any concern with anything there. I did not venture an opinion, but it struck me as not impossible that my coffee-vending friend had not sufficiently considered the last item of the list he had quoted. Why, there's dozens of these unaccountable customers I could call to mind, if it was worth while, he continued after a short pause. Just about the end of last year, there used to drop in here every Friday night, as regularly as clockwork, between 12 and 1, an old woman, precious old, to be sure she seemed, with an old-fashioned coal-scuttle bonnet and a crutched stick, just like that Mother Shipton has in the picture of her. I never saw a more ugly old woman, and she looked all the uglier from always coming in company with as sweet a little creature of a child, a girl of 5 or 6 years old, say, as ever you set eyes on, a delicate blue-eyed little thing, with hair like yellow floss silk, nearly all tucked away into the dark cloth hood she wore, and with a complexion that, compared with the old woman's, was the whitest marble against Spanish mahogany. She didn't seem unkind to the child, but let it eat and drink what it wished for. But the old woman herself never on any occasion ate or drank a morsel, though on every occasion of her Friday night's visit she seemed, and the child too, as though they had tramped a very long way, being wet with the rain or dusty with the dust, as the weather might be. There was no fear of them taking cold, however, for they were both, and especially the little girl, well shod, and as warmly clad as need be. But the puzzle to me was what 2 such strange companions wanted out of a night together. At last, that was after they had paid me 10 or a dozen visits, there came in a man while they were there, and as soon as he saw the old woman, he looked towards me and winked, in a way I didn't understand. The old woman must have seen him wink, for all in a moment she took the little girl by her hand and hobbled off with her, as quick as her legs would move her bent old body. "You know who that is?" the man asked me. "No, I don't," said I. "Well," says he, "that's old Mother Much of Stepney. She's sold herself to the devil. But the bargain was that when the old 'un wanted her, he was to fetch her out of her bed at midnight, and that time to be put off as long as she could get a child who had not yet shed its milk teeth to be her companion. She could roll in money if she liked, and she is under a promise to leave it all to that little girl when her time comes. It is to stave off that time that she never sleeps in her bed of nights, but wanders about London from dark till daylight with the little child with her. Now, what do you think of that?" asked the coffee stall keeper. "What did Mother Much say the next time she came?" I asked. "She never came after that time when she saw the man wink, which I think looks black against her. At all events, I've got her down as a witch in the characters I'm trying to get together for the volume, and chance it. But the very oddest experience I ever did have since I have kept a stall of nights was—" But at that moment a cabman drove up with 2 tipsy gentlemen who required refreshment, and I made the occasion an excuse for bidding good-bye to the man of midnight spectres, at the same time wishing him luck in his literary enterprise, should he ever launch it. End of Chapter 1 from Wonderful London.